Yesterday, Don, and how you fucked up the way I did yesterday, Don. Or you don't get the way I did yesterday, Don. The way I did yesterday, Don. The way I did yesterday, Don. Look at Don, you fucking. Look at Don centering himself. Don is the worst. Come on. I'll jump aside. One mic, You're unbelievable. One mic go ahead with you. Come on. I just want to say this. Put Don in the queue. Put Don in. I just want to say this. Listen, man. I think, look, I think it's respect. I ain't trying to insult them, man. Like, I'm just being honest. It's not really that complicated. Repost or whatever, repaste different fucking cue sequences. Like, that's not super complicated. It seems like the job in it, quote unquote, is like enforcing it in a way that like allows everybody to speak and everybody feels fairly treated. Dawn is like insanely biased. Like, if it's fucking Monica's retarded ass for someone speaking, then like Dawn will be like, oh, if you interrupt her one more time, you're getting moved down. And she'll actually enforce that shit. When it's anyone, ironically, she got stabbed in the back by Jazzy today. I mean, that's like a weird relationship those two have where I guess like Dawn is absolutely terrified of Jazzy until she saw like this was going to be an existential threat to her. She was going to lose her place as like the Q organizer. So then she like kind of turned on Jazzy. But ordinarily, she's like really afraid of people like Jazzy. So she'll pretend like Jazzy gets the same, she has the same respect for Jazzy that she has for fucking Monica. Where like Monica is her ideology, as in Monica will serve as like a mouthpiece. She wants to hear what Monica has to say because Monica's views will align with hers. But Jazzy, she's just fucking afraid of her. Maybe they agree on like the Trump stuff. Nevertheless, the job, I'm not even advocating for Dawn keeping her job, not keeping her job. I could care less. But what it is important is like, dude, enforce the shit fairly. Either you're the kind of person who moves people down, when they interrupt people, just generally, like that's your principle, and it doesn't matter if it's your friend, you'll move them down like knowledge, or you're the kind of person who just doesn't care, but then I don't want to hear like, oh, let Monica speak, you're getting moved down straight away, or today I'm in a bad mood and I'm capricious, I'm just going to move people down, I'm a, whatever, mercurial moderator. Like, that's the shit that's fucking annoying, you know what I'm saying? And that was the shit that pissed me off the other day. It's like, Concrete's my guy, like, we're pals, so we'll scream at each other and then we'll be cool the next day. But right fucking now, it's my fucking turn in the queue, and he's just incessantly interrupting me. And if it was Monica, it's like 2 interruptions and people start getting moved down by you. Now you're looking for other moderators. Well, other people, why don't you do that for Monica? Why when Monica's getting interrupted, do you not go, oh, Nathan, where are you, Nathan? Oh, Knowledge, where's Knowledge? Oh, this, I'm not the only moderator here. Like, why don't you do that for your friends? But you do that when it's like Concrete or people that you don't care about. You know what I'm saying? That's the reason, if you were to ever lose your moderator, that's why you should lose it, because you're not applying the rules fairly. And then also, I don't know if Jazzy's better than you per se. Like, clearly, this is like sort of method for people to kind of like wiggle their way into some kind of like authoritative position. And it's cool, whatever. If you do a good job, it's like, I don't care. Ultimately, this is like, you need validation from this in your life. That's cool. But also, it was super cringe what happened today with you, Jazzy. Like, if you're genuinely not trying to like, force yourself into insinuate yourself into the conversation or whatever it is, someone's handling the queue. What does it fucking matter who does it? And like, yeah, Jazzy was doing it, so I don't see why you needed to like impose yourself. It seemed like super weird, kind of. I'm done. Next. Good, thank you. What? We need that. More Don critique. Next in the queue is Samoa, but I kicked him out of the room, so we're gonna go to the next person. One mic on King. Add me to the queue.
Yeah, I appreciate you, brother Knowledge. Now, I hate that y'all make me have to do this, but I'm gonna defend my girl, Dawn. Woo! I'm gonna do it. Yeah, you heard that right, Concrete. You heard that right, Timothy. Dawn is not only a sweet woman, yes, she is, but she's also, since she's been instituted as a mod, has done 95% of the time a great, outstanding job, especially given, right, what she does in her real life, and that she's actually a wife, unlike a lot of women in here. Mm-hmm. Now, Concrete, I understand, you're probably going to say, oh, King's being a diplomat, but my nigga, people are allowed, especially when they start out, to 5% of the time fuck up, have mix-ups or situations where things are, don't go super well, blah, 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 this and that. If you're honest, Concrete, I know you can be honest. You too, Timothy. It is not always easy to manage big egos. Who in chillism is going to deny that we got the biggest egos in here? If you're being honest, you know what I'm saying is the truth. And when you're managing big egos, things are not always going to go right. Just be honest with yourself, right? So my thing, concrete, is I think, especially as followers, we should give her a little bit of grace. Timothy is on another plane, so we can't ask him to do what we would do. But even him, if he's being honest, if he's being cordial, he can give Don a little grace too. And the final thing I'll end with, Jacobus, because I agree. You a funny nigga.
I know. I made you.
I agreed with most of what you said, but, and I hate that you make me have to do this. And Kaki, you're not gonna like this. Y'all know I give the Catholic Church as much criticism as anybody else, but I don't agree, Jacobus, that automatically Catholics either worship Mary or worship the Pope. I don't agree with that. As a matter of fact, I would argue that American Catholicism is a lot different than the rest of Catholicism around the world. American Catholicism, you can look at the popes when they're like
I call them king.
when they're actually pope. You can see that they don't believe in Catholicism the way the Catechism lays it out, right? How the Pope is supposed to be, the vicar of Christ, this and that. Most American Catholics, believe it or not, they're Protestantized. They look at their Pope like we look at our pastors, like how my father's a pastor, right? Or how Billy Bob pastor down the street. They look at the Pope very similar. They don't look at him like the representative. No, they just look at him as their high priest, as their pastor. So I think we have to do a case by cases, Jacob, because I don't think it's fair. And that's why I tried to make that distinction with you. Like, wait, are we talking about people who know that they're worshiping idols, or they're ignorant to that, or they come from an ideology that says that, but they're not particularly doing that themselves. So I don't think it's fair to just, because somebody's Catholic, assume that they worship the Pope or they worship Mary or all of that stuff. I've met plenty of great Catholics who are just like you or me or Concrete or whatever, where literally they Protestants, but that's the tradition they were raised in. I'll end it.
I would just say these people ain't do I did my due diligence on these people. Remember when Jesus said, if you offend one of these little ones, like these children, it might as well put a rope and a cinder block around your neck and throw you into the sea. I asked both these individuals, if the Pope was in a burning building with a baby, would you save? They said they'll save the Pope and defend that baby's life as it didn't work. So these individuals are already seeing it, bro. Thank you, bro. No, that's my phone.
Don, there's look. So the canal says King Brad.
No.
So Don wrote that, right?
She's probably joking.
Don wrote that. So Don, we need you to fucking tighten up. Figure this out, Don.
Don, who's next after me? If it's Brad, that's fine. I didn't know.
No, there was no one after you. They made that up.
Okay, so
Concrete made that up originally.
No, I didn't. Don wrote that. This nigga's lying. This nigga's lying. I want you to. This nigga. Look, I'm about to screenshot it. So
I
y'all
called before King.
I'll screenshot it.
I said, yo, I'm gonna go after King.
This nigga knowledge just lied.
Or really did. So look, like Concrete, then Timothy, then Jacob.
This nigga's knowledge either lied or this nigga lied or under. Who? Jacobus?
Yeah, Jacob.
Look at Jacobus PTR.
Just so y'all know I'm in it, Q. Don't be disrespectful.
Yeah, we'll get you in there, Coach. You know, faggot ass nigga.
Wait, what's good about this? What's good about this?
Yo, let's go, King.
Snake Eyes, main source. Is that okay? Anyway. Yeah, man. I love the Don hate. I think we need to keep it going till Don fucking admits to her fucking bull. And guess what, Don? The reason why we're leaning on, because you actually give a fuck. You're actually doing the work, but you want to do the work in a fucking, as Timothy said, inconsistent manner, right? Based on your fucking whims and your allegiances.
I got to apologize. I was wrong. I just scrolled up. I I just scrolled up.
Hit that mute button, brother. Hit that mute button. Hit that mute button.
Sí, pero por favor, señor concreto.
Alright, I accept your apology. Hit
Por
that mute
favor,
button.
señor.
I accept your apology. Hit that mute button. So, King, you're definitely right. The egos run in the room, but that's the problem, right? Self-governance is the key. When niggas let their egos run rampant to the detriment of the room, and we've seen the consequences day after day and week after week, month after month, year after year. So you think at some point people will figure out, oh, I can't just be unbridled with my fucking ego. I actually have to keep it in check for the sake of the conversation, or the sake of the room, or the sake of the situation, right? You think niggas would understand that. But for some strange reason, there seems to be like this law, institutional knowledge, and this shit has to be relearned and then relearned and then relearned, and it's fuck shit. I actually thought that things would progressively get better, especially if you have the same crew of people and you dealt with the same problems over and over. But there seems to be like, I don't know, this stunting of growth. I don't know, it's weird, bro. And what's so crazy, some of the people with the biggest egos are the ones that want the room to improve. The people with the unbridled egos are the ones that want the room to improve. So it's almost like, for some reason, humans, work against their own best interests. This shit is crazy. So you actually need other human beings to wake you up to your own fucking self-destructive bullshit. But guess what? If your self-destructive bullshit is predicated on your fucking overblown ego, what are you gonna do about fucking somebody telling you to chill out? You're gonna take it as an affront. And so now you're in a fucking incurable loop of unbridled ego, fucking room destruction, fucking I'm upset that the room is destructed, so maybe I'm gonna correct myself a little bit, and it gets to my head, and I fucking over and over and over and over. And then we're gonna get to like the real point.
Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none save repeat of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing of light that I wear.
Wow. This should be going out introducing the kilowatt. So Western.
By the song I invoke my hand is thy sword of revenge. Let it strike at thy bidding. By the sword I invoke
Have no fun anytime
Mine
soon.
is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign, given of none, save it be of thee, O Lord. By the Lamed I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing of day that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of Apophis and Typhoon. By the sign I invoke thee. Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intermediate. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers tremble on the beads of pearl, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. Mine are the wand of double power in the voice of the Master. Abracadabra. By the word I invoke thee. Mine are the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made of old to invoke thee. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. hand is thy sword of revenge. Let it strike at thy cheek. By the sword I hope thee. Voice of the 5, the voice of the 6, 11 are the voices. Abrahadabra.
Mommy, what's with your rap on a domestic terrorist?
Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk. By my head I invoked it. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead, my mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoked it.
That would be racist.
Upon me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none. Save it be of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Free mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold. The flashing of eye that I wear by my robe, I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of Apophis and Typhon. By the sign I invoke thee. For mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimate. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beads of pearl, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee.
Run them up.
I get the one of double power in the voice of the master. Abrahadabra, by the word I invoke thee. Be mine are the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made about to invoke thee. Strike the master chord. Draw the flaming sword. Child and conquering Lord. Alright, Avenger. By the song I invoke thee. In my hand is thy sword of revenge. Let it strike at thy bidding. By the sword I invoke thee. The voice of the 5, the voice of the 6, 11 of the voices. Everyone of blood. The voice of the 5, the voice of the 6, 11 of the voices. Everyone of blood.
Corn powder.
Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the heart. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. Around me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By the brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none. Save it be, O-P-P, O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white soul with gold, the flashing of light that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of a purpose and time. By the sign I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor at the intimate ear. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beats of pearl, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. For thou the one that double power in the voice of the master. Abrahadabra. By the word I invoke thee. Hey, mine heart the dark blue waves of music in the sun that I made the world to invoke thee. Strike, strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, grow, child of conquering Lord, call up, amen God, by the sword I invoke thee. In my hand is that sword of revenge, let it strike, as I believe, by the sword I invoke the voice of the five, the voice of the six, 11 are the voices. Abracadabra. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the ox. By my head I invoke thee.
What? What's up?
I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By the brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none, save it be of thee. Oh Lord, by the layman I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, so mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the ox.
about my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear by my body. I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness, I. Mine is the head of the six and bear the rose and cross of life and life. Giving the sign and each
Right, Bathenberg.
sign. The invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land, or in the ether, of whirling air, or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God, the vast one might be. Mine is the head of the hawk, Abrahadabra! And yes, I bear the rose and cross of life and life! Abrahadabra! Remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes! Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or of the earth, or tribulates, or in the water, or dwelling air, or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God, the vast one might be life and light, giving the sign at each abracadabra.
sign, the invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land, or in the water, of whirling air, or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God, the vast one, might be mine is the head of the hawk, abracadabra, and ends. 6. I bear the rose and cross of life and light, giving the sign at each abracadabra. Remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land, or in the water, of whirling air, or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God, the vast one, might be abracadabra. You came like dawn in my hands, soft but stronger than I knew. My fear turned gold in your eyes, and my whole night broke in two. I was lost in the noise, now I'm learning how to stay close to your quiet light in the middle of the day. Stop thinking, let it fall. Take the deepest breath of them all. still shaking. I was carrying the hurt like a name I couldn't drop. Then you touched my trouble, and the whole room stopped. Stop thinking, and your problems take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10, not 11, 10, not 9, stay. If I let go, you get near. Now is wisdom, now is joy, now is wisdom. Let it unfold. God is love here, love is now. How to hold this? Show me now. My mama's a room with boxes, labeled fear and pride. Then I watched them turn to sunlight. When you sat by my side, truth is a soft instruction. Not a blade, not a chain. If I breathe slow, I hear it sing. If I breathe slow, everything. Now is wisdom, now is joy, now is wisdom. Let it unfold. God is love here, love is now. How to hold this? Show me now. I stop asking for forever. I start listening for the sign. One small smile, one clean moment turns the whole world right. Intelligence inside. Yes, now is wisdom, now is joy, now is wisdom. Let it unfold. God is love here, love is now, right here, right now. Show me now. I read the rain in a teacup. I read the wind in your hair. Towering the broken sidewalk. God in the grocery store. Psychology in the patterns. Love in the way you say. If I let go, I come back clear. If I let go, you get near. Now is wisdom. or forever. I start listening for the sign. One small smile, one clean moment turns the whole world right. Intelligence in the silence, joy in the dust. Now is wisdom, now is joy, now is wisdom. Let it unfold. Father bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign given of none, save it thee, O Lord. By the Laman I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing of day that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of a prophet and Typhoon. By the sign I invoke thee. Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue figure of the intermediate. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers tremble on the beads of her, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. Mine are the one of double power in the voice of the Master. Abracadabra. By the word I invoke thee. Mine are the new waves of music in the song that I made of old to invoke thee. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, child and conquering Lord, Horus Avenger. In my hand is thy sword of revenge, and it striketh thy cheek. By the sword I invoke thee. Voice of the five, the voice of the six, 11 are the voices. Abracadabra. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawks. By my head I invoke it. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead, my mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign given of none. Save it be of thee, O Lord. By the Laman I invoke thee. Free mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing of eye that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. mine is the sign of apocalypse and typhon. By the sign I invoke it. For mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimate. By my crown I invoke it. My fingers travel on the beads of pearl, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. I hear the bond of double power in the voice of the master. Abraham, by the word I invoke thee. Be minor, the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made about to invoke thee. Strike a master chord. Draw the flaming sword. Child and conquering Lord. Alright, Avenger. By the song I invoke thee. In my hand is my sword of revenge. Let it strike at thy bidding. By the sword I invoke thee. The voice of the fight, the voice of the 611 of the voices. Every heart of blood. The voice of the fight, the voice of the 611 of the voices. Every heart of blood. Mine is the head of the man and my insight is keen as the ox. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. Around me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By the brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none. Save it be, O.P.P., O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white soul with gold, the flashing of light that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of apocalypse and typhon. By the sign I invoke thee. Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor at the intimate there. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beats of pearl, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. Fire the by my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear by my body. I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure by the brightness. I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign even of none save it be of thee. Oh Lord, by the layman. I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, so mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the ox. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear by my body. I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness, I. Mine is the head of the six and hail the rose and cross of life and life. Giving the sign and eternal. Remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land, or in the ether, of whirling air, or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God, the vast one might be mine is the head of the hawk, Abrahadabra! And I bear the rose and cross of life and life! And every spell and scourge of God, the vast one might be there. light. Giving the sign at each abrahadabra. Remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land, or in the water, of whirling air, or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God, the vast one, might be mine is the head of the hawk, abracadabra, and ends. 6, I bear the rose and cross of life and light. Giving the sign at each abracadabra. Remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land, or in the water, of whirling air, or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God, the vast one, might be abracadabra. You came like dawn in my hands, soft but stronger than I knew. My fear turned gold in your eyes, and my whole night broke in two. I was lost in the noise, now I'm learning how to stay close to your quiet light in the middle of the day. Stop thinking, let it fall. Take the deepest breath of them all. Your touch is a steady rain on the dust of who I was. Every wound gets named, then it fades in the hush. I don't need 1,000 signs when your name is in my chest. One deep breath, one brave step, and the rest can be blessed. Stop thinking, let it fall. Take the deepest breath of them all. Hold me close, don't run from the feeling. One more second, you can start believing. Wisdom of God, now it's joy. Wisdom of God, now it's love. Wisdom of God, my heart is open. Wisdom of God, I rise above. Let it go, go, go. You are the answer. I needed to know. If I tremble, stay near. If I break, pull me through. Teach my hands to release what I cannot hold with you. 10 not 9, 10 not 11. I breathe in your holy calm, and the storm in my head lays down like a palm. Wisdom of God, now it's joy. Wisdom of God, now it's love. Wisdom of God, my heart is open. Wisdom of God, I rise above. Hold, let it go, go, go. You are the answer. I needed to know. Wisdom of God, now it's known. Wisdom of God, I'm yours alone. Wisdom of God is now joy, love, heart, enlightenment. You found me in the quiet with my hands still shaking. I was carrying the hurt like a name I couldn't drop. Then you touched my trouble and the whole room stopped. Stop thinking and your problems. Take the deepest breath of the day. All for 10, not 11. 10, not 9. Stay. Wisdom of God is now joy, love, heart, enlightenment. You found me in the quiet with my hands still shaking. I was carrying the hurt like a name I couldn't drop. Then you touched my trouble and the whole room stopped. Stop thinking and your problems. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10, not 11. 10, not 9. Stay. read the rain in a teacup. I read the wind in your hand. Tower in the broken sidewalk. Got in the grocery stand. Psychology in the pattern. Loving the way you stay. If I let go, I come back clear. If I let go, you get near. Now it's wisdom, now it's joy, now it's wisdom, let it unfold. God is love here, love is now. How to hold this, show me now. My mama's a room with boxes, labeled fear and pride. Then I watched them turn to sunlight. When you sat by my side, truth is a soft instruction. How to play my shame. If I breathe slow, I hear it sing. If I breathe slow, everything. Now it's wisdom, now it's joy, now it's wisdom, let it unfold. God is love here, love is now. How to hold this, show me now. I stop asking for forever. I start listening for the sign. One small smile, one clean moment turns the whole world right. Intelligence in the silence. Now is wisdom, now is joy, now is wisdom, let it unfold. God is love here, love is now, right here. my sword of revenge, let it strike at thy cheek. By the sword I hold voice of the five, the voice of the six, 11 are the voices. Abrahadabra. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawks. By my head I invoked it. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoked it. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By the brightness I invoke it. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none. Save it be of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Free mine is the garment of white, sold with gold. The flashing of eye that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of a puppets and typhon. By the sign I invoke it. For mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimate. By my crown I invoke it. My fingers travel on the beads of pearl, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. I bear the bond of double power in the voice of the master. Abrahadabra, by the word I invoke thee. Be mine are the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made of old to invoke thee. bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. Above me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By the brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none. Save it be, O.P.D., O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white soul with gold, the flashing of eye that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of a puppet and typhon. By the sign I invoke thee. Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor at the intimate ear. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beats of pearl, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. For thou the one of double power in the voice of the master. Abraham, by the word I invoke thee. Mine heart the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made of old to invoke thee. Strike, strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, grow, child and conquering Lord, all Lord, avenge God, by the sword I invoke thee. In my hand is thy sword of revenge, let it strike, at thy bidding, by the sword I invoke thee. The voice of the five, the voice of the six, 11 are the voices. Abra. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the ox. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By the brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none, save it be of thee. Oh Lord, by the layman I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear by my body. I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness, I. Mine is the head of the six and head of the rose and cross of life and life. Giving the sign and remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land, or in the ether, of whirling air, or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God, the vast one might be mine is the head of the hawk, Abrahadabra! And I bear the rose and cross of life and life! Abrahadabra! Getting the sign of each Abrahadabra! Remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes! Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or of the earth, or tribulates, or in the wilderness, sign, the invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land, or in the water, of whirling air, or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God, the vast one, might be mine is the head of the hawk, abracadabra, and ends. 6. I bear the rose and cross of life and light, giving the sign at each abracadabra. Remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land, or in the water, of whirling air, or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God, the vast one, might be abracadabra. You came like dawn in my hands, soft but stronger than I knew. My fear turned gold in your eyes, and my whole night broke in two. I was lost in the noise, now I'm learning how to stay close to your quiet light in the middle of the day. Stop thinking, let it fall. Take the deepest breath of them all. Hold it close. Don't run from the feeling. One more second. You can start believing. Wisdom of God. Now it's yours. Wisdom of God. Now it's yours. Wisdom of your touch is a steady rain on the dust of who I was. Every wound gets named, and it fades in the hush. I don't need 1,000 signs when your name is in my chest. One deep breath, one brave step, touched my trouble, and the whole room stopped. Stop thinking, and your problems take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Stay. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign, given of none save it be of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke Mine is the garment of white, stored with gold, the flashing of joy that I wear. By my robe I invoke Mine is the sign of the prophets and time born. By the sign I invoke Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimate air. By thy crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beads of pearl, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. I bear the wand of double power and the voice of the Master. Abraham of God, by the Lord I invoke Mine are the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made of old to By the song I invoke In my hand is thy sword of revenge. Let it strike at thy bidding. By the sword I invoke Mine is the head of the man, and my inside is keen as the hawk's. By my bed I invoke I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign, given of none, save it be of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb I invoke thee. pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By the brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none. Save it me of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Free mine is the garment of white, sold with gold. The flashing of eye that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Give mine is the sign of a compass and typhon. By the sign I invoke thee. For mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimate. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beats of earth, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. I get the bond of double power in the voice of the master. Abrahadabra, by the word I invoke thee. Be mine are the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made a more to invoke thee. Strike! Strike the master chord. Draw! Draw the flaming sword. Claw! Child and conquering Lord. Horus! Avenger! By the song I invoke thee. In my hand is thy sword of revenge. Let it strike at thy bidding. By the sword I invoke thee. The voice of the fight, the voice of the 611 other voices. Abrahadabra. The voice of the fight, the voice of the 611 other voices. Abrahadabra. Mine is the head of the man and my insight is keen as the ox. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. Above me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By the brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the man, and my insight is keen as the ox. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure by the brightness. I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none, save it be of thee. Oh Lord, by the layman I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sewn. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the ox. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I. Mine is the head of the remaining in the sign. The invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land, or in the ether, of whirling air, or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God, the vast one might be there. rose and cross of life and light. Giving the sign at each abrahadabra. Remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land, or in the water, of whirling air, or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God, the vast one, might be mine is the head of the hawk, abrahadabra, and ends. 6, I bear the rose and cross of life and light, abrahadabra, giving the sign at each abrahadabra. Remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land, or in the water, of a whirling air, or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God, the vast one, might be abrahadabra. You came like dawn in my hands, soft but stronger than I. My fear turned gold in your eyes, and my whole night broke in two. I was lost in the noise, now I'm learning how to stay close to your quiet light in the middle of the day. Stop thinking, let it fall. Take the deepest breath of them all. your problems, take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Stay. I read the rain in a teacup. I read the wind in your hand. Tower the broken sidewalk. Guarding the grocery stand. Psychology in the pattern. Loving the way you stay. If I let go, I come back clear. If I let go, you get near. Now it's wisdom, now it's joy, now it's wisdom. Let it unfold. God is love here, love is now. How to hold this? Show me now. My mind was a room with boxes, labeled fear and pride. Then I watched them turn to sunlight. When you sat by my side, destruction, not a blade, not a chain. If I breathe slow, I hear it sing. If I breathe slow, everything. Now it's wisdom, now it's joy, now it's wisdom. Let it unfold. God is love here, love is now. How to hold this? Show me now. I stop asking for forever. I start listening for the sign. One small smile, one clean moment turns the whole world right. I read the rain in a teacup. I read the wind in your hair. Child in the broken sidewalk. God in the gross stare. Psychology in the pattern. Love in the way you say. If I let go, I come back clear. If I let go, you get near. Now is wisdom, now is joy, now is wisdom. Let it unfold. God is love here, love is now. Help me how to hold this. Show me now.
You better stop blowing Democrat. You better stop or I was gonna crush the liver if you did this to your daughter. officer. You can start by never voting for a Democrat again.
Mine is
Woke
the
liberals did
head
this.
of the
Justice and revolt.
man, and my inside is keen
Also,
as the hawks
arrest
by my
Judge John
leg I invoke.
immediately.
I am the only
Review
begotten
all his
child of my
legal.
father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee.
Also, arrest Judge John immediately. Review all his legal cases and immediately also arrest all the criminals.
Given of none, save it thee, O Lord. By the Laman I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sown with gold, the flashing of day that I wear by
If you
my
want to honor this fallen
robe,
officer, you
I
can start by never voting for a
invoke
Democrat again. Woke liberals did this. Justice
Mine
and
is the
revolt.
sign of a prophet and Typhoon. By the sign I invoke thee. Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intermediate. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers tremble on the beads of earth, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. I ne'er the wand of double power in the voice of the master. Abracadabra, by the word I invoke thee. I know the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made a whole to invoke thee. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, shine the conquering Lord, Horus Avenger.
Arrest Judge John. Unless he is arrested, there will never be any change. Lawless chaos, chaos society. Revolution now. Arrest this trash. Arrest all the criminals whose let loose on their place burned. The sheriff needs to arrest Judge John immediately. End woke liberal domestic terrorism now. Fucking Obama show alarm. Obama show alarm. Nick is going to jail. Nick is going to jail. Check. the queen? What happened to Diana? Who murdered her?
Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the ox. By my head, I invoke thee. Hey! I am the only begotten child, my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear by my body. I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness, I. Mine is the head of six and hail the rose and crown of life and light. Giving the sign and remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land, or in the ether, of whirling air, or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God, the vast one might be. About me to be that, oh, I throw the rock and hide my hands. I think I'm the person that throw the rock and hide my hands because unlike a lot of you, I can mention the names of who I'm talking about in my submission. Y'all don't. Y'all don't do that. So to me that's pussy. So I just want to say again that I was quiet throughout the entire time that I was on this app today. I spoke in the same tone that I'm speaking now until I was misgendered by multiple people at the same time. That is called bullying. I am a part of 1.1% of the population globally. I am a minority. So, yes, you are bullying. You're punching down, and it's unprovoked. So, please, damn you, please, 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 everyone block me. Because I'm not about to listen to a whole bunch of hypocritical ass, Jewish, Christian, Hotep, motherfucking Hebrew, niggly lights try to condemn me and try to provoke me into reacting. And when I react, all of a sudden you're like holier, you're like holier than thou. I don't want to listen to people joke about rape. I don't want to listen to Nathan in particular, always, talk about like fucking child molestation and making hypothetical questions about that. It's very, 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 very off putting to me. It's disgusting. But y'all can call out everything else and everybody else, but you can't call out the real problems. Y'all like to call out your confirmation biases, but you can't call out when somebody is being inappropriate unless it's Jehovah's, but it's because he's just annoying. He was just annoying, calling everybody a fucking rapist when he's motherfucking predatory as fuck himself. A disgusting ass motherfucker from New York who lives with his mom's mother in her basement.
First of all, no, she don't even have a basement. She lives in the basement. So you live with your mom in the fucking basement. You dare be that cat. So, anyways, please, 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 please block me, please. And first, in another thing, Mike, I do speak AAVE, and I'm going to say bully because that's how I talk. I'm black. I'm sorry that you can't, relate to blackness. And I'm sorry that you're in the elitist classes and you like to think that you aren't black. I don't know.
I'm broke as fuck, girl. What the hell is you talking about elite?
I don't know. I thought I heard you say ew when I said I speak AAVE. But anyways, I'm gonna go to the gym.
I didn't even come off mic.
Okay, well I apologize. I'm gonna go to the gym. I'm gonna go to the gym. Oh, King, hold on. Let me get this to you. You are the most hypocritical ass, confused fucking Christian that I've ever heard on this app. You crash out and you tell people to kill themselves and all the things. You are Satan. I have more compassion than you. Okay, I support America bombing schools of little girls. Like that's what you do now, Iran. The U.S. bombing Iran. That's what you do. I'm gonna be Satan, but you lack empathy. You're the same fucking sociopath, motherfucking Catholic motherfucking priest who touched on children and then want to act like you're holier than now. That's what you are, and that's what your Abrahamic religion is. It's a contradiction and it's a myth. So the next time you want to call me Satan, look me up and look in the motherfucking mirror. I hope the motherfucker don't crack because you're ugly as fuck. And reflect. Do some self-reflection, you ugly ass bitch. You look like the Bug's Life. You look like Bug's Life. You look like Bug's Life. So, anyways, I'm going to the gym. I hope, Nathan, you need to go to the gym. And yeah, y'all hell Satan and hell Lucifer and all the things.
Oh, what?
You see that?
Oh, hell no.
Did y'all just see that?
Nah, that's crazy, bro.
Y'all just see that? That is
In real time, that's actually crazy, though.
Did y'all see it?
In real time. In real time, she did the crybaby shit, bro. That's crazy.
Casey, you see it?
Nah, bro, I saw that shit. When she said the nigga like shit, I was like, alright. So everybody's calm, and then she just went and started that shit.
Well, because they misgendered.
Man, fuck that bitch.
I understand that.
I don't care.
That's okay.
Fuck that bitch.
I understand before, but you dead ass just did it right.
You don't hear me?
I said them.
Sorry, guys. What? Can we get one mic on Monica? Monica, are you ready?
Yo, Monica, why you ain't say hi to me today?
You're up, Monica.
Cause she's a racist, maybe, King? Maybe that's why?
No.
What the fuck? Yo, him and
I'm calling one mic on her. She's not
She
here?
said hi,
I'm
told
not
my
saying
caller,
that, no,
she
she's
did
not
say
here.
hi to you.
I'll get her back in the
No, she
queue.
ain't. Where you been?
No.
Can we get one mic on Dominic, please?
Not this gay shit.
Hey, you.
Dominic, you're up.
Good, Don. I love you, Don. What's up?
I love you too, Dom.
Get some water, bro. Get some water.
I'm good. I was gonna respond to the bullying thing. I feel like bullying is necessary, and let me explain why. Builds character, right? Let's say you grew up in a space where there was no bullies, nobody ever picked on you, nobody ever anything to you. You gonna grow up soft. You don't know how to fight back. You learn how to fight back when motherfuckers is bullying you. That shit, and then it becomes like a reflex. I feel like Shy got that reflex. Like when somebody says something, she's back. What? You learn how to talk your shit, right? And that becomes a linguistic skill. That's hard to achieve unless you're getting bullied. And you learn how to fight back. All right, I'm done. Go ahead.
Dominic,
Can
shout
I
out
be
to you.
added to the end of the queue at the very end?
Can y'all not add me to y'all submissions unless y'all saying how beautiful and gorgeous I am? Thank you.
Beautiful and
I'm
gorgeous.
gonna talk shit about Puerto Rico and Muslims. Oh, Monica's back.
Monica's back, but she wants. I think. Please, Monica, can you come? Monica?
You ain't read what she put?
What'd she say?
She said,
Why
put
do
in
I
the
keep getting
queue.
pulled out the
She
queue?
want to go after Timothy.
I do
Okay,
know
good.
Can you go now? Can you go ahead or no?
Thanks, Don. Let me wait, please.
Okay. All right. No problem. All right. Miss Speed.
Put me in the queue, Don.
Okay. There was one other
You in
person
the
that
queue.
called.
Off my. Oh no,
Who
you
was
not.
that called? Another person.
Yo,
I'm after
Liminal?
King.
Louis about to cry
No,
for
you
4
not.
minutes straight.
Yes, I am.
Louis,
Bro.
I can't.
Oh my
It
God,
might
bro.
be.
Yeah, this on
It
me.
might have missed it.
No, it's
No.
Is that my nigga Louis?
It's on Miss Fifi.
yeah,
Oh, my
it's
bad, my fault, Miss Gigi.
Okay, good morning. Oh, I said good morning. Good afternoon, evening.
Good evening.
Thank you. I just wanted to kind of throw my comments into the conversation. Earlier, I heard some statements that were being made, and it made me reflect on some things. So, what I will do is uh, hold myself responsible and do better um, with controlling my emotions. Um, Usually I'm chill, but some things I didn't know made me tick. You understand what I'm saying? So, all that to say, we all think that we are on a walkie-talkie, as my baby says. Mm-mm. We still feel energies, and when we in there battling with each other, we feel that energy for that moment. So I will be the first to say I apologize for this morning, Timothy. I know that, I know you're a very intelligent man, and I shouldn't have interrupted you. I should have waited. So I will say that. But I will not take this. Marty, Miss Fifi, I don't bother nobody. Talk, you know. I make it emotional when you start talking about my Black American roots. But somebody threw me down and then basically said I wasn't a woman. So I want them to say it to my PTR, what you have to say to me. And if you know who you are, and if you don't, that's fine too. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Miss Phoebe.
Yeah.
So much.
I don't know what.
Don, you ain't add us to the
Yeah,
in the chat.
I don't know what gay shit is being
Yes,
talked
I
about
know.
today. Seems like the whole room is in their fucking feeds. Don't need to hit the gym. Motherfuckers talking about here. Like I heard liminal bitch, and I came back and I heard liminal bitch so much that shit made me go back and do more reps. So I'm never as much of a bitch as like whatever liminal saying. Talking about this is the way I feel and you always cut me off. Anyway, I'm also gonna jump out of Jacobus in the clubhouse meetup. That motherfucker owes me $2,000. I'm willing to put apart $30 so he can buy fucking soap and scrub a dub the chest for PC ass. King's there to verify they lost that bet. What's next? Oh yeah, Mike. Is Mike here?
Nigga, King, what?
Hey yo, can you? Yeah, that's true. That's right, Jacobus. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Stop rape. Yeah, why you got chest herpes? Anyway, listen, you owe me $2,000.
Yo, add me to the queue, yo.
You thought me and you had the same type of job where you said, oh, you can't call off tomorrow and get a week off. Motherfucker, you gotta bring a doctor's note if you call off of work. You're not gonna get fired. Chest herpes, having ass, HPV nipples. Don't fucking talk to me. Number two, I think most of y'all don't hit the gym. I think that's why you all are pussies. You all should check your estrogen levels. Obviously, I'm talking to the men.
That's the peptides, nigga.
No. That's like I use soap, so like my skin is not like full of oils and doesn't clog me up, right? Anyway, yeah. That's pretty much it. Yeah. I'm gonna go drink a shitload of protein now. You'll take care. And fuck Jacoby.
Happy
Ass
peptide.
dirty ass motherfucker. I bet you fucking Oscar the Grouch's fucking asshole is cleaner than whatever is on fucking Jacobus' face. Thank you. Have a nice day.
All right.
So, I guess it's me next.
No, what's it called, Dawn? I don't know why Dawn just threw you in front of me in the queue.
Yeah, Don.
I was supposed
Because
to.
he
No,
has
I did post.
Excuse me, just a moment. Just a moment.
What's going on?
I will continue just a second. Because he had put himself in the queue and someone deleted it and I didn't get to see it. So he is technically, but he has a PTR of it. So he gets to go. So I'm sorry about that, Bill.
So,
the only one.
so where am I in this?
Be quiet, please.
King, you after
I disagree, but in the spirit of making things go forward, go.
Thank you.
You're not welcome.
Liminal, you got box of tissues ready?
Yeah, so
You got your cotton blanket?
I appreciate that for the correction. Yeah,
I don't accept it as a correction. I think it's an error that I'm allowing to happen.
it's not an error if you would take the time and scroll up, and you will find that it's not an error. But that's fine. You can say it's an error, but the evidence is there. So if you really want to know, go look for it. So the topic of like personally for me, I don't feel like I've never been bullied in this room, personally, and that's because people may see it as being bullied when one person jumps off a mic and scream and yell and big mic and continue to interject or interrupt. That for me personally, I don't find that as intimidating, dominating at all, because I know the end result of the app, right? This is an application, and people use this as some kind of scapegoat personally. So and that's fine. But when a person screams yell over me, I back, because the reasoning behind it is because that person want to be heard more than I'm heard, right? So I just give that space, whenever people need that space. I find it like weird that I'm a person that's really about the room and I'm for everybody in the room. I want to give the space for everybody to speak. But the moment I try to put people in their place or correct them on trying to have a conversation with each other, people tend to be like, oh, this person's crying, he's being weak, etc. No, I want to hear everybody play out. I truly sit back and I listen to what y'all be saying. And if one person is saying something and then the next person says something and then, one person interjects and then it becomes a screaming, yelling match, I can't really hear, the conversation at all. I can't even really think, well, for me, you don't even get to the point of the conversation. It just becomes this rhetoric going back and forth of like bitching at each other. Like, fine, we may have moments where we can do that. I'm not saying it has to be perfect, but what I am saying is that once we have these conversations, right, let's have the conversation. And when I point it out, it's not merely me trying to complain or cry. It's also, I'm not playing victim right now. When I try to have a conversation with y'all, it's more so people on micing because they don't like what I have to say, right? And I think that is like weird. I think like if you don't like what I have to say, you can have those emotions. But when it comes to actually expressing yourself, let that thought play out, and then you can interject and you can say whatever you like to say. Personally, I don't get my emotions about it. I just sit back and I go, okay, this person has this, they have a lot about me. But when I come off a mic and I want to have my say, interject, now I'm pissed because I've given you the space. Because I recognize that this is a space where we all want to be heard and we all want to express our thoughts. I am about the room and I'm about for everybody. I give compliments, which people tend to overlook, and I also give out my critiques. I think we all do that as human beings. We all have our opinions. And I'm all for all of that shit. But when you try to isolate me and make me seem like this, paint me as this like weird ass dude who always complain, you don't understand me and you don't try to understand me, which is fine. This is the internet. For me personally, I sit back and I listen to y'all. I want to understand y'all from my own personal level, and I want to, for me personally, get to a place of understanding people across the board because I am a leader and I deal with, like I said before, thousands of people. In order for me personally, on growing, in order for me to engage with them better, I use this app also as a tool to understand people across the board. I don't know what y'all want from me, right? When I come off a mic and I talk and you interject and you just belittle me, you're going to have to expect me to come back punching. You're supposed to be the most rational, and I use the word again, it's like said, the most intelligent people in the room, but yet you can't just listen to a person and go, I want to understand this person, I want to give this person space, and we can agree or disagree, right? It don't have to be a screaming and yelling match, but the bullying thing is not. I've never felt bullied, but I can see how it can play out. And I'll leave it there.
What's the
Alright. Someone wants to get in the queue?
No, it's on you.
Alright, I don't. We're talking about bullying in the room. We're talking about. I don't think.
It's the rapist complaining.
I kind of what.
Why do you keep talking about rape, bro? What the fuck is wrong?
You gotta let that go, bro. You'll feel a lot lighter when you let that go, bro. I promise you, bro. Just let it go. But in terms of like the bullying shit, I think for the most part, everyone here, because when I was listening to Nathan, he was talking about bullying being like preying on those who are weaker, and I'm thinking about this space, kind of like everyone kind of has gotten into it on a level to where like they've kind of like showed their claws or whatever. So I don't think there's anyone who's really weak. But I do think a lot of what does happen is the cry bullying stuff that King was talking about, where everyone's kind of there's like maybe a handful of people in the space who just aren't as confrontational, aren't really willing to quote unquote take it there when confrontation arises, and I guess we could consider bullying if people are picking on those people, and it's one sided, or if it's one sided in general, sure, you know that, but for the most part, I just see like two-way like bickering, that's just like not ending. It's unceasing, like bickering. It's not really one person's weak or anything like that. It's just like people. It's just people hold grudges and are unwilling to let those grudges go. And I don't know. It's annoying. I could I could sympathize with that if that's what you're like the deeper like the root of what you're at, Nathan. But I don't think it's bullying per se. I don't think anyone's really being. We're all adults. You could always check out of this shit if you want to. Like no one's holding you here. But um, yeah, I don't really know if I characterize that as bullying. And yeah, let me know sometimes, bro. Just I feel like you be taking shit niggas say to heart too much, bro. And I just it's it's just I don't like seeing how it seems you really get affected by what these niggas say. Fuck, who gives a shit? Like they're gonna feel a different way about you in like 15 more minutes when we talk about something else. It's like people are like how they feel ebbs and flows. You wouldn't take one moment too seriously because the next 50 minutes, 2 hours, we'll be laughing about some shit. I don't think that this is surface level. So if a nigga says your name, I just roll into his like, especially if it's surface level. It's not no harm no foul type deal. I just I'm sorry, I be feeling like I just feel like you be like really taking that to heart, and there's I think you don't have to, you know. And also, Jacobus, change the PTR, bro. Lighten up, bro. What would Jesus do? Think about that.
Kingsley. One mic on Timothy, please.
I mean, if Jesus is Yahweh, he kind of instructed the Israelites to rape a bunch of times, so I think he'd probably in support on Jacobus. I don't know if you can sit in a room, but I lift more than you. I just did lift more than you, so it doesn't apply to me. Without fucking protein shakes and peptides. And then the liminal guy, I mean, dude, if you feel like you're like, okay, I will offer an amnesty to anyone who ever feels like I'm bullying them. I personally feel like I have legit grievances with some people, and I'm avenging, injuries that I've sustained from their attacks. So if anyone ever comes to me and is like, oh, yo, I just want to squash it or whatever, I want a truce, armistice, I would oblige them. But I feel like they're crybabies, an accurate term. Like a lot of people here essentially just like on a specific day they don't want well, you don't really have to, you can't really dictate. You know what I'm saying? If you made it on site, then it just kind of is what it is. But to the liminal guy, I mean, it's not serious at all. I don't know what you stand for. I don't know any of your opinions. I don't know if you're a good or bad dude. I know you're really sensitive and shit. But this whole narrative, I mean, Nate does this shit where he just like picks a charge at random every month, like some American Idol shit. Like he just goes and picks one of the contestants. Or what's your backstory? You know, like fucking tries to boost you to fucking nationwide recognition. I guess he's doing that with Liminal now for whatever reason. I guess he finds it fun or whatever. But in reality, like, just be honest, you're so like milk toast and so kind of like uninteresting that or insipid that no one would have really an issue to attack you if you didn't attack them. The irony here is like the only reason you have little beefs with different people is because you behave like you're really snarky and you insult people in the side chat, and then when you come into the main chat or when you come into voice, you just attack people. Like the other day is the literal perfect example. I, and to God, forgot you existed on this planet or in this app, and then you come up, Mike, a side point and side tangent about logicism, which you obviously know nothing about. You came in to just like critique us and like accuse me at least of being like Dunning-Kruger. And you're well entitled to your opinion, I don't mind. But just to be clear, that's antagonistic. No one said a word about you. No one's going to talk about you. Like you cease to exist in the minds or imaginations of absolutely everyone in the room if you don't talk. And what do you choose to do? Your opening gambit is just insult someone. Okay, what happens? They insult you back. Okay, what do? You say, we need to lessen the ad hominems in the room, and we need to be a bit more brotherly, and there needs to be more camaraderie. Nigga, why did you start being rude then? You little shit. Like, be nice, innit? Put out what you want to get back, type shit. So don't be weirdo, don't be antagonistic, and no one's gonna be rude to you. Like, why would they? What do you believe? You're not. Are you a theist? Like, you're not a theist. Like, what your political opinions are? You Trump support? No one here fucking knows. So no one's just gonna attack you. Sis. Maybe like Monica will attack you because you're black. You know, like maybe Brad will attack you because you're black. But aside from that, I'm not gonna attack you, bro. Like, I don't know, like, even if you do have different political opinions, I wouldn't just attack you if you were cool. There's lots of people I'm like, King's my guy, he fucking has horrible views. Mike's my guy, he has horrible politics. But we're cool, so you can be cool with people, bro. Just like, don't be some snarky little fucking sassy bitch, and then like the second someone snaps back at you or is like has a louder bark than you, you go like, just can we not make it? Just stick to the subject and all this shit about like ad hominems and stuff. Listen, if you're a fucking idiot and you're a piece of shit and that influences your politics, then it's fair game. So I hate this dumb stuff. Don't try to psychoanalyze me. Don't try to do. No, it's fair game. It's gonna, if it informs your opinion, or if it's gonna be a way of like assessing the fucking dumb shit you're saying, then of course we're gonna include it, bro. And just finally, this will be the last time I insult you if you keep it cute from now on, yeah. But like, who the fuck are you to dictate to anyone like what's rational or conversational norms? Like,
who are you talking to right now?
You have liminal. You have nothing. Shut up. You have nothing interesting to say most of the time. So why are you the arbiter of who has a good conversation or what the right conversational style is? Actually participate in conversations. Be part of back and forth, not just cue where you get to monologue about nothing. Be part of some back and forth, and then you can tell us like, hey, I'm good at this thing. Let me give you some advice on how to have good conversations. Thus far, I've never heard you participate in a good conversation. Where the fuck are you telling us how to have a good one? It's like stupid. I'm done.
Hey guys, hi everybody. How's my audio quality? Is it okay? Am I low?
Unfortunately, it's great. This dumbass.
All right. So, I'd like to introduce some vernacular for white belt stillism consideration. I'd like to introduce the NAFI Award. The NAFI Award. The Nathan Accepted Promotion and Protection Award. I think Timothy qualified. I think Timothy's accent is pretty cool and groovy, and Nathan likes to pretend that we're cultured here, even though we're ratchet. And I think it's comical that Timothy says he's inclusive and tolerant, and that he's only mean people who he feels deserve that he's mean to. And the fact that he was the only one that laughed when he said Monica might attack you for being black. It's because my fellow white belt citizen members know I don't attack people because they're black. I attack them when I've been attacked or argue their dumb point when I want to introduce new information. I insult them that they're stupid, and that's why Timothy is accused that I attacked him all. So, what do you guys think of the NAFI award?
I think that it goes to Timothy's point about you attacking black people. Why'd you name an award nappy, and what was the why of
Monica! You crazy bitch!
Protection and promotion award.
There's no why in that,
That's
Monica.
Napa.
So where did you get nappy from? There's no why, Monica.
Monica, that looks bad.
You do the game.
You think
What the hell?
did you?
Oh my God.
Monica, there's no
I
why
have
in
a
that.
why. I can make a why.
Okay, so why do you want to call it nappy, Monica?
Because I thought it was funny.
Oh, okay.
I have it in the Discord as Napa, but I want to get extra.
So you wanted to say nappy.
I've been telling y'all she was racist.
You wanted to make it.
I've been telling y'all she was racist, but nobody listening.
Oh, guys. What a stress.
It's my turn, and we don't need you to tell us that. We've known her for a long time.
Jasmine.
Huh?
Jasmine.
Well, I'm saying we know
really
you. Whatever you are, we know. Whether you racist or not.
What am I, Jazzy? What am I, Jazzy?
A woman.
Uh-huh.
So, you done with your submission, or?
No, I wasn't. We worked
Okay,
here on
my bad.
acronyms. They don't like nasty, so we have to go back to the
Oh, it's
dashboard.
not that I didn't like it, Monica. It didn't spell nappy. You didn't have a word with the letter Y. That I didn't. You know, that's all I was saying.
Monica, when you said
All right.
initially, it's the only thing I couldn't even concentrate on your entire submission.
Oh, I know. It distracted you that much.
Yes, I was like, where's the lie? There's no lie.
Why? Because you yikes. But I think Napa's better.
Why don't you just say Napa?
Like Napa Valley. Yeah, you should go with
Yeah.
that. Yeah, that's better.
With the extra
Definitely.
P. I agree. I'll change it. Thank you guys for the feedback. Jazzy, the mic is yours.
Thank you so much. You should have stopped talking about 25 seconds ago, but thanks.
All right, Monica.
Cause
I'm
girl,
gonna catch you
that
in these
was,
streets, Monica.
yeah.
I hate dog collars. If y'all not nappy, y'all shouldn't be offended.
I am not.
all the black
Yeah.
You're still saying nappy.
One thing, nobody
I will
black
say
in here.
It
that's-
doesn't have a Y, Monica.
We're all
I will
offended
say
in a way.
nappy.
But the award doesn't have a Y though.
I just said nappy. That's all. I didn't talk about the award. I just said nappy.
So when you're saying that some of us are nappy, what are you talking about?
I said if you're not nappy, you shouldn't be
What is nappy? Because your acronym doesn't have a Y.
I called
What is it?
Timothy.
Okay, hold on. Let's just move
No.
on, cause y'all
If you're this is
y'all know
a
it's
racist
shit.
job.
Y'all already admitted it.
Y'all
And there's
no.
Q.
Y'all
Yeah,
gotta
that's when it gets
identify
shut down,
as nappy. It's weird. Y'all not
Y'all know-
nappy.
y'all
I
know
don't think of y'all as nappy. It's weird that
Okay.
y'all. It's not for you.
Wow, so that really shed some light on things, huh?
Can I say something real quick? All right, thanks. I love you guys. My submission is going to be about this so-called campaign for me to be a moderator. I do not consent. I have a lot of people blocked. I'm not unblocking them. Also, I'm a very biased moderator. Okay. If someone is doing something I don't like, I am gonna drop them and I am gonna remove them from the room. Okay. That's just the way it's gonna.
That's why you
gonna
should
go
be a
like that.
moderator. You're perfect.
No, that's why I shouldn't.
No.
And I don't want to be.
Perfect qualities.
1 second, I'm almost done. Thanks. I feel like
That's fine.
I feel
You
like
think
this
that all
is
the time.
definitely when it got dropped. I feel like this is a tactic by the moderation in the room to try to make me like fight Shasha or something, but a mod badge on Clubhouse doesn't equate to any dollars in real life, so I would never fight over it. And I think she is the perfect candidate for the moderator thing. So I think you guys should just assign her mod. I know P, by the way, but I think Shy would be a great addition to the moderation team. That's all I want to say. Thank you.
I nominate Jazzy to be a moderator. Wait, what?
Thanks, Jazzy. One Mic on King.
Hell no. Yeah, respectfully, Mike, Jazzy cannot, in any circumstance, be a fucking mother.
They don't get it. Like, I'm warning them now.
Run a fucking queue.
I do know how to run a queue, so I can run a queue without a mod badge.
No, he need Mons to do it right.
No, you need Mons.
You know what? Give her a green bean right now. Give her a green bean right now.
No.
So that's one thing that I love and respect about Jazzy. She's very self-aware, especially in this context. I've known Jazzy for a while now. She knows what she does, Mike. As a moderator, I've been in several rooms where she's been a moderator, including her own rooms. You do not want Jazzy as a fucking moderator. I love Jazzy.
King, respectfully, bro.
Respectfully,
King. You just don't know what you just don't know her worth. You guys made her believe that she was what they call it, nothing, bro. I remember this woman said this, right? She said that she was homeless at one point in time, and she met this lady, right? And they was talking about who? This one woman jumped up and said, "I had the stick so that I could be able to provide for my family."
What the fuck?
Exactly. And you know what the problem was?
It
It was
do
like,
with me.
listen, you gotta get a whole thing. It's gonna make sense when I finish. Listen, she said I had to suck dick in order to be able to provide for my family. And the girl thought about it. It's like, that's not true. You didn't have to suck dick to do that. You could get on welfare, you could get Section 8 housing. Those are a lot of things that you could utilize. But you know what? You went with a nigga that made you believe that that's the only value you had, sucking dick. And I'm telling you that, Jazzy, don't let these niggas make you believe that you don't have any value at all. You're not just loud. You're not just abusive.
I'm not just on welfare. Yeah, I'm more than that.
Jazzy, you are the future of moderators. You gotta be a moderator.
So y'all niggas still trying to turn strippers into housewives.
Hey, now you wanna fight.
Yo, King, they trying to turn felons into law enforcement.
Those are the best officers. Those are the best officers. They understand both sides.
Yeah, they've been there, done that.
Yeah.
Nah, Mike, they can't stop being corrupt, though. That's the problem, fam. That's the problem.
Give Jazzy a green bean.
No, did y'all bring up that gerrymandering thing to Finley?
Yeah, let's talk about that shit.
Well, hold on, Finley, they said you were wrong and Eric was right.
Oh, no.
Yeah, he was wrong. So Finley, you were wrong. It was a 6-3.
Surprise.
Wait. The Supreme Court rules on the 14th Amendment?
No, not that one. This is the gerrymandering.
The Virginia Supreme Court.
Versus,
Yes, when it comes to not Virginia. This is not Virginia.
that's the only one that I weighed in on.
This is about
Louisiana.
I didn't weigh in on the Louisiana one.
It was about Louisiana.
I didn't weigh in on the Louisiana one.
No, I didn't say you made a bet. I said you make an argument that they were going to rule against it.
No, I didn't.
I mean,
So even if it wasn't Louisiana, I think they made a ruling.
No, I didn't weigh in on Louisiana.
They made a ruling about gerrymandering.
But Louisiana specifically was the one that made it to the Supreme Court. Their map was based off of race. They drew seats based off of race.
But I'm saying, King, I didn't weigh in on that one. I didn't make a prediction on that.
You don't get it. It's a Supreme.
I didn't. I made a prediction. I weighed in on Virginia, the Virginia one, and that was it.
You don't get it. They made it to the Supreme Court, meaning this is gonna be. And Eric, you can correct me if I'm wrong. This is gonna be the law that every state has to follow.
Yes, every state has to follow this. You can no longer make maps based off of race.
Yeah.
That is over now.
So you were wrong.
So, for instance, the black districts, Finley in the South,
they're about to get diluted and destroyed.
It's all over.
What do you mean diluted and destroyed? This is a great.
No, it's not going to get destroyed. It's just
we'll have more representation that might actually change the way black communities do look dilapidated, right?
This is not going to change the makeup of black communities.
One second, I'm almost done. We're going to have actual people that's going to come in, Mr. Finley, and not just be Democrats. They're actually going to have to do something and provide something for these people.
No, what's going to happen is that they will not have representation. Yeah, and that's it. We're going to go back to where we were. Even less
how
representation.
It work? Oh, even less fortunate. So now they'll be dirt poor.
This has nothing to do with poverty. This is about
what's that have to do with
Democrats? Has nothing to do with politics. This has to do with representation. This has to do with representation in elected offices.
Yeah, but
what?
Family, the reason why I side with Jazzy is because I do think black people have essentially allowed their political clout and political chips to be mismanaged by Democrats. And this will, like Jazzy's pointing out, this will be a sort of wake up because it will force black people to kind of have to now strategize in terms of getting their out there instead of just assuming that Democrats are going to do these unconstitutional things. We now have to really think about how we're going to pull our weight in some of these states. So I see where she's coming from with this.
All it does is silence the little voice that blacks currently have.
We don't have a voice.
And
if you're not,
we have all it's going to do.
There's a queue.
All it's going to do is silence.
Mr. Finley, there's a queue. Let's
No, there's still a queue, and it's my turn.
Oh, my fault.
You're good. So
don't be in the queue then.
So very quickly, and Jazzy, that is a good topic. I'm surprised we haven't talked about it yet. But essentially, the Supreme Court actually today.
Mods are ignoring the queue. There is a queue.
Ma'am, I am the queue.
No, it's Jacobin.
No, it is me.
All right, he didn't finish his submission. All right.
Talking about. I was the one talking, and then they interrupted me.
You know what? Send them down for that, bro.
You know what? I will send this nigga down. Where is he at?
I'm just kidding.
Nah.
I'll mess it up.
So
I'm gonna say Mike advocated for the police brutality. I'm gonna say what?
And by the way, Mike, check your back channel. I sent you something. So this today has been a terrible day for Democrats. The Supreme Court has been ruling. Y'all go look at it. Don't believe me? Go look at the Supreme Court rulings. They've essentially been handing all types of wins and whatever to the Republicans and Trump. And again, that's not necessarily a good thing because the Republicans are like John Thune and some of these other folks are fucking retarded. But the gerrymandering that is going on when it comes to race-based picking up certain areas has been struck down. It was a 6-3 ruling. If I remember correctly, it was Sotomayor, Jackson, and Kagan that were the three who ruled against. So what essentially happens now is that all of these districts, specifically in the South, in some of the other areas too, but mainly in the South, in Georgia, Texas, and other areas, the Republicans will essentially in Tennessee also, Tennessee and Kentucky, the Republicans will essentially be able to redraw the map where they hand more House seats to Republicans without having to have an election. And so that is very consequential, especially for the midterms that are coming up. Because the narrative so far has been, there's going to be a blue wave. Well, guess what, nigga? That blue wave is looking like a drip, right? And so it is important that y'all understand. Now, this is different. This is different than what we're seeing in Virginia. So Virginia's redrawing of the map is not race-based. It is just simply based on their constitution. There were processes not followed, right? So there's a process that was not followed, which will likely be the reason why the map is not allowed. And it's state, it's not federal. So this is not something that can go to the Supreme Court. This is something that in Virginia specifically will be handled by the Virginia Supreme Court. Just so those who are following both understand, they're not the same. So the Supreme Court ruling is based on the race-based stuff, but Virginia specifically is based on procedure, and partly based off of because they have something about the way that seats can be divided up, blah blah blah, this and that. So I'll end it there since we're on this topic.
Yo, King, that was pretty good, Joe.
No, I appreciate it, bro.
You know what, though? I think you should expound on that a little more. So you know what I'm gonna do?
Wait, what?
I'm gonna give you my time, nigga.
Oh, yeah. What did you want me to say? I
like the Virginia procedure part. The Virginia procedure part you saw about.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I got you, Jacobus. So when it comes to Virginia specifically, the procedures. So for instance, when an election is supposed to come up and you want to change the seats, for instance, there are certain rules like, hey, we can only do this between, and this is just an example, January and April. But then the Democrats choose to do it during May. I'm just using this as an example. That's an example of a procedure that needs to be followed in order to get this done. So there's three of them, Jacobus. Typically, I don't remember them exactly, but there's actually 7 that the lawsuit puts forward that says, hey, we didn't follow these specific things, therefore throw this out. And if you see the judge that actually threw the map out, literally the next day after it passed, he cited those things. And so they appealed, and they're obviously going to appeal to the Virginia court. But like I said, because the Democrats did not go through these procedures, even if we grant them, yes, now the map is redrawn where Republicans basically have 1 seat and the Democrats have 9, just based off of procedure alone, the map will be thrown out. It's going to happen.
That was a say right now. The Democrats just lost.
Yeah, absolutely. So, Jacobus, if that's all you wanted to know, that's what I have to say on that. If there's any other specific thing, that's it.
That was pretty cool. Thank you, bro.
Sounds good. Appreciate it.
Clovis is up.
No, that was my goal. I gave him my time.
Oh, that's your goal. Okay. All right.
Get it together, Don.
Dominic is next.
I'm gonna yield my time to Billy. Concrete. Let's go, Billy.
All right. Thank you, brother Dominic. All right. I have no idea what you niggas is talking about.
Fuck.
Good, brother Dominic. No takesy backsies. No take backs. I have no idea what you niggas is talking about. And so I want to use this opportunity to continue to wage a war either against white women, cheeseburger Latinas, or chopped cheese Latinas, simp ass niggas who like to wag their finger, or I don't see. Oh, look at Caroline. What's up, Caroline? How you doing, girl? Caroline. We could. You know what? I'm gonna double back to yesterday's kerfuffle, debacle, total niggeristic meltdown, and I want to highlight how what you'll notice is that nobody's ever guilty in these rooms, right? If you confess and you tell the truth about what you did, that is an honorable person. That is a person with integrity. That is a person with decency. But if you are a nigga that stands on business when you're wrong, then you, sir, you, ma'am, have no integrity. You cannot look yourself in the face and say that I'm a truthful person. And not being able to look yourself in the face and admit or
not admit when you're wrong, that is an extreme failing. That is basically somebody who's driving, flying blind. You don't even know what the reality is because you told so many times such that you believe it. You're playing a character. What all is called method acting. When you never fucking break character and you're never wrong. And guess what? Women obviously have I think maybe more so than men. I don't know, I could be wrong. They have a higher propensity to engage such self-delusional behavior. But there is hope. And a chopped cheese queen demonstrated that she could be wrong, and then she demonstrated that she can fucking apologize. And to all of all people, a Nigerian warlord / diplomat, right? So I hope that the people from yesterday, Don, Nate, Carolyn, y'all can admit fucking knowledge. Y'all can admit, yo, I fucked up on that one. Eric, Psych, them niggas actually, they didn't fuck up. They had just a nefarious plan to destroy the Q, which is evil. How in the hell y'all niggas conspire against Don to destroy the Q? The Q is what makes them civilized. Look at y'all. All fucking well-behaved, manageable, hearing each other out, not spurging. The Q is to be respected and honored. That's why it's sacrosanct. It's the social fucking contract. You don't fuck with the Q because you hear niggas saying, no. We don't want the Q. No, the Q above all. Fuck your feelings, right? Because the Q is what keeps the Barbarians inside, right? Inside. Let them fight themselves on the inside. Pause. Not let them start beating their chest in society and throwing shit and shite and feces. Those are the three of the same thing, right? So yeah, Don got coerced by Eric and Psych. Carolyn got confused about cutting and paste fucking Q. Concrete was minding his fucking business, looking for the Q, copy, paste the Q, put your name. Fucking rules. I did. And then some asshole who likes interpersonal skills, who can't say excuse me and thank you and please and may I. They said, no, I'm next. I'm next. I'm next. I'm gonna say some a lot of mean things, get you to teach you about me, to tie down to me. I'm next. I'm next. No, nigga, we don't operate like that in fucking suburban society. This ain't a fucking ghetto. This ain't Popeye's chicken. This ain't Chuck E. Cheese. Where all the niggas hang out. If you're a suburban night in any of those fucking nigger fucking laced locations, you make sure you strapped. Or you have de-escalation skills for the whole crew. Because one, everywhere where niggas is at. In any fucking critical mass. Anywhere. You know why? Because one person who doesn't know the fucking rules of dealing with niggers is gonna get you all fucked up. Because you'll say, oh, what? Shit, I didn't know I stepped on you, bitch. You're like, this bitch. Next you walking up like, whoa, like Shauna, fucking yelling. Then you run up, and she in front of Bonisha's fucking face, and now here come her nigga, and now you in the mess. And now you in the mess because you didn't know how to fucking have interpersonal skills, you didn't know how to de-escalate, and none of your fucking crew members know how to do it. Now niggas is shooting, because niggas don't fight no more. Niggas is shooting. What are you gonna do? You think they're knocking the shits? They not finna shoot in front of Chucky? So these are the persons who will get you fucked up in real life. And you better be ready for them, because they ready for you. They were plotting on you while they were putting on their makeup. I wish a bitch would talk to me like that motherfucking shit. I wish a bitch would. I wish a bitch would. And then the nigga next to her, he said, God damn, this bitch is fucking crazy. I better make sure I'm ready, because she's gonna get me in some shit. Right? So that's a crew that's fucking ready mentally to fuck with you. Slightest of non-offenses. The slightest of I don't care about you. I don't be thinking about you.
That's not the lyrics. You gotta get it right, brother.
No, nigga, it's not the lyrics. It's fucking what Ply said during the fucking live, nigga.
Oh,
you big mad. You big mad.
I thought you were talking about I don't.
And niggas got, hold on, brother. Catch up later. And niggas got all kind of fucking scenarios worked out in their heads. And they tell you, when you get into the midst of them, they start going over the scenario that they've been playing in their fucking heads. You get to hear it all. This motherfucker want to play shit with me and talk shit to me. Like, motherfucker, what the hell? You been having a conversation with your fucking self this whole time? You want to put me in the middle of it? Between you, yourself, and you? Yo, that shit is crazy. And this is where it's all played out in the safety of the internet. And even here in the internet, niggas haven't developed the wherewithal, for the sake of the entertainment of the internet, the wherewithal to say, my bad. My bad. Oh, my bad. No. Don, stand on business on the internet. Carolyn, stand on business on the internet. And to a lesser degree, who else stand on business on the internet? Tons of people. I'm included. Fuck it, I'm included. I stand on business too. But only when it's righteous. Only when niggas is trying to bully and fucking control freak their way through life. You know what a control freak is? A control freak is a paranoid, hurt person that at one point were vulnerable, and unfortunately, you know, it is what it is, right? And so they became vigilant. Never again. In fact, instead of me being controlled and falling prey and being vulnerable, I'm gonna control. Never again. That's all they're playing in their head. Never again. How do you stay so vigilant? Never again. They're checking their weapon every fucking 5 seconds. Why are you checking your weapon? You just checked it 5 seconds ago. Why are you looking at your gun? Why are you pulling out your magazines? What is wrong with you? They're vigilant. They're never going to be taken advantage of again. Never. Baby girl. No. It's not like that. I'm just thinking, fuck you. Never again. Shooting on site. I'm shooting next time on site. I'm not asking questions. Start shooting. That's what we're dealing with. And so the rant has gone so long, it's been so performative, I forgot where the fuck I was going. Oh yeah, ownership of yesterday. Yes. Niggas gotta own it, B. Niggas like Don got played by niggas like Eric, and then niggas like Don, instead of gathering herself, she then got played by niggas like Nate. And then she had somebody try to help her who couldn't help her knowledge. And that's when she fucking just collapsed. And what did she default to? She just defaulted to Caroline, women, path of least resistance. I don't want to hear her yelling at me, because I know if Concrete start yelling at me, we'll be over it in like 5 minutes flat, 5 seconds flat, 5 milliseconds. Because Concrete don't give a fuck like that. But these motherfuckers, I'd rather get in the cage with the bear than these motherfuckers, right? And that's what happened to Don. So I gotta forgive her, but I also gotta get her to like own her own shit. She fucking adjudicated the most backwards, upside down fucking verdict yesterday I've ever seen in my fucking life. And she knows it. Because she did something under stress, which is try to get rid of the queue. She said, no more queue, no more calls. Then how do we stay organized, Don? How do we stay from all the clamoring voices to say their piece, like without any fucking direction or hierarchy or order? How, Don? But you can't explain it to her. So she has to experience the chaos. And then guess what she said today? Put your name in the queue! Cut and paste, put your name in the queue! The fuck? Why do we have to go through this experiment yesterday? Oh, Eric and Mike, they stressed the shit out of her. Anyway, so at the end of the day, Eric and Mike conspired against Don. Nate sat back and watched it and let her fucking drown under the weight of her own ignorance. Because he was getting back at her for some other shit that happened earlier. And I saw it. They tried to say something about the cue and Don said, get out of the way, get out of the way. This is my cue, this is my cue. Oh, okay, you want the cue? So you got, this shit was crazy. Anyway, I had a great time yesterday. Hanging out with niggers. And it has to remind you, bro, when you bump into a nigger, you say, I'm so glad I have a normal life. I gotta call my parents. I gotta say thank you for shielding me from the negrosity and the debauchery. And I need a word that caucasity. Coonery. Coonery. Thank you.
Yosemite. Thanks, Concrete.
Be placing the queue as well, too. Can I go after Coco?
No, you can't.
Can I say fuck the Q?
No.
The Q said no thank you, Jessica.
Of course, yeah.
We don't have
Yosemite's still here?
Nah, she left. Yes, I
She
am.
did.
I'm still here. That's your bad. You get to give her time to make it.
It's on Ash. Wait. Hold it. I was passive aggressive with who? Ashley. It's on Ash, and then Eric, Mr. Finley, Coco, and then Nate and Jessica.
People in our culture are terrified of nothing. They're terrified of death. Always be ready to survive alone.
First off, Mont, how much do you guys get paid to do the grueling job of children's moderators?
Zero.
Everybody. Exactly. Wait, it's my turn. Q. Well, Nathan, you're the owner of the room, so you would be the one that was supposed to pay these people.
The currency is dopamine.
Okay, but anyway, they're not being paid to wrangle everybody like
individual rights, expanding as in reference to 1776, that the Constitution provided and the court supported it. I believe that's a progress in the history of this country. Do we want to take that away? Do we want to dial back because of some of the measures to right past wrong are not considered fair or right? Should we go back to position zero? Again, most people say that's not going to happen. Well, I think the trend, the spiral that you're discussing, it makes me, at least, if I were a betting company, I would not refuse that possibility that things like that might happen. May not be exactly like taking away women's right to vote or taking away, reinstalling slavery, maybe. But remember, we're looking at citizenship. Birthright citizenship is not there anymore because of the perception of these sort of foreign invaders that are giving birth on this land to become citizens. And there's a good chance that part of the Constitution might be read as not there. The court will make the decision later this year. Now, if you extrapolate that, the trend is very, very concerning indeed.
So a prime example, since you mentioned the Voting Rights Act, and I'm old enough to remember Jim Crow. I'm old enough to remember in the Deep South when you walked into an establishment of public accommodation, there were signs that said, "We exercise the right to refuse service to anyone." And that was code for anyone who is not white. And that's no longer allowed because of the Civil Rights Act. I guess we were talking about the Voting Rights Act, not the Civil Rights Act, but the point still stands. Today, we would say, well, that's a good law, that you can't discriminate against black people. But there's another side to it, and it could be packaged not as an erosion of rights to any one group, but to a restoration of rights to the landowner, to the proprietor. I own a restaurant It's my property. It's private property. Shouldn't I have the right to determine who I allow to walk through the door? Shouldn't I have that right? It's my property. So I'm not arguing that, folks. I'm just saying that that could be an argument used. We're not trying to discriminate against anybody and prevent them as a group from going into Gary's establishment. We're just wanting to restore Gary's rights. I mean, this is exactly what we're seeing with DEI prohibitions. DEI was considered, or affirmative action as it used to be called, basically by society, at least by liberal society, I don't know about all society, but probably a majority of society, as moving forward, a movement of enlightenment to ensure that everybody has an equal opportunity. Now it's considered as prohibiting opportunities from a different class of people, right? So while I don't think, I can't envision taking away the right for women to vote, I could certainly see that provision of the Civil Rights Act being struck down as being discriminatory against not a group of people based on race, but a group of people based on ownership, i.e. the owners of the establishment.
Another example, Gary, relating to what we talked about yesterday is freedom of speech, is that, for example, nowadays, if you happen to be a foreigner, for example, having a visa, trying to enter into the United States, then you really don't have a lot of freedom of speech, because if you say something bad or negative, or even ridiculing the president or vice president of the U.S., that's not allowed. Meaning you will.
If it's on your social media, you won't be allowed into the country.
Right. Now, this is more importantly what I'm about to say. The people may say, "Oh, who cares? Those are foreigners, right?" It's not impacting us who are living in the U.S. citizens. Well, is that the case? I think the James Comey is a very interesting example that the grand jury actually indicted him when he was actually, I believe, outside the government. He was not the FBI director anymore when he posted that picture on the beach for one day, but not less than even a day. And like I think William was saying that, did he make any specific threat about such and such a time, such and such a way to do something bad to the president? No. He essentially posted a picture, basically showing his disapproval of the 47th president. At least that's one way of looking at it. Well, I think combined to what I said about the actual measures being executed against foreigners in terms of their freedom of speech, or the lack thereof, I think that erosion is happening even to U.S. citizens. Yes, it's happening to James Comey, who happened to be a political enemy. That's why you can say that's why he was indicted by the Justice Department. And you'll say, hey, I'm not a political enemy of the president, so that's not going to happen to me. Well, I mean, we're all.
But should that be the benchmark?
Sorry?
Should that be the benchmark of whether you're admitted into the country or not, whether you were critical of the President of the United States? What if you're laudatory of the President of the United States and you feel, oh, I'm immune from being prohibited from entering the country, but when I come back 4 years from now and the president is a Democratic president and they see that I was laudatory to the previous president, they might deny me entrance. I mean, how can that even be a reason?
Well, Gary, people can say, those are the damn foreigners, who gives a shit, right? But let's pay attention to history. 1950s, the McCarthyism, the Red Scare. It's not that long ago. Some people in this room might even be alive in 1950s. This is really not that far off in terms of our rights to speak freely of our minds. And this is one of the things that U.S. is really pride itself over all the other dictatorship countries, right? Nowadays, if you are, the Kathy Griffiths is another example. You can say, oh, that's grotesque, blah, blah, blah. But could that be viewed as an artistic expression on the part of a
It's
comedian?
John from Hinge.
Well, I think that was even a few years ago. So I think the rights, freedom of speech, nowadays with AI, I think it probably will exaggerate the rights as laid out in the Constitution. Whether as citizens we do believe we should uphold those rights to think freely, to express ourselves freely, to be judged by our actions, not by our thoughts. I'm not so sure anymore. Again, James Comey is one person. You can say that's an aberration, but the trend is really there. The reporters are being pepper sprayed during the ICE actions. The reporters, they were just like reporting, but they were viewed as being interfering with ICE actions. And under the law, ICE had authorities to actually punish those reporters. And that is real. That's for U.S. citizens, not for foreigners. So I think we really, as voters, we really have to think carefully and really hard, because I'm afraid that this is not just, oh, it's happening to other people. It's not me. It's not going to happen to me. Okay, I'm not a foreigner. I don't need a visa to come back to the U.S. But I think those thoughts are short-sighted. When I say short, I don't mean like 100 years. It could actually happen maybe next 5 years. That would impact the rights of U.S. citizens, and that definitely makes me think we're in a perilous position.
So to some extent, that's already true when it comes to United States citizens, and not that they can prevent you from entering the country, but they can make it very difficult, because U.S. citizens returning to the country are subject to warrantless examinations of their electronic devices, their phones, their laptops, and their social media by Customs and Border Protection officers. Well, now, why would they do that? The Customs and Border Patrol says it has the authority to search all arriving baggage and devices to ensure compliance, I'm reading from their website, with customs and immigration laws. So they assert that the border search exception to the Fourth Amendment, that there is a border search exception to the Fourth Amendment against unreasonable searches and seizures. Now, the government says the scope of those searches are limited, but they are reviewing photos, text messages, social media content, digital contraband, as they call it, to assess admissibility. And if you as a U.S. citizen refuse to unlock your device, you may, but doing so might lead to that device being seized and or you being detained. They can't force you to reveal your passwords. They can hold your devices for long periods of time. And I have read advice from travel experts who suggest that when you travel overseas, leave your phone at home and get a burner phone and get a virtual SIM card like Cricket or something, so that you can still maintain your phone number and maintain your contacts while traveling, but you'll have a clean device when re-entering the country. Well, why would a U.S. citizen have to do that? You're exercising your right as an American citizen to express whatever you want to express, unless you're using your device to say, the contraband comes to mind. So if it's like child pornography on your device, I understand that.
Trash. Arrest all the
Or
criminals he's let loose.
if you are texting
the sheriff needs to arrest you.
some kind of a terroristic plot,
now.
I understand that, but they have real wide discretion when it comes to this.
You better stop voting
So,
Democrat and crush the
if you
liberals
are
and do this to your daughter.
theoretically somebody who's active on Clubhouse, this room isn't being recorded.
Yes, it is. It is, Gary.
Active on Clubhouse, and you say things that they may view as not being conducive to readmission to the country, they can make it difficult for you to re-enter the country. So, is the next step not allowing people to enter? This administration is already talking about people who have immigrated to the United States and then become citizens, having their citizenship stripped. Your citizenship, or my citizenship, if I was born in this country, my citizenship can't be stripped. but maybe yours, if you're a citizen and you were born elsewhere, can be potentially under what this administration is talking about. So I don't think you're so far off base with your concerns, Ben.
And by the way, you're saying this room is not recorded. You know, there are anonymous individuals that they are.
There are people who do recording, yes. I mean, there are people, once you're out here, there's nothing to prevent people from recording what you say. You're absolutely correct. Thank you, Ben. We'll go to Brian, followed by Hermes.
Hey, Gary. I think good conversation so far. I'm a little more optimistic. I think the fundamentals of our society are resilient enough, and I think we see that. There's some evidence to indicate that it's working as it should, as it was designed, the branches of government. Yeah, I have some issues. I mean, generally speaking, the Congress has abdicated a lot of its responsibility for legislating to the executive branch. They give too much power to the agencies under the executive branch, and they pass omnibus spending bills, and then they go back and they defend it by saying, well, I didn't like this, I didn't like that, but I had to vote for it because, X, Y, and Z. So, I mean, yeah, there are some parts of the government that have evolved, I'd say, away from the way it was intended, like the checks and balances are weakened because of that abdication of the legislature to the executive branch. But I mean, from a I guess broader perspective, I think the foundations are strong. We have the greatest economy in the world. I don't think that's really going to change anytime soon. But that once our economic policy goes and drives us into, say, bankruptcy or, collapse. I think if our economy collapses, our money collapses, then that would be the time to panic. So looking at the debt, and how much of our annual budget goes to servicing the debt, that's an issue. But I think if you look at the way the country has unfolded from its beginning, there were people, around the world who didn't want America to form, didn't want America to survive, didn't want America to thrive, and they certainly don't like us being a superpower. I'd say primarily, Marxists and, people who are big statist government types. And for whatever reason, they oppose America being founded on Western Enlightenment values. And so just philosophically, fundamentally, they don't like the way that America is built, designed, founded. And you see a lot of Marxist ideas that I think are our long-term threat. Like Gucci's Long March to the Institutions, right? So in the mid-'60s, there's a Marxist who basically says, hey, we're not going to defeat these guys economically or militarily. The way to defeat America is to infiltrate the institutions and undermine them from within. And so I think that's where we see a lot of things happening now. You see a lot of people inside the government who are anti-government, a lot of people inside, these institutions that are anti-American, and they work to undermine the effectiveness, like the rule of law. You see a lot of activist judges, things like that. That's what I would consider to be an indication of some of the undermining of the institutions. But you also have the issue of, the culture wars. And, we went through a lot of back and forth in the 60s, a lot of political violence, a lot of, emergence of the hippie movement, and, a lot of those slogans took hold, for a generation. But, recently you've seen kind of a counterculture. You see a lot of trad wife stuff where people are kind of moving away. They've gone through one or two generations of single motherhood and, collapse of the family, and they realize the effect that has not just on individuals, in those families, but the entire community. And, so there's a return in a lot of the younger generation towards more traditional values, more, let's say, conservative values. And, I think the younger generation, if I recall, is having less sex, drinking less alcohol, doing a lot of things that previous generations.
Based on Dan's ex post, I'm calling the police and FBI to have his access to firearms restricted. Danger to society.
We need to have the back and forth. I wouldn't want to live in a country governed by Republicans or only by Democrats. We have to have the dispute. We have to have.
Right, but the question of the day is not the back and forth, not the tension between the parties. It's the misuse, potentially, of the tools in their hands. So let me give you a hypothetical. Before I ask you the hypothetical, Brian, I want to ask you, do you feel that the prosecution of James Comey is political, or because there was an actual threat made by the former FBI director on the life of the president?
I think it was political. I don't think a threat. I mean, yeah, 86 means to eliminate, so it's a reach to kind of say that it was a direct threat. So I think
okay, political. So, getting to the whole concept of the discourse today, if in the future there's a Democratic president, is it beyond the realm of possibility, if we continue with this tit for tat, that president will direct his Justice Department to indict Kash Patel?
I mean, yeah, there's a risk to that, but I don't really see that as a threat because what will happen is you will have a slower response. It will have to go through the voting process, the election process. But you'll have, I think what really is going to happen is the threats like you're describing are going to just indicate to people, I like that or I don't like that. And then what we've seen happen for like the past 30 years, you've seen a mass exodus from blue states. So as blue states like California, New York, Illinois, Massachusetts, etc., have grown in their promises and size and scope and taxation and all that, people are fleeing and they're going to, it's called red states, Texas, Florida, North Carolina.
Actually, there's an exodus from Florida right now because of rising prices. People are leaving Florida in pretty large numbers.
So that's a good indication, though, of what I'm saying.
But I mean, what does that have to do with the question at hand, where people live? I don't get it.
Because what that means is the states that are represented by people moving with their feet will indicate the strength of the Congress to hold the executive branch and the judicial branch accountable. So if you get, let's say, some jackass, like let's say Trump, he offends a large proportion of society, and people at the local, state, federal level don't like it. They turn on him. Let's say his base turns on him. You're going to see that in the next elections. You're going to see that in the next 2 or 3 elections. So there will come a candidate or a series of candidates who say, look, I'm not Trump. I'm not going to govern like Trump. I think he corrupted things. I think he mismanaged, weaponized the judicial branch, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, but the Republicans claim that this all started with the Democrats weaponizing the judicial branch against Trump. So this is why I don't.
That's how the process should work.
It should work that way.
It's working as it should.
So from your perspective,
because of that.
So from your perspective, it's not eroding public confidence in the government. Everybody's cool with it, and the republic will survive. But
I don't think everybody's cool with it, but I do think it will survive because you will see. I mean, if people get fed up with Trump, if the base turns on Trump, he won the swing states, he won the majority of the election, the popular vote. If people turn on him, his base turns on him, then we'll get an anti-Trump. Just like you could say Trump was an anti-Obama. So the system is working as it should. And when the 3 branches of government, or the 3 houses, the 2 houses and the president, the houses of the legislature, are divided.
You were a horrible leader.
You see people get frustrated.
Right, I get all that. But I think where you and I diverge. Where you and I diverge is in my concern that it doesn't matter whether it's your guy or my guy who's in the people's house, whether it's your folks or my folks who are controlling the Congress. What matters is, will there be the perceived continued abuse of the powers that they rightfully have at their disposal for political reasons? And my point is that I'm concerned. The answer to that question is yes. I think what you're saying is yes, but it doesn't really matter.
I'm saying yes, and the reason it doesn't matter is because there will be enough of a responsive, reflexive reaction to, corruption, to, the economic instability that comes from undermining the rule of law. Examples that you saw defund the government or defund the police movements that happened over the last 5-10 years, and how those municipalities quickly reversed course.
Yeah, but that's not really addressing the question of the abuse of the power given to the various governmental agencies and the legislative branch. What you're saying, I'm not arguing any point that you've raised, but I don't think it directly responds to the question at hand. Others may see that it does, and that Gary is not grasping the point, and I will give you that possibility. Thank you, Brian. We'll go to Hermes, followed by Scott.
Good afternoon, good evening, or good morning, depending on where you're at. Is it David? Or the gentleman that was speaking before me, Brian, I guess, he made a comment. He said, things are working as they should. And I completely disagree with that, right? I've watched King Charles do his address to Congress, and man, that he is such a class act. Everyone there was happy. Everyone there was supporting him. It's like he was able to bring Republicans and Democrats together in such a way that in a long time in that building. And it almost, I started thinking about it. I went to a castle today here in Mexico, and I was thinking about this whole thing, and I was thinking about what I wanted to say here when I came to your room, Gary. And watching King Charles, he talked about checks and balances, and he's a king. He's a real king, right? And maybe, just maybe, we need to have a monarchy. Maybe we go back to Great Britain. I know that would never happen, but it just makes me think like, I don't think we're on the right path. It seems like everything is being diminished and degraded, and it's getting worse. And I'll leave it there. Thank you, Gary.
Thank you, Hermes. Scott, followed by Daryl.
Yeah, so I think, Gary, the Republic is in peril. We're not self-governing.
If this video gets 5 likes,
I think on some level, Republican government, small r, it involves people being self-governing and not being tribalistic. And, Aristotle and Plato both, they disagreed on many, many things, but they both agreed that you needed a kind of self-aware populace to have a Republican government. And we're not capable of a republic. So I think that's, I think we will be in some form of totalitarianism. Left or right, I don't know. But the republic is probably over. And I'll turn it back to you, Gary.
Wow, what a dour view of things. Worse than mine. I thought I was going to be accused of being, presenting things in a bummer mood. Scott, you trumped me on that, and no pun intended.
Daryl. Very powerfully and strongly. He's very strong and very powerful.
topic is really timely because I listened to some of what King Charles had to say, and I thought about, okay, where are we in America as compared to the other countries that were part of the Commonwealth? Are we better off? Are we not better off? And in many ways, we're clearly better off. We're really fortunate that we have oceans that are moats on both sides. We used to have friendly neighbors to our north and to our south, and that relationship is imperiled. But the continental United States is clearly blessed with the best defensive geographic architecture of any place in the world, and the best inner waterway system for transport of goods, being basically the Mississippi River Basin of any place in the world. Nobody comes close to it. So, are we imperiled? Yeah, the point you raised about Rome is really a good question. Are we do have a jeopardy, as Dr. Francine suggested, a constitutional convention. And she also, I don't think that's going to happen, but it could. And she mentioned Citizens United, which I think is a fundamental, pivotal mistake made by our courts that declare that corporations are people and that money is speech. And I think that perverted some of the concepts in a way that's going to have long-term detriment to the country of equating money with speech and corporations as people, and the ideas of personhood. Yeah, that deserve to evolve, but corporations are not people, and so there needs to be some fundamental reforms. And can it be done outside of a constitutional convention? Yeah, the only way you can do that is by legislation, for practical purposes, or judicial decisions. But the justices are not term limited, and they're going to be in there for life. And we basically know where they stand, at least for the most part. We know where they stand. So outside, and I don't know if the court really can be reformed by legislation. That might require a constitutional amendment or a constitutional convention. And if you have a constitutional convention, one of the outcomes could be that the country would decide to dissolve in part. That's a theoretical possibility. So, what would we be left with? A country on the West Coast, a country in the Midwest, a country on the East Coast.
Country of Texas, it's a republic. The Republic of Texas.
That Lone Star State definitely would want to be, well, not definitely, but likely, would want to self-govern and not have outside interference. So it could change things radically. So I don't think a constitutional convention is likely, but yeah, it could happen. And the decisions that are being made now have weakened the United States from the perspectives of national defense. So our interests are not just, are we in peril? Yeah, we have worldwide interests. We have interests in Guam, in Palau, in along the Pacific Rim, in Europe. We've got bases all over the world, and so part of what makes us strong is the United States dollar being the reserve currency, and one of the main exports that we have is U.S. dollars, and the political power that we have around the world, and that's definitely been weakened with the drastic loss of allies due to our betrayal of our alliances. So, are we in peril? Yeah, we're in peril of real negative consequences from the shift away from the dollar and that's going to take a long time. It's not going to be fast, but once it starts, like empires, like the Soviet Union was under stress for a long time, and it seemed like it would never end and it would stand forever. So these things happen slowly, and then they happen all of a sudden. So we can be under stresses slowly, and then ultimately the collapse or the disintegration can be all of a sudden. And that's been a historical pattern for empires, and we are an empire throughout history.
So, from my perspective, William, if things break up to where there are multiple republics, I'm going to just fix that little interruption that we're getting. If Clubhouse is commenting, there we go. Then I'm going to declare myself a citizen of the Conch Republic. That's where I'm moving, to the Conch Republic.
Is that down in the Keys? I think that's Key West.
Yes, you are correct. And they did declare their independence.
You have at it. Enjoy.
For one day, they declared their independence, I think it was. Thank you, William. We'll go to Barbie, followed by Austin.
Hey, well, I'm 2 hours from the Conch Republic, so, welcome one and all. It's a lot of fun down there. My comment is, I actually do think it's apparel, and it's just, I do agree to a degree. It would seem that everything's working as it should because the pendulum is swinging back and forth and all of that. If you think there's nothing different, though, than the past 20, 30, 40 years, there is a difference now, and that difference is technology, and that difference is AI. And so I would say that if we did not have that factor, then I fully believe, hey, yeah, the pendulum will swing back.
Your microphone's open, but we're not hearing your melodious tones. Barbie, we lost you there. Austin, followed by Urimo. Austin.
Hi, am I coming in clear? It sounds like I don't have the best cell phone reception right now.
We hear you.
Am I in the Matrix or?
No, we hear you loudly and clearly.
Okay, cool. Sorry about the technical difficulties. Anyways, when I only had a minute to talk earlier and I had to run, I was starting to talk about, what kind of country do we want? Are we really working towards a vision? Do we really have visionary leadership? Is hate a temperament of leadership that we want? I think these are really important things to consider. I think it's important to look at social contract theories, like what's the agreement between the consent of the governed and the government? What kind of government do we want to elect? Who are our allies, and are they going to stay our allies? And what purpose does greed serve in our society? Does everyone need more? Do younger generations that can't find jobs, and 10% of workforces at large publicly traded companies are just fired without thought of how they might find a job in the future during a bull market? I think we need, I don't think we need a fundamentalist Great Awakening, but I think it is really faulty to create curse words out of words like liberal and woke, because a lot of people need to wake the heck up and look around and see the world from some other perspectives. I think our nation will endure. I think the republic will endure. And I hope we find really sage leaders. King Charles, as mentioned, was highly impressive and highly learned. We needn't not only elect people with upper class accents and upper class vocabularies and upper class cadences, yet at the same time, We want to make sure our leaders are presidential and diplomatic. I think diplomatic's incredibly important. And folks to realize, like, it's watch the reality television shows on the television. You don't need to elect a reality television character to govern us. Like, I think a lot of people have had experiences with bad bosses. Someone I know who's quite conservative mentioned, I'm hiring my politicians. If you get to choose which boss you hire, what type of boss do you want to hire? Because people have compared Donald Trump to that like weird 90s like puppet dinosaur show where he's like the angry dinosaur boss. It's always
right, but this discussion really is not about Donald Trump specifically, although yes, this use of lawfare is obviously, in my opinion, occurring with the prosecution of James Comey, and I cannot imagine that the government will prevail on this, but who knows? You never know. But the question is, are the abuses that people believe that they see, the Republicans felt that there were abuses by the Democrats when they came after the president during his first term, especially with the impeachments. That was a use of a tool given to the Congress that they felt was being abused because they just didn't like Donald Trump. And now we see Donald Trump using the Justice Department to go after people, supposedly, and federal agencies to go after people and their companies because they disagree with him. So that would be an abuse on that side. So my concern that I'm proposing here is that we have this tit for tat going on right now that will likely continue beyond this administration, long after Donald Trump is no longer president. Even if the next president is this fabulous statesperson and not a reality TV star, as you point out, that then when the Democrats are in office, they're going to do the same thing to the Republicans. And then when the Republicans are in office, they're going to do the same thing to the Democrats. And if, in fact, you accept that possible proposition, what effect has that on the stability of the Republic?
What I'm getting at, though, is where I was trying to go, we have a pick-your-own-adventure book. We could choose to elect a great statesman, and a great statesman won't be petty. A great statesman will acknowledge the norms that make sense of the past and integrate into a future of increasing AI technology, and will adjust to new systems of leadership. It can't be command and control egotism forever. Like, we're in the 21st century. Let's stop tabooing words like liberal. Like, we love liberty in this nation. And let's stop tabooing words like woke. Let's wake up and stop the liberalism.
So your observation or your argument is that the ship of state will settle on a steady as she goes course once this administration is gone, and we won't see a continuation of the tit for tat that Gary is so concerned about.
Well, I think it's either is possible, but it's a pick your own adventure, and I don't know. I really like the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King quote. Like, I'm not quoting this perfectly, but like, the arc towards justice is like a long time horizon, but the curve of the arc bends towards justice.
Thank you for that, Dawson. Yuri Emo, followed by Marcus.
Hey, thanks for inviting me to speak. I just want to read off two quotes that I came across over the years that somehow address this, the prompt of this room. Quote number one is from Cicero. It's from his On Duties, section 11, line 46. That's where he wrote, "It is true that non-citizens are not entitled to the rights of citizens. Let legislation to this effect was introduced by those outstanding Vice Counsel Lucius Licinius Crassus and Quintus Musius Scaevola. But the exclusion of aliens from the city's amenities is completely opposed to natural human relations. Quote number 2 is from Judge Learned Hand, who's a great American jurist. He made a speech in 1944 during a I Am an American Day parade, where he said, "Liberty lies in the hearts of men and women. When it dies there, no constitution, no law, no court can save it. No constitution, no law, no court can even do much to help it. While it lies there, it needs no constitution, no law, no court to save it." And I think to answer the question whether the Republic is in peril, my 2 cents is that I think, without addressing the geopolitical events, without addressing the specifics in politics, if you compare the energy in this country today to what it was from 20 years ago, maybe even 10 years ago, there was a distinct difference, right? America has been in grave dangers multiple times before. The First World War, the Second World War, the Cold War, the national crisis at the beginning of the century, the financial crisis. But I don't think any of these events really took away the vibrant energy in this country. It has always been confident in itself. It always has convictions in its creeds. It was once welcoming of foreigners. It was magnanimous once upon a time. But now a lot of this energy is gone. The fact that people start to hate their neighbors, they hate foreigners without knowing who they are, and the fact that this confidence is slipping away. And I think that rings an alarm bell to most, or at least it should ring an alarm bell to most people of how it got there. I don't have a great solution to it, but just as an observer, I think a lot of things are in peril, including this republic.
Thank you. Your Cicero example is pretty interesting. Obviously, he did not participate in the writing of our Constitution, which notably uses the word people, not citizen, throughout, which has been interpreted consistently by the Supreme Court as to suggest that the protections of the Constitution extend to non-citizens within the United States, especially with regard to the First, Fourth, and Fifth Amendments, which they ruled specifically on. Thank you for that. We'll go to Marcus, followed by David.
Yes, hello, Gary. So, yes, I agree. We are in the beginning of a severe crisis which affects all multipolar societies, and yes, we are one of them, the biggest. Secondly, the crisis is the evaporation of trust, the ingredients which keep the society together. And we are just at the beginning because AI will accelerate that in a way. Buckle up. But
boy, is that not, you have no idea how right you are. Today, somebody wrote something in the chat, and somebody else thought that it was AI generated, and the person protested, no, those are my words. Now we have to defend what we are saying, because you may not believe that this is Gary saying what he is saying. Maybe I am an avatar. I don't know. Let me look in the mirror. Well, even looking in the mirror, I'm not certain. I make a little light of it, but holy cow, Marcus, you're absolutely right. After the shooting at the Washington Hilton, circulating online was a picture of the prone suspect wearing an IDF t-shirt. And some people thought he really was wearing an IDF t-shirt, which of course he was not. So you're right. You really hit the nail on the head with that one.
Now comes the solution, Gary. Thank you. So we are the most creative society to the German immigrant. In 1913, 1913, the Congress passed a law to create the Federal Reserve. Why? Because there was a run on banks, there was turmoil in our society. We have to do something similar and create a new institution which has a dual mandate like the Federal Reserve. Number one, find ways to increase trust in our society. I have a few ideas how to do that. And secondly, at the same side, it's the same thing as a collateral impact, decrease corruption. As simple as that.
Well, I think that would put more stress on the system, but it might resolve the problems. Supposedly that's what the courts are for, but lately the courts have been ruling, and maybe not lately, based on political ideology sometimes, rather than on strict interpretation of the law. And I know that in the past, it was people on the right who were complaining about the liberal justices and judges, and now it's people on the left complaining about the conservative justices and judges, and maybe that's just human nature that occurs. I want to ask you something, Marcus, for my own edification, based on a conversation I had yesterday, which you may have heard with one of your fellow countrymen. Are there First Amendment-like protections in Germany similar to what we have here in the United States?
It's a little different. Every country has its own neuroses, historical damages, and dark sides, so it's crafted differently. But yes, you can also have an opinion and utter it frankly. But obviously there are certain areas where it's more sensitive.
Gotcha.
Like
so,
the US,
so I remain confused as to the point that the person was making. I was going to say that it was because
you lust for me?
Didn't have free speech rights, but you say that one way or another, they are there. So now I remain confused over yesterday's
it's such a formal thing. Some people would argue we don't have a First Amendment, but that's just it's a superficial look at it.
Well, obviously you don't have the First Amendment in Germany because the First Amendment specifically is unique to the United States. But you know, you have traffic laws in Germany, which are similar but maybe different in some respects to the United States, but pretty much the same. And so I imagine that this is as well. Thank you, Marcus. We'll go to David, followed by Philip. Howard, are you back? Okay, apparently not. David, followed by Philip.
Hey, Gary.
Hey, David.
Chris, you are a schmuck.
I would say it's changing, it's morphing, it's being rejiggered to diminish democratic processes. The Supreme Court front and center again with regard to more voting rights restrictions. It's interesting that 5 of the 6 justices are white Americans. Only one is African American, who really, if you were to criticize the decision, would be the only one really to say, hey, this may not be a problem anymore.
They're calling for it now. No one wanted this, but woke liberal domestic terrorists.
But the issue is really that the United States has never really been a place that's wanted to share its successes, share its land, share its resources with everybody. A lot of the sharing that's now taking place in this country has been hard-won, has been fought by every conceivable disadvantaged immigrant or minority group, even the ones that were here, that were landed on, have had to fight to retain their lands, have had to fight to retain their modicum of dignity and existence in this country. So it's rather rich that these settlers, these immigrants of settler colonialism, the five justices who represent the people who came here
Give him
and who enjoyed most of the spoils of this great nation, are now saying, "Hey, it's all fair now. It's all play. It's all lit. It's all level. Let's they've had 60 years with this law to get it together.
What the fuck did they call his mom?
And to arrive at the same station as all of us. And it's their fault. It's their fault that they haven't done it yet. So let's just get rid of it. Last time I checked, all the corporations and their board members reflect the diversity of this great nation. And so there's a lot of things about this country, Gary, that's being challenged that aren't moving us in a direction of a more perfect. And again, it can be, without understanding the history, not here, without understanding that there's been an assault on the democratic process ever since the Supreme Court decision decided against abortion rights that was supposedly settled lie by the previous Supreme Court justices. We're seeing a hijacking of the courts where it's easier to control 5 to 6 justices. So I was having this conversation with Scott earlier today about rather than going to every state around the union and trying to lobby every democracy, every Democratic state house or Republican state house to try to get the votes to change these laws, they just go ahead and go after the Supreme Court, get their nominations, throw money behind it, throw money behind the White House, who decides who becomes a Supreme Court justice by dint of their short list, and voila, we have an outcome that has eviscerated the rights of minorities in this country vis-a-vis the Voting Rights Act. So,
the king is lucky he even got an invite.
Not handed to the people. Hard won, fought, blood. So they to make a more perfect union is being dismantled before our very eyes. And we're seeing a president that has been given.
So the question of the room, however, is, will there be a tit for tat when the Democrats are in power? And because look, if your assessment is accurate about this administration, that's fixable once this administration is gone. And to use the terminology that I used earlier, the ship of state is righted. But if in fact the parties are going to continue to go after each other in such a way that they use their offices to disadvantage the other side, if this continues, at least half the country is going to feel disenfranchised, I would imagine, because we're so evenly divided. So does that not portend or allay my fears? Denigration of the Republic.
Well, no, because see, Gary, you don't understand the way that the electoral college is set up. It advantages these states with a smaller voter population with greater control over the majority. Why is it that California, the 4th, 5th largest economy in the world, only gets 2 U.S. senators to go to Washington, D.C. To protect our rights here? It makes no sense. These are arcane processes that don't reflect the power and the demographic of this union. It's not set up to work properly. So if North and South Dakota senators can block or control, voting or legislative decisions that affect California, then that's not fair. That's not what they designed this for. So this continues, Gary, regardless of the president. This will continue. And so if the Electoral College can't be gained because of the fact that the way it's set up, they get more votes by representation when it comes to picking our presidents, then you're going to continue to have money back the candidates like Trump and continue to run the game the way that they've been running it. And this is a result of their loss of democratic
abilities to win at the ballot box. Win with ideas, because there's not enough of them that want the homogeneity of this country that this country was founded upon. It's changed. The country is changing before their very eyes, and they don't want that power to slip away either. So it behooves them to put these Supreme Court justices in power, whatnot, and Texas started it with the rejiggering of their boundaries. Now you're going to see 4 or 5 more states take the Supreme Court decision and do the same thing before the 2026 midterms. And it's a further erosion of democratic rights.
Right. So when the Democrats are in power, are they going to erode democratic rights to the benefit of the Democrats and the detriment of the Republicans, or do you think that
they don't have a pattern of doing that, Gary?
That's what you believe, but I think that if the president were here, David, the president would say.
You tell me how you. Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
I think if the president were here, I'm not advocating this at all, but I'm saying if the president were here, he'd say, David, that the election was stolen from me. The election was stolen. The only way the Democrats can win is by stealing the elections. There are people who believe that. Maybe it's true, maybe it isn't, but people believe it.
But see, that's where a former president's First Amendment rights have shown massive discord in this country. And he's not going to jail for lying. He's not being sanctioned. He's not being fined. He's been allowed to run again. And we rewarded him and allowed him to run again for telling such lies. So what does that say about us, Gary?
Well, now you have to quote Pogo, right? You have to quote the old cartoon character Pogo. I've seen the enemy, and he is us.
Well, there you go. So exactly, what are we talking about here? We're talking about the guy that's broken all these norms. This has been, I don't know, maybe you have an idea of how we put the genie back in the bottle, but the polarity of this country is going to continue. I don't know. I think that we're having our own civil war without the guns being drawn on a lot of levels. And I think that that history, we've never had an actual reckoning of the outcome of that civil war. The side that lost has continued to fight and beat back the gains of that war. We've seen that with the 100 years of Jim Crow, the assault on those freedoms of the black citizens that were granted their freedom. We saw. So my point, Gary, is that so long as this nation doesn't address the underpinnings of the racism in this country, the sexism in this country, the hierarchies and whatnot, we can't check the runaway disruption to our republic in a way that allows us to sit at the table as equals and try to figure out how to run this country without these divisions. I mean, when you eviscerate and you go after minorities through dint of policies, saying, hey, you got your job because you're black, white, or female, or LGBT, and whatnot, you're telling these people in this country that your merit, your success, your accolades, your hard work doesn't mean anything because we can't trust that you earn it the hard way, right? Whereas our country has a history of rewarding white males for a simple fact that they're white, they voted, and maybe they served in a war or two. Maybe they had a color or not, but because they were the right color, they had every material advantage that this country's been able to offer. And everybody else had to get in the back of the line of these guys. I mean, your culture as well, Garrett. The Jews in this country had to fight. Nothing was given to them. They had to go to courts. They had to sue. They had to fight. Sometimes, in some cases, they had to create their own industries to find their own wealth in this country, right? Because they weren't allowed in the room. They weren't allowed in the boardrooms. They weren't allowed in the country clubs. We talked a little bit about not letting people into your establishment because you look a certain way. Well, there's a country club here in Los Angeles, Gary, that still doesn't allow blacks, Jews, and other minorities to join. It's called the LA Country Club. And they sit on the largest piece of private real estate outside of probably Central Park, if you were looking at a value of a piece of dirt. And they continue to get away with discrimination. So there are still power structures in this country, Gary, that have all the power in the world to be discriminatory, and they still get away with it. So that's what I'm talking about. That's the apex of this structure in the United States that continues to operate. So I'll end there.
Thank you, David. Howard, are you back? I thought I saw his mic flash. I guess not. Thank you, David. Philip.
I have no idea what the point he just made was. So you said something I kind of want to know about. You think the Supreme Court's more ideological than it's been before?
It's not a question of. Ask the question again. The Supreme Court being ideological?
The Court is more ideological now.
I think I just said that in the past, Republicans thought that the justices and the judges were pushing liberal ideals as opposed to interpreting the law, and now the liberals feel the same way about the judicial system that the conservatives once did. I don't know if you heard me say it.
Yeah, that's why I'm just asking. So when people say this, they need to look at statistics. So since the court has been, this court said, since the new Supreme Court justice was succeeded, there are 9% ideological splits, so 63 splits. They actually have a higher rate right now on unanimous than the court typically has. Let me just pull this up. Their unanimous votes right now are 42%. That's actually a high in the last 50 years. When you actually look at the actual voting blocks of the Supreme Court, it's really not 6-3, it's 3-3-3. What I find really interesting about some of these things, like the stuff that David was talking about, so on and so forth, is I don't think he understands what the ruling actually was today. And I can understand why some people disagree with the ruling and so on and so forth. That's actually fine to disagree with it. But the ruling isn't based on the idea of whether or not the civil rights laws were in place. The ruling is really based on the idea of if the civil rights laws are actually constitutional. And that's not like a norm. Like, this has been hotly debated since those laws were passed. And the ideas of state rights versus federal rights and so on and so forth. And the idea of like abortion being overturned. Abortion was never settled law. In fact, if abortion was settled law, you wouldn't have seen the actual makeup of the Supreme Court basically rejecting laws by Congress to overturn those. Congress trying to overturn those things and being told that they're unconstitutional. So the Supreme Court basically made up law out of thin air. I mean, RGB basically said this, that the ruling was actually the wrong ruling at the time. Anyways, all of this to basically be said, if you think the country, and I think your general question, if you think our country is in peril, you need to look around the world and see what other places look like. I wouldn't necessarily say our country is in the greatest place it's ever been in, but we still have a lot more freedoms than anywhere else that I can think about. And the other thing I think is interesting is I think people think that the president can violate somebody's freedom of speech. I don't know if people actually read the First Amendment. The First Amendment says Congress shall enact no law. It doesn't say the government. It actually doesn't.
It's been broadly interpreted as the government shall not infringe upon your right to free speech. Private industry can, but the government cannot, and that's how it's been broadly interpreted. I believe you know.
Well, the issue is that there's a difference between somebody like the President of the United States using his platform as a solicitous citizen to say what he wants to say. He can say whatever he wants to say. He can't violate anybody's free speech rights by making threats or doing anything else like that. It's a lot different than a law being passed to violate it. And when we talk about this, it actually matters.
Nobody has said that he doesn't have the right. He's got his huge bully pulpit called Truth Social, as well as other bully pulpits at his immediate disposal, and nobody has argued that he lacks the right to advocate, for example, for the firing of Jimmy Kimmel. If it was my wife that they were making such a comment to, I might advocate for the person's firing. That's his prerogative to do so. That's not the issue at hand. The issue at hand is whether this government, previous government, and future governments are misusing the tools given to them. Not the First Amendment, but using the executive branch to enforce laws and regulations to go after political adversaries. And I don't know if you read what is posted. I don't know whether you read what is posted to the top that I wrote to set up today's discussion. But what I am suggesting is that if we continue on this trajectory of no matter who's in power getting back at the other side because the other side got back at us when they were in power, it undermines the public's trust in government, and that potentially puts the republic at peril. I am not pointing fingers. I am not pointing fingers, and I state
broad points. I agree with you.
right. I am not pointing fingers, as I have stated several times in the article above and several times on the stage, at one side or the other, just like I suggested before, when the kids are fighting and you only see one kid hitting the other and they say, but Johnny hit me first, it doesn't really matter. So if this is going to continue, would you agree, or would you have the same concerns that I have, that it puts the republic at peril, or can you allay my concerns? That's what I'd like to hear from you.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I think at the end of the day, we're too far down the road at this point. I think there has to be some kind of breaking point to bring the country back to the middle. I was talking about this earlier today. You're not going to get the country back in the middle if we continue to have these litmus tests on politicians that have to believe something because they're a Democrat or have to believe something because they're Republicans. And at the end of the day, I mean, we know we're going to have red states and blue states, and we're going to have very, very, very few people in the middle at this point that can actually agree to vote across party lines if they don't agree with some litmus test. Most Democrats now, I shouldn't say all because I don't think that's true, but a lot of Democrats right now wouldn't vote for a Democrat that was pro-life, and most Republicans wouldn't vote for a Republican if they were anti-Second Amendment. And the reality is, in both of those stances, historically speaking, we've had a lot of people on both sides that have actually held different views. But these days, I can't think of any politicians that cross party lines on any one of those subjects. I'm sure there's a couple out there, but for the most part, it's basically a litmus test. And as long as we stay in this idea that the other, like David was basically saying, like the other side is evil, and they're the ones, breaking all the norms and so on and so forth. Like, I'll freely admit that there is no difference between Trump and Joe Biden when it comes to breaking norms, or Obama and Joe Biden and Trump. I'm sorry, I just don't think there is, and I think you're going to keep seeing this game of what you're talking about. Maybe you think there's hope in the sense of these things, but I tend to think at this point we're way too far down the road, and it doesn't look like we're going to see adults at the kitchen table. It very much seems like brothers and sisters are going to hit each other, and it just depends on whose side you're on.
Thank you, Philip. I want to challenge something that you said, and I hope I'm not taking the wind out of Ben's sail, but as you were talking, I went to the SCOTUS blog, which is a pretty good source, although the owner of the SCOTUS blog is an irreputable individual any longer, but at any rate,
Mine is the head of the man, and my inside is keen as the hawks. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear.
AOC would be a psychopath. AOC, is she low-key? Is she retarded? Is there any hope for America and her leaders and mentally low-IQ, retarded, liars, frauds, and incompetent? What's the point? Hello? What's the point? Would you consider AOC to be a psychopath? Is she low IQ? Is she retarded? Is there any hope for America and the leaders of mentally ill, low IQ, and retarded, liars, frauds, and incompetent? What's the point? Hello? You're gonna let criminals propagandizing the platform and all that.
Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawks. By my head I invoked it. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother for me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoked it. About me shine the diamonds are radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none. Save it be of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Free mine is the garment of white, sown with gold. The flashing of eye that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of a puppets and typhon. By the sign I invoke thee. For mine is the turban of white and gold. And mine is the intimate by my crown I invoke
that little loomer.
My fingers travel on the beads of pearl. So run I after thee in thy I get the one of double power in the voice of the master. Abrahadabra, by the word I invoke thee. E minor, the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made about to invoke thee. Strike a master chord. Draw the flaming sword. Child and conquering Lord. Horus, avenger. By the song I invoke thee.
He's gonna arrest.
In my hand is my sword of revenge. Let it strike at thy bidding. By the sword I invoke thee. The voice of the fight, the voice of the 611 of the voices. Abrahadabra.
I can think of so many people who need to arrest. Man, Democrats.
Mine is the head of the
Go
man,
get
and
it.
my insight is keen as the heart. By my
Go
head I
Clinton.
invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear.
The Epstein
By my
files.
body I invoke thee. Around me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By the brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none. Save it be, O.P.P., O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white sewn with gold, the flushing of my that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of a puppet and typhon. By the sign I invoke thee. Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue figure at the intimate ear. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beats of earth, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. Father, the one
Second Amendment.
power in the voice of the master. Abrahadabra. By the word I invoke thee. Thine heart the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made of all to invoke thee. Strike the master chord.
Right. How close were Jeffrey and Peter? Did they have sex? Did Peter suck Jeff's handshake dick? What did the Epstein files say about Peter Thiel? Oh, fuck. He's getting detonated. Hey, who are you gonna arrest this week? I can think of many Democrats who need to be arrested as soon as possible. Bill Gates and Bill Clinton are the entire of the X-Men cast. Oh my god, what? Like, how close were Jeffrey and Peter? Did they have sex? Did Peter suck Jeff's cone-shaped dick? Well, let's see if I'll say about Peter Thiel. Oh, it sucks. What a rumor. Incompetent. How close were Jeffrey and Peter? Peter sucked Jeff's
Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the ox. By my head I know. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear by my body.
Oh my god, he was on IG.
Shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure by the brightness.
Oh my god, he was on IG.
Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none, save it be of thee. Oh Lord, by the layman, I know thee. Mine is the garment of white, sewn. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the ox. By my head, I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear by my body. I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness, I. Mine is the head of the hawk. Six and the rose and cross of life and life. Giving the sign and each remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land, or in the ether, of flowing air, or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God, the fast one might be. Mine
is the head of the Hawk
That
I
we
bear the rose and
grassroots can let our lawmakers know, like, this has got to stop. This has got to change. Like, when is enough enough? I think I saw Shannon from Awake, Illinois post. Sorry, I was getting a phone call. She made a post like, how many more dead bodies do we need? How many more dead children? How many more dead husbands? Like, enough. So thank you, Chief, for coming and speaking with us. If you want to start with like a brief intro, most of us know who you are, but I would love for you to talk about your background and then the initiatives that you have with Awake Illinois and the newest announcement with Bob Fioretti.
Yeah, good evening. Everyone hear me good?
We can.
All right, good evening. Yeah, my name is Tom Weitzel. I'm a retired police chief from Riverside, Illinois. That's a small community west of the city of Chicago, about 9,000 residents. I was there for 37 years. Worked for another suburban community before that, for about 40 years in law enforcement, and then I did 13 in the state police. And when I retired,
Chief?
yes.
Can I interrupt you? You sound a little muddy. It's almost like you're far away from the microphone.
About 40 years. Is this any better?
Oh, it's so much better. Thank you so much. Sorry to interrupt.
That's great. So I was looking to keep active in law enforcement. And I also wanted to speak up for law enforcement because a lot of chiefs and to a lesser extent sheriffs are reluctant to speak their mind and really advocate for policing because, police chiefs owe their job to their political structure. And I was tired of that. I didn't work for that type of community. My community, my village president and board of trustees were always public safety supporters. They never tried to muffle me for my thoughts on certain issues, especially legislation. So I was fortunate. But I was offered this position with Awake, Illinois, and Shannon offered me a position as their first ever fellow of law enforcement at Awake, Illinois, and I was honored to accept that. So I've been working with their organization to push pro-police legislation, review legislation, initiatives for law enforcement, and really outreach to other police and sheriff's agencies as well to let them know what we're about and how we could assist in the criminal justice form. And then I recently was appointed the chairperson of the Accountability and Safety Committee that is going to be, it's actually up and running already for Illinois Attorney General candidate Bob Fioretti. I supported Bob. He's the only candidate I've ever supported. I supported him for state's attorney. And he asked me to chair this statewide committee so that we could present on behalf of the committee to the governor and the leadership in Springfield changes that are needed, not only for the Safety Act, but public safety in general. So we're going to be, that just got started last week, so we're going to be seeking advice, suggestions, and even committee members from Illinois residents, both in the Metro Chicago area, Central Illinois, and Southern Illinois. So that's a little bit about me.
That's great. And when I saw a post that said you guys were seeking volunteers, can you tell us a little bit more about what you are looking for residents if they're interested in joining that community or that committee?
Yeah, there's a link on Bob Fiorretti's website. You can go and fill out a form. It will go directly to him and me, or his staff and me directly. You can just ask questions. You could make suggestions, or you can join our committee because Bob is clear. He wants this to be not just the police. He wants to get citizens involved, judiciary involved. He's reached out to both sides of the aisle, Democrat and Republican, but we have not had any Democrats that have expressed interest. But he has made the outreach for that. because it's just a committee to make suggestions. We're not going along any party lines here. We're going to make common sense suggestions for changes to the public safety arena in Illinois and the Safety Act. He's also reached out to court personnel because they're the ones that have to deal with this. So we're looking for circuit court clerks who administer many of these technical parts of the law, and anyone that would really want to make suggestions and be heard. And Bob is planning on doing statewide listening meetings. We're going to do one in the Metro Chicago area. We're planning on Central Illinois, Southern Illinois, so that we can get the full state and we don't make this just a Metro Chicago issue.
That's great. Bob is running for Attorney General against Kwame Raoul, and when we have our upcoming elections, let's say Bob wins, but Pritzker wins, and we still have a largely Democratic legislature. This is going to be an uphill battle, even if we have Bob on the inside. Are there contingency plans for that?
Yeah, Bob has plans for that. Yeah, you're right. There'd be an uphill. You're absolutely correct. There's no hiding that. But he has a good working relationship with both sides of the aisle. He has disagreements for sure, but he's a seasoned trial attorney. He's been, he was a Chicago alderman. You may know his history. He plans on addressing it head on if, in fact, the governor was to be reelected and, in fact, Bob was to be elected our next Illinois Attorney General. But, one important distinction of the current Attorney General and what Bob Ferretti would do, under the statutes in Illinois, the Attorney General is the single highest law enforcement officer in the state of Illinois. So, that individual should be advocating for police, for law enforcement, for common sense public safety issues, and that's not happening right now. It isn't happening. So, Bob will definitely work on the Safety Act and public safety and legislation that affects Illinois residents, besides working on legislation that brings national attention to the Attorney General's office, but does nothing for citizens, does nothing for Illinois residents. So he's committed to working for the residents, and I'm helping him on the public safety arena. That's going to be my position.
I really appreciate, it looks like you've been making the media rounds, especially with this latest case, and that is so important to get all the eyes on Illinois and how this has been a colossal safety failure for the entire state. So I wanted to say thank you for that. Given everything that you know and the committee position that I see John is on here too, that you and John are working with this committee, what can we do as Illinois conservative grassroots members do to help and raise the groundswell of attention? I feel as a Chicago resident, I'm scared to leave my house after 8, and the city is no longer safe. I am aghast at what I see on the streets, and I live in a quote unquote good neighborhood. And I've had it. I'm so frustrated, and nobody is supporting our first responders who are representing us statewide, and it's disgusting to me. So what can we do? I'm just asking personally for me, and we'll open it up to anyone who wants to come up and talk with the chief. Please raise your hand and we'll bring you up.
Yeah, I can give you my perspective on it. It definitely starts with getting informed. There's no question about that. Our residents in Illinois here need to be informed. That's where it starts. And then you need to show up. There's no question about that. And what I mean by that is individuals need to not only show up at Springfield, but they need to show up at their city council meetings, their county board meetings, and advocating even at their own elected officials level. So your mayor, your city, village attorneys, your village presidents, without a doubt. And then everything flows from Springfield. And what I mean by that is, you know, we have to enforce the laws. We have to follow the laws, even the ones we don't like. You know, the police and the judiciary, we're not able to pick and choose. Whatever they give us, we have to enforce. So the legislation coming out of Springfield is very important. That's why it's important on who is elected and who gets, you know, who is in office and who's controlling the legislation coming out of Springfield, because there's plenty of pieces of legislation that I never agreed with as maybe a patrolman all the way up to chief. But I can't pick and choose that. I have to enforce and follow the guidelines of the Illinois statutes. So that's where change has to start, and then it works its way down through the court system, and it works its way down through prosecutors, defense counsels, into law enforcement. So the really way to get informed is to really be informed for sure, and then lobby our legislators or appear or call them or letter writing campaigns, because I'll tell you what, grassroots counts. You know, when I was on the Illinois Association of Chiefs of Police Legislative Committee for 13 years. And I was lobbying in Springfield all the time. And I would go to these subcommittee hearings where I would testify on behalf of the Chiefs Association or the West Suburban Chiefs Association, where I was president. And they would always say at some point during my testimony, they would ask the clerks or the court officers to read how many witness slips were for or against the issue that I was speaking on. It happened every time. And when there was like 10 or 11 witness slips, they didn't care. When I testified in front of boards in Springfield for legislation where they'd have 500 witness slips supporting a piece of legislation that the Chiefs Association was supporting. And I'll tell you what, the legislators took that seriously. So those little things do make a difference. So people think that, I can't make a difference, or making a phone call or calling their office or writing a letter to them makes a difference. It does. They pay attention to that.
I have another question. So there are still a lot of unanswered questions about what happened with the two officers and the offender at Swedish. We know that it has not come out publicly how he got the gun. We know that he was swiped with a wand at the hospital, I think by the hospital, I think Swedish put out a statement that said they did not discover a weapon on him at that time. But my really big question is, aside from that, is this guy's criminal record has come out. I believe he's been arrested many times. He's been charged with many felonies. I think you maybe even mentioned this recently on one of your interviews on Newsmax, but the officers' hands are tied. The criminals now know they can basically say, like, claim a medical emergency, and that's your best chance to get out and escape. But why? What specifically, in your opinion and your knowledge, was this guy out? Was it because of the Safety Act? Was it because of discretion of a judge interpreting the Safety Act? Was it a failure of the electronic monitoring program? Like, why specifically was this guy out and allowed to?
Murder of this officer and the shooting of his partner was 100% preventable. The judge in the case, Judge Likes, he could have held the defendant. There's no question about that. He had been the judge on previous cases of this defendant, and he even stated that Mr. Talley, in prior cases, that his brain was not fully developed, and that he had some issues that would mitigate him being held in custody. And I want you to know that was 8 months before this incident on Saturday where the officer was killed and his partner shot. Now, That's crazy. The defendant is 26 years old. This judge is not a neurosurgeon. He didn't seek a doctor's advice for that. He just said that in open court. So to make that type of statement is extremely prejudicial, in my opinion. And he had some connection to this defendant, and I don't mean personal. I don't mean he knows him personally, but he was using this individual as like a test case, in my opinion, for the Safety Act. He was following it for sure, and he gave the defendant every possible break that he could. Because to meet some of those Safety Act requirements to be held in custody, it's a pretty high bar. But this defendant, he met that. At the time of the shooting in Chicago and the murder, he was actively wanted on 2 outstanding warrants, was listed as an absconder from the Illinois Department of Corrections, which means that he was not following the provisions that were put into his release. And they had a parole, or basically what they call an IDOC warrant, and he still was out roaming the streets. His EM, his electronic monitoring ankle, was not working. It's reported that a battery died and he didn't charge it, so he could have cared less about that. And yeah, there was some criticism that, and I'll stay away. There's no criticism on the Chicago police for what happened. You have an individual who's 340 pounds initially. He lost about 60 to 70 pounds in the last couple of months. He was down to like 270 when they brought him to the ER. It's Swedish. And you can hide a gun, the one he had, smaller Glock, you can hide that pretty good. Now, he was wanted. The hospital made that statement. He was wanted. But depending on the amount of layers of skin protecting that weapon, what kind of weapon it was made of, most of those are alloy, they're not actually metal. Those detectors are still designed to go off when you wand a weapon such as a Glock. But he got it in, and then the circumstances were tragic and heartbreaking. And, I'm extremely angry at this because I've been fighting the Safety Act since its inception, and in the 5 years it's been long, there's never once been a time that any of the legislators that supported it or the governor said they would look at changes. You may have remembered after the law was passed, there were 2 trailer bills that were passed, and they did nothing. They were technical cleanups. What the Illinois Chiefs Association wanted was not addressed, never has been addressed. So that's why I thought to myself, I've been really complaining about this legislation and slamming it for years. And then when I got involved with the Wake, Illinois, I was like, what can I do? What can I do concrete to make a difference? So that's why we put together our report, so we can give them common sense initiatives to change the legislation and not just say that we're complaining with no solutions. We have solutions, and Bob Ferretti's committee is going to have solutions, so they can no longer say that we're just upset with the legislation. We're going to give them solid solutions.
I feel almost like I'm trying hard to figure out how to articulate it, but it's like Pritzker is so proud of this legislation, and the Democrats are so in lockstep with Pritzker that I fear that nobody will step out of line, and we are all going to suffer. But it's clear this cannot continue. Like, we are all in danger. I mean, again, what I mentioned that Shannon had said, like, how many more kids and husbands have to die? Like, I feel like if this is not the tipping point, we can't go any lower. This is, like, insane. John, I see you have your hand up if you want to go ahead and ask a question or say something.
Hey, good evening, everybody. Can you hear me, Chief Thomas? Hello? Can you hear me?
John, I can hear you fine.
Hey, my father was a Chicago police officer for 34 years, and I just couldn't imagine being a kid and my dad not coming home because, some POS, gets no cash bail, and he carries a Glock around in the fat fold of his skin. I mean, it's very upsetting, and, the fact that he's even still alive amazes me. I don't know why he just isn't eliminated on the spot.
by the police, taken out immediately, because he's never the. Anyways, my question for you, Officer or Chief Thomas, is if you were the mayor of Chicago, what would your administration, what would your goals be? What would you do immediately for the security of Chicago? Would you call in more federal resources? Because, obviously our political leaders here aren't leaders, they're criminals. So, I mean, is there a solution that has to come from the outside? What would you do if you were the mayor or the governor? Thank you, Chief Thomas.
Yeah, I don't think they want me as the mayor or the governor, but because they probably wouldn't like my agenda. But I would have a clear agenda that yes, Chicago police and the state level, we would partner with our federal agencies, no question about that. Why would you turn down help from any law enforcement agencies? The Chicago police and other police departments already are on federal task forces. They're just not the ICE task forces. They're on DEA, ATF, FBI. I would definitely do that. And my first priority would be public safety. It wouldn't be planting trees, making the beautification, spending hundreds of millions on beautification. Because you know what? Look at downtown Chicago. The storefronts are empty. People aren't going down there in droves anymore. I got hammered when I did a piece, a column I write called Roll Call for the Suburban Life, and I did a column that said, don't spend your hard-earned money in Chicago until they improve public safety. And I was flooded with emails and stuff saying from Chicago businesses, yes, that's right, but politicians in Chicago or other civic leaders were sending me emails saying, why would you tell people, like especially suburbanites, to stay away from the city of Chicago? And when you're risking your life, you can't walk in the downtown Loop area and go to dinner or go to a show or go to a play or visit the museums without fear of being robbed, attacked, or shot, then you shouldn't be spending your money there. That was a comment I made, and I got the most pushback on that column I wrote of any column I've ever written. But it's true. Why should you be spending your money down there when the city doesn't care? So I changed that. I would absolutely hire more officers. Well, you can't, when you say you have to make public safety a priority, you have to do it. You just can't give short sound bites and put out press releases and news releases. You have to do it. I do think one thing the city has done, in my opinion, the only really good department head appointment that the mayor has ever made is the superintendent. I believe the current superintendent is actually a very capable and honorable individual. He's very well respected in the police circles. He was before he was superintendent. He's been there a long time, has a good reputation. So I think that appointment is really good. But it's time for things to change because we just can't keep saying it's politics anymore. We need police leaders to stand up. We need sheriffs to stand up. We need to push back against this and not worry about whether your cushy job is safe anymore. It's your officers that are being shot. It's your officers that are being killed in the line of duty. You have to stop and you have to stand up.
I have a question, if I could chime in, and feel free to tell me where I'm ignorant. I don't mind being wrong. I read, and again, everything you read on the internet is absolute gospel. But I saw out there that there was some relationship or something between the murderer and who is it? A CPD commander. Any knowledge to that?
Yeah, I've seen the same social media posts that there was a female commander, I think she's since retired, I believe, that has the same last name as the offender, and there are some that are linking her to the offender. I have not seen that verified by anyone, so I have not pushed that narrative or seen that narrative. And that commander, by the way, got into some trouble ethically in the city of Chicago. I think that's why she was eventually demoted and then left the department. But yeah, I've seen those same social media posts, but I don't have information that that's factual. The only thing I know is that they have the same last name.
Okay, yeah, that's too broad to go off of to marry them together, in my opinion. I was just curious if you knew. And my biggest thing, I remember when I was younger, you know, you get the friends together, you go out to Chicago, you enjoy it, because Chicago's beautiful. Chicago has a lot to offer. Chicago should be an epicenter for the United States, especially, you know, where we're located, every attraction we have, and yet crime drives people out. I find it disappointing and sad that the most feedback you've ever gotten on any article you've had is when you criticize Chicago in defense of people surviving the visit, opposed to actually addressing the problem, which is my biggest grievance with it. There's so much potential there, and yet it seems to be deliberately squandered. And I say this in a joking level. I don't know at what point they push people until you essentially get some vigilantism that essentially takes over due to the failure of the justice system. You have judges that don't obey the law. You have cops that no longer want to police because it's just a revolving door. And you know, then you have hiring shortages because who wants to sign up for that job? It's detrimental. But I know that was a bit of a rant. I guess my question, if you know, without going through the judiciary, is there any way on a grassroots level that you can somehow get a judge removed? I highly doubt it, but I'm just curious about that, thinking out loud.
You know, it's almost impossible. They have a judiciary advisory board where you can file complaints. It's very secretive. It's one of the most secretive processes. I even filed complaints against judges in my district, the 4th district. Our courthouse was in Maywood, Illinois, and some judges there would publicly berate my officers in court, and they would actually tell the officers that I don't believe you're lying, and the officers would come back and tell me, and I would call the presiding judge of the district and make a complaint, and they would just laugh it off. And I had a judge tell me, this is my courthouse, I do what I want. So I filed a complaint with the Illinois Judiciary Advisory Council, and they sent an investigator out to interview me, and this is the last I ever heard of it. And then when I followed up on it, I asked for the documents. They said I couldn't have them. As a chief, now imagine this, I went to the website and I FOIA'd it, and they said it's not FOIAble. Not only did they not reject, they only did they reject it, they just said that they have a special clause that information was not publicly available to anyone, and I would not find out the disposition of the investigation. And the only reason I knew nothing happened was because the judge, he was serving in the courtroom when I retired. So that process is extremely difficult to remove a judge from a duly elected judge from his city position. It's very difficult.
I assumed as much, but hey, I always try to push a little bit of optimism. You know, sprinkle a turd every now and then. But it was worth a shot. Going forward, honestly, I think you already answered it. The only way to really make change is not to expect that we're going to change anything overnight and just to bite off what you can chew one piece at a time. Because with these judges, with the heads of state that we're dealing with everything that seemingly works against the people of this state, other than fleeing, all anyone should seemingly focus on is just their neighborhood, get good people in office there, and let it trickle on up.
You know, I agree with you about, little bites, because I have been an opponent of the elimination of the Safety Act. Just get rid of it. And early on, I was doing that. I was frustrated, and I realized this isn't working. Like, Springfield's controlled by the Democrats. They're not going to repeal the Safety Act. So then I had to come up with, okay, we're going to have to come up with common sense changes and work. And then some of my counterparts and some of my colleagues, even in law enforcement, they were very disappointed, and they were like, Tom, like, why are you not advocating to get rid of the entire act? And they were criticizing me, and some even in public, and I'm like, I'm still for that, but I want to get something positive done to affect public safety in Illinois and protect police officers and protect citizens. And if we keep banging our head that we're going to get the law completely annihilated and Springfield's going to get rid of it, nothing will happen. So yes, I'd like to get rid of the Safety Act, but you have to be realistic. If Springfield was controlled by Republicans, it would probably be eliminated. Or we had a Republican governor, maybe it would be eliminated. But that's not going to happen. So when I changed my stance to give these common sense reforms, some staunch law enforcement friends of mine were very upset by that. But I want to accomplish something for public safety and for the residents and the citizens of Illinois. And if I keep going down this path that we're going to change Springfield when it's controlled by the Democrats, that they would get rid of it, I was going to accomplish nothing.
That's absolutely true. And too many people look at the large picture, but they don't actually do anything to get the large picture built. They just want the final piece of the puzzle. They just want the puzzle automatically put together, but they don't want to do it piece by piece. And I believe it was Sheriff Mendrick who also championed the same mindset of we just have to chip away at it little by little, opposed to trying to repeal the whole thing. Kind of like how Republicans unfortunately lose every time they go up against Obamacare. You're not going to dismantle it in one swoop, unfortunately, in my opinion. You have to at least just make the changes that make it less bad. I know that's not a complete win, but at least that less bad might save one additional person in the meantime until the next step makes it less bad the next time, and so on.
Yeah, just getting rid of it is just for headlines. It's just for notoriety. I want to accomplish something, and like you just said, it has to be, we have to chip away at it. So those that criticized me that I wasn't still advocating to eliminate the entire statute, well, for 5 years we haven't been able to get that done. So it's time to take a different approach, and we're going to start chipping away at it.
Do you think Bob might be able to get, I'll say, friends from across the aisle, even though I wouldn't call commies friends, but nonetheless, we'll say people from across the aisle. Do you think he'd be able to get more people to sign on if it wasn't a full-blown repeal of it, like you were talking about? Hey, you don't have to come out and publicly dismantle this or be against the Safety Act, but how about we just do this little revision and it could be called, SB 123 ABC, but but you won't be hit by your party leadership for opposing the Almighty Safety Act. Do you think that might be a good way to get this done, or does he have any context that you think would be willing to do it if it was shrouded and buried in a bunch of other nonsense like bills unfortunately are created to do?
Yeah, Bob is committed for sure to making changes in the Safety Act, and he is absolutely willing to do that. He does have contacts on both sides of the aisle. He is going to work feverishly to assist us and our committee on this public safety initiatives and Safety Act. And, we had several meetings before he even put me on the committee and made me the chairperson, and we're on the same page with that. I think Bob would like to get rid of the act too, but we have to accomplish something besides just people just doing stories on our wanting to get rid of. We have to actually do something to get this. It affects people's lives. It affects the criminal justice system. As I said earlier, the Chicago police officer, in my opinion, would be alive. He'd be alive if the Safety Act was amended to the way I'd like to see it amended. He would not be dead because that situation would have never happened because he would have already been in custody. So those are real life situations, and just imagine that family. You have a police officer's family. One's getting ready to bury their loved one. The other's staying by the bedside every night, hoping that individual will survive. When they know that this could have been prevented, not only was their loved one shot in the line of duty and killed, they know now that that individual should have never been out. So just that heartache is just brutal. And I think that there's a change. I did this 2 press conferences with Bob last week, one in Chicago, and then we traveled out in the afternoon to Springfield at the Rotunda, at the Capitol. And I can tell you there's an appetite from citizens, from residents of Illinois who didn't like the fact that the Safety Act played a role in the young woman that was set on fire on the CTA in Chicago, the L. Okay, that individual had 72 prior arrests. He should have never been out of custody. This situation had not occurred yet, but this situation, even the young college student that was killed on Chicago's lakefront, the reason that was preventable is because he should have never been in the country. So there's this appetite for those that don't even want to repeal the Safety Act, but they want to see common sense changes. What I found to be interesting is when we were talking to some legislators, there's no interest by them. There's no interest by Democrats. So there's this interest by the residents and the citizens you serve, but on the Democratic side, there's no interest to modify the Safety Act yet. In fact, you may have seen that the Springfield, the Black Caucus leadership last week came out with a press release and famously said, there's nothing wrong with the Safety Act. They have no intention of repealing it or getting any changes. You can go to their website and you can just Google that. They put, I couldn't believe it. They put out a press release saying it's working as intended. No changes are needed.
Well, when your intent is destruction, I suppose it's working according to plan. But this is, just as I don't want to jokingly blame the Democrats for everything. I'm an equal opportunity hater. I feel like the GOP at the state level essentially abandoned Chicago. Not everybody, but it seems like on the leadership level they don't put any eggs in that basket, and subsequently people in Chicago, black community, white, Hispanic, doesn't matter, a lot of them don't have a better option, so they're stuck just constantly choosing the lesser of two evils. So hopefully with Bob in there, he can talk sense to some people, and even if they are Democrats, find some that are willing to actually vote against it. And, we constantly beat Chicago because that's where the epicenter of most of this happens, but it does affect everywhere downstate, especially when you invite illegals, thanks to Browner signing that, and JB continuing it and embracing it, and then letting criminals out, laissez-faire with a slap on the wrist. I'm more biblical in the punishments. I don't think there would be repeat offenders if the system was done properly, but that's just, well, I'm not going to put you on the record agreeing with me or that on that one. But
I could say that probably everyone on this space is in favor of second chances. This is the big lie that is out there from proponents of the Safety Act and other legislation is everyone, unless it's a murder or a sexual assault, everyone is in favor of second chances. But what's happening in Illinois is you're getting 52 and 53 and 54 chances. See, that's the big lie that's out there. And they're pushing this as we'll give them a second chance. Well, no. This individual had 21 prior arrests, has 8 felony convictions, 2 warrants for his arrest, absconder from the Illinois Department of Corrections. I mean, it's a joke. Don't put out that narrative that this is about second chances. It's not.
John, you have a question? You have your hand up? Okay, well, we're waiting for John. I have a question somebody from the community sent me.
Okay, go ahead. Sorry about that.
Okay, go ahead.
I was going to ask you, Chief Thomas, I don't know if you know who Andrew S. Boutros is, but Pam Bondi appointed him our federal attorney for Northern Illinois. And he manages 300 people. I'm going to post a link on my profile. He has 145 assistant U.S. attorneys in Chicago and Rockford. He lectured at University of Chicago. He's worked with all the major agencies. Why can't he bring a constitutional lawsuit against Eileen Cook, against Pritzker, against Springfield, and use federal legal resources to essentially halt it and and bring a lawsuit, and if need be, take it to the Supreme Court.
Yeah, actually, I think he could. I'm not an expert on that, but I certainly have seen that the federal government is suing other communities. They just announced today, I don't know if you saw it, they filed a lawsuit against New Jersey for passing a law that will limit federal agents from operating in New Jersey. They are going to mandate that they wear masks, take their masks off, and there's other provisions beside that. Well, the U.S. Attorney's Office just announced a lawsuit against the state and the governor for all these provisions that were just passed to limit federal policing in New Jersey. So you could probably go out and Google that today. It was just released like at 1 o'clock this afternoon. So could Illinois do the same? They could.
Well, Governor Newsom did the same thing in California, and that was just slapped down. And the federal government won that lawsuit. So maybe we should apply pressure where John is speaking. John, if you can drop the information of that in the purple pill, I'd be appreciative of that. I have a question for you for the chief from one of our community members. I understand that you didn't work for CPD and you don't speak on behalf of all police officers, but the Mayor Johnson has 150 CPD members who work just providing safety for the mayor. He has the largest detail of any previous mayor. It was, I believe, under Emmanuel, it was roughly around 20-25 officers. It ballooned to just over 100 under Lightfoot, and he has expanded it to 150 for himself. So my question is, and again, I know you don't speak for every person in law enforcement, but do you think these officers are resentful of being placed on his detail, given what they are seeing in the city, and that we are, I believe, 2,000 officers short of what we should have in CPD in the department as a whole?
Yeah, my feeling on it is he's entitled to protection as a major elected official, no doubt. 150 is way excessive. I read a story that he's one of the only mayors in the United States that has a detail that high. He's not the only one, but he's one of the ones at the top. And it was a mixture of CPD officers, and there were some private entities that were also working in that unit at one time. I don't know if that's still the same, but that is a lot of details to have him protected, and of course his wife, his family, his house. Those all come with the job, but the amount of protection is enormous. It was quoted as saying some federal protectees, such as appointees from the president, so maybe the department, the individual, Mr. Kennedy, that runs Health and Human Services, his detail is around 100 Secret Service agents, I read in a story, that was his detail for him and his family, somewhere in that range. But you're talking about 150, CPD officers assigned to that. And that's a pristine position. You don't get that. That is a position that is highly sought after. You probably have to put in for that position, and you can bet the mayor and his team can select who is on that protection team. So, that's a very strange thing which you could do. Like, we talked earlier about the college student, Sharon Gorman, who was shot on the lakefront. She didn't have any protection. She had 150 people. And I only say that because the mayors said that all Chicagoans, most of them, feel safe shortly after that. And that the campuses are safe in Chicago. And I disagreed with that, not only based on that incident, but other incidents. And it's easy to say when you have 150 bodyguard detail. Now, they're not all working the same time. It's 24/7. They rotate shifts. They come in. But you just do the math. there's 30 of them or 40 of them working, and then if he has a major event that he's going to, a major public event, they probably put almost everybody there. And his bodyguard detail travels with him. So if he goes to any conferences, he goes to Washington D.C., whatever he does, the bodyguard team goes with him. That's part of the protocol. So I don't think any public official, but that seems to be I will say these public officials do need security teams, but I don't think it needs to be that large.
No, I would argue every time you say it's safe, you should lose one less official, or you should lose one less guard. Because if you keep saying it's super safe and then super duper safe and super duper uber safe, you shouldn't need 150 guys. You should be able to walk around with one because it's so super safe. Unless it's not, and then your whole agenda goes out the window.
Sure.
Okay, so
cut you off there, Kate.
No, you didn't. Kyle, I love your solution to that. And so basically, the fact that it's a coveted position, probably with some added perks, outstrips the personal conflict that I imagine some CPD officers feel if they're in that role. The personal ambitions outrank that. So thank you for that, because I hadn't even considered that aspect of it.
Hey, I was going to ask you, at what level do you think the silver lining is between incompetence and outright, criminal nefarious intention? Meaning that, I have politicians that invite me to go to the restorative justice briefings at the library. And so how much of our problem is DEI liberal wokeness, and what's the solution to essentially unfuck these retards' minds?
Well, I can tell you that there is a lot of pressure on police agencies, especially police leadership, to fall in line with political will. And that's one of the worst things in this job as a police officer and then as the police chief is the politics are seeping way too far into the operations of police departments now, not just who they're selected as the chief or something like that. Sheriffs, like I said, usually have a little bit more leeway because they're elected. So they can't be fired by the county or they can't be removed from their positions. They're duly elected. Lieutenants and police chiefs in Illinois are appointed by their city council. And you have to, in most cases, they try to toe the line to what they want. And I'll give you a really good example of this. I've spoken about it before, but this actually happened. This big opponent of Kim Foxx's retail theft policy when she came out with it. Now, Riverside's next door neighbor was North Riverside. They have a huge mall there. They'd make 500 or 600 retail theft arrests a year from the mall years ago. And they were raising the threshold from $300 for a felony to $1,000, and then you had to have like 10 prior arrests and all these convictions. It made it impossible. So I went to a meeting with the president. I was president of the West Suburban Chiefs of Police at the time, and I got the president of the North Suburban Chiefs and the president of the South Suburban Chiefs. At that time, the president of the South Suburban Chiefs was Tim McCarthy, and he was very well known because Tim McCarthy was the Secret Service agent that took the bullet for Reagan. So he had a lot of respect, even from politicians. We went to this meeting, and Kim Foxx told us, no, I'm not changing anything. I don't care what you guys want as police chiefs. And Tim McCarthy from Orland Park was very invested because Orland Park is a very big mall. And we were fighting and say, this is not right this night. And I got up to speak to Kim Foxx at the meeting, and she cut me off. And I got into this verbal argument with her. And she basically got up and left, called me a few names and got up and left. By the time I got back from the south suburbs to Riverside, my village manager calls me and says, come into my office. I go into my village manager's office. She's like, Kim Foxx's staff just called our village president and wants you fired. They want the village president to remove you as chief. She's like, what the hell did you do? And I'm like, I stood up for law enforcement and I stood up for the officers, and I'm president of the West Suburban Chief. We were trying to convince her that her policy was terrible, and I pushed back on it, and I pushed back hard because she pushed on me. And to make a long story short, later that day, my village president called me and he said, Tom, yeah, I got a call from her staff. They wanted me to fire you, wanted me to remove you as chief. And I told them to get lost. Because he was a very big police supporter and he knew I knew what I was talking about, and I was a professional. But that's the type of influence. You imagine that. They tried to have me removed as chief for disagreeing about a policy.
Well, the leftists move in lockstep, so they can't have anyone getting in the way of their failures or pointing it out. I do have a question, though. If you could shed some light on this, I heard about that Johnson supposedly issued stand-down orders, or at least his administration, during these, quote, teen takeovers, aka just degenerates running the streets. I'm curious if what you have on that.
Yeah, there were initially orders given to certainly not make arrests. There were going to be no mass arrests. The mayor didn't want the optics of police officers arresting juveniles. He thought that they were just kids blowing off steam and having fun. And it was not, that wasn't it. You may remember not only were there mass disruptions in those, there were police officers injured. There were individuals that were shot in some of those, especially the one that happened over the Christmas holiday. And the mayor didn't want Chicago to come off as this aggressive police force, but it wasn't aggressive. They were just supposed to just be doing their job, but they were handcuffed from doing their job. And that's when they went into this whole curfew thing. And the curfew, in my opinion, weighs on both sides, because the curfew violation only is good after the incidents happen. So you're making these curfew arrests or making curfew violation citations after it's already happened. So they need to figure out how to prevent these. The curfew is not a proactive piece of legislation that will prevent one of those takeovers. It's a piece of legislation that gives accountability on the back end. But if you're trying to prevent it, that's not going to help you at all.
Well, the prevention tool that the mayor is putting in is funding another NGO to do crime prevention with youth teens. It just sounds like another money laundering scheme or jobs program. And how much of our money has to keep going to wasteful initiatives that do nothing while we are dying in Chicago? It's unbelievable. But anyway,
when I made a comment, I was interviewed by a news station in Chicago, WGN, about these takeovers, and they asked me, where does this start, Chief? And I said, it starts at home with the parents. And I got so much pushback from that one. They were like, well, who are you to, comment about parenting? And I said, I'm not commenting about parenting. You asked me where it starts, okay? The police aren't the answer to every problem out there, okay? You asked me where it starts at home. That's my opinion of where these issues need to be addressed to start with. And even though I don't think you're qualified to really make comments about parenting. I found that very odd.
Well, one of the biggest problems that many have is self-reflection and the idea that they failed and raised degenerates that are out there, or that they have to somehow take responsibility or accountability for their children is profound. Yet they'd be the ones out there yelling, oh, they're a good kid, they were just having fun smashing the windows of the business that I'm not going to pay to replace, and how dare you police them. And the idea that, oh, we don't want to see them locked up. I don't want to see them out here smashing things. Sounds like there's a pretty neutral trade. You don't come out and be degenerates, and I don't arrest you. Sounds like a good handshake deal to me. But how dare you question parenting? Again, the idea, especially on the left, is that you could do any wrong they always have to project blame onto someone else. It's society's fault that all those kids are out there destroying everything. It's everyone else's fault for every single problem you have. It's never your own. That's essentially their whole platform. So yeah, it's never going to get fixed. And anytime you do have a suggestion that requires someone looking in the mirror, it's already dismissed before it even has a chance to be thought over.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I just, sometimes people don't, especially some of the media, they just don't want the truth. And, when you ask me a question like that, I'm going to tell you where I believe it starts at. And I got a lot of pushback for that, but I still stand by my comment.
Hey, I wanted to point out that I put a link to the Attorney General Andrew Boutros, and it's possible if we all call or email him that possibly he could actually take some action. I mean, even in terms of funding, the DOJ funds a lot of our Cook County, all these other offices. I mean, the Trump administration has to bring legal lawfare to bear here as soon as possible. I don't even know if they're really aware about the situation or what they can possibly do to stop this madness. I mean, this is insanity. How are you going to, we're living in a crime-ridden, lawless society. All I got to do is go 3 blocks to the blue line, pull out my camera, and it's a third world. I mean, it's lawless. And I don't understand why I know why the Chicago police don't police the trains, but to me, I just can't understand. Like, for 20, 30 years, the police have never policed the trains in Chicago. Like, are people just, I can't believe it. I was in the military for a bunch of years, and I'm like, this stuff is just basic security protocol. Like, I just can't believe it.
They had units, they disbanded. Like, some of people listening might remember they had the Chicago Housing Authority had their own, the CHA had their own police force. They disbanded that, and they thought that Chicago could take over policing. They gave them more responsibility. Then they did have a specialized, complete unit for public transportation. They eliminated that and just kind of rolled that into CPD, taking on more responsibility. And that's back in the same time where Chicago police used to patrol the expressways. The state police didn't take over the Chicago expressways until probably maybe the late 80s, early 90s. And Chicago kept getting all these details rolled in without the staffing, without the personnel. So, that somebody mentioned earlier that Chicago's at least 2,000 officers down, and that's spot on. I just saw a report yesterday that they're 2,200 officers short of their goal. Chicago Fraternal Order Police president made an announcement that they have as many as 600 people that have already signed up for their regular retirements in 2026. So it's a really bad situation.
Christian, I brought you up here as a potential speaker. You are running for Congress, and your husband is newly joined to the Chicago Police Department. Obviously, you saw what happened this past weekend. Do you have any thoughts or perspectives from your husband to share with us?
Hey, everybody. Thank you for bringing me up. I won't speak on his behalf because that's tenuous. But we definitely have dialogue. And the things that are abundant in my mind about this is the chief is correct. If that person was actually remitted into custody, there's no reason why anybody should have that many mugshots. That is not normal behavior. Only about 70 or 80% of people never actually get arrested. People who get arrested more than 10% will continue to commit crime. It is a known fact. So when we start releasing people 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70 times, we are asking for what just happened. this weekend. I also have a very big issue with the fact that people who are being arrested can just cry headache and then go get top-notch care at a trauma center around the city. I don't think that's okay. I don't think it's appropriate, especially when we have actual law-abiding citizens across the city and state who are not getting premium health care because they can't afford it. But a criminal who's about to get arrested can go ahead and take a little bit of a segue to the hospital to hang out, get some MRIs, and get some testing before going to Cook or wherever they're going to be held. I think all of these policies, they disproportionately benefit criminals, and they always leave law-abiding citizens on the sidelines. And these are things that need to be analyzed at a very deep level. These are things that need to be brought to the highest level of attention for society. And then we need to arm society on how they can fight back aggressively. The only way we change these types of dysfunctional policies is by shedding extreme light on them and then arming people with the plan to dismantle them. Dismantling looks like getting a great deal of these people voted out. And many people would think that this is hard, especially some of these state legislators. Many of them go unchallenged in their districts. Some of the most repulsive legislators at the state level who are Democrats literally don't even have to run a campaign against anyone. Go and check. Their seats are just given to them because there is no Republican opposition. So that is the first step. The second step is we have to watch what these people are doing at Springfield. We have to watch the bills that they're working on and how they shove them through those multi-step processes and do what people have been doing here on X and across many platforms. I think now we've never been more connected than we are to this day. So we're becoming stronger in our opposition of predatory policy and just corrupt, morally bankrupt acts and things like the Safety Act and PICA and all these things. Illinois has to we have to wake up because that officer should be here and the other one shouldn't be fighting for his life. That's not okay. That person who committed that crime, he should have been under the jail. And this is not me being somebody who is advocating for mass incarceration. I just want the people who are eligible for incarceration to be incarcerated. There's nothing wrong with saying that somebody who's been arrested 70 times should probably be incarcerated. I think that we all know that to be true. The only people who are saying that that's not the truth are the Democrats for some reason. So that's an issue for them to work out between them and Jesus. But for the rest of us who are not trying to expedite our visitation with Jesus, we would like for criminals to actually be arrested and be eligible for a longer stint at actual Cook County when you've been arrested anything past 20, 30, 40 times. I mean, like, what is the incentive for following the law at this point? It's not rocket science, and it's not some, weird idea to say, hey, if you're not, and the last thing I'll say is, for a person who's committed this much crime, being arrested this many times, you are not compatible with standard society. If you don't understand that what's not yours should not be taken, if you don't understand that places that are not for you to enter should not be trespassed, if you don't understand that you cannot put your hands on people, that you cannot spit on people, that you cannot do drugs in public places, if you cannot comply with these basic tenets of society, you are not compatible with society. And society, therefore, needs to remit you to another type of society that you are compatible with. And obviously, that is a harsh stance, but I'm tired of seeing law-abiding citizens shot down in the streets. So that's kind of all I have left for it at this point.
Thank you. I mean, definitely, I agree. And I feel like, and there should be a lot of attention on Officer Bartholomew who passed, but the grave injuries that the other officer endured, he's probably not going to make it out of this. He was shot in the mouth. The bullet went through his head and his spinal cord. If he makes it out alive, he will never, ever be the same. And this guy basically ruined 2 lives and 2 families. So we can never forget that. This is just, the tragedy is beyond. It's so awful.
It's horrific. It really is. It's incredibly horrific because you have to also factor in that. I mean, we didn't look into all the other crimes he's committed. He's been arrested a treasure trove of times. So who else has he harmed? That's a history of harm and violence and whatever else he's been charged with. Electronic monitoring is not. It's for people who can be trusted a little bit. Not even wanting police kind of to be in there as much. Like that is a very dangerous, dangerous situation for an officer. And, it was definitely very sobering for me to, my husband was stationed at a hospital the next night. And, usually when he's stationed at a hospital, I'm like, oh, you're going to be fine. You're inside for the night. And I can sleep a little bit more peacefully. It was so sobering. Like I said, I'm not the one who's out there in a bulletproof vest. He is. But it changed my entire perspective of when he says he's stationed at a hospital, because I used to count that as a safe place, and it's not. It's not at all.
Yeah, I don't know if you saw what Judge John said at his last trial, and funny enough, this punk is going back before the same judge. So, there's no transparency even on these judges' like dockets. We want to know now, who else did Judge John let go? What other criminals has he released into society? Is there any transparency on this judge's criminal activity? Why can't a sheriff arrest the judge? Why can't a federal prosecutor arrest the judge for incompetence, for miscarriage of justice, and bring a lawsuit against him? I mean, the family should sue the judge, absolutely, and completely strip him of all his assets and put him on a debt payment plan for the rest of his life. I mean, if this Judge John suffers no consequences, nothing, well, I don't know. I mean, I could see if that was my family and I lost everything. Well, maybe I'd go full Braveheart, ride in there with a horse and a hammer and take care of business, because these are criminal Democrat judges who run unopposed. If any of you live in Chicago and you voted in the recent election, there's no Republicans on the ballot. Bob Fioretti's there. Darren Bailey's there with Aaron Del Mar. I didn't see any Republicans for anything. So we're living in a monopoly, a Democrat industrial complex, and it's fucking clown world. And it's sad. There's a lot of hurt people in clown world that are very sick and weak and mentally unstable and retarded, have no education, and they're just puppets of this brainwashed hypnosis state that we live in, where Fatty Pritzker is doing a power walk every morning saying, oh, we just did this and we just got the quantum. Anyways, we live in clown world.
But here's the thing, Ron, about, here's where I love to always put onus where onus is due. And the people who are, like I said, and you all know, I am not a champion of the Illinois GOP, and I have not changed that stance. I think that I don't think they do a good job at all. I really don't. But the thing is that it really does come down to a person saying, you know what, I'm going to go fill out this piece of paperwork, and I'm going to declare my candidacy for this spot. And I think that people have gotten so deep into, I just want to fuss about it, that we neglect everything that will change our entire existence here in Chicago and Illinois. People have to say, I'm willing to get, like the chief said. He was like, for officers, they can't just keep saying, oh, I don't want to rock the boat because I want to keep stuff comfortable. You're running for office is going to rock your world. I have had my world rocked. I just concluded a fake stalking order case that took 4 months to complete because our domestic violence court system is ridiculous. I didn't even stalk my opponent or anybody on his team, yet I was accused of stalking and had to do 4 months of court appearances, 2 of which she didn't come to, just to get that cleared off of me and away.
Well, Christina, what do you?
Fake charge.
Sorry to hear that. What I'm saying is, if the Republicans can slate the legislature or slate the slots, there's a lot of Illinois and Chicago lawyers that will gladly run as a Republican because they are Republican. But the fact of the matter is, we can't even get the slots on the ballot. The ballot itself is corrupted. The Chicago Election Commission is corrupted. Our politicians, it's one huge Democrat industrial complex. It's a scam. And there's no Republican representation. It's totally unconstitutional.
Well, I did. Well, I had a big run-in with the Board of Elections, and I'm not saying that this is how it goes for everybody. But the one thing I can say is that I did not experience any corruption from the Board of Elections. That is a unique experience for me. I'm not saying that's true for everybody. But I was very thorough in my submission for my my petition signatures. I went out and I actually collected all. I think I only had there was about 30 people who helped me collect, but they were all real signatures. So when I went through that entire process, getting on the ballot was not as brutal as I thought. Staying there was made brutal because of my opponent. My opponent made it brutal to stay on the ballot. But the actual Board of Elections, they maintained more integrity than I would have expected.
I agree, but that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying structurally, Republicans should be on the ballot and have equal representation. It's a total, like, organizational structural fraud. The ballot itself is bullshit. Again, there are no Republicans for any of the judge slots. Not one. There's no Republican judges. Not one.
But who decides who gets on the ballot? Who's preventing? Because this is the same argument. This is why I don't want us to have this particular argument, because this is the same thing that we say for like people who say there's systemic racism and things. We say, well, who's preventing you from buying that house? Who's preventing you from opening that business? Who is preventing Republicans from getting on the ballot? I asked that to the group. Who is preventing Republicans from getting on the ballot?
The Republican
Winning,
will run and
there's
doesn't.
definitely, yeah. Say it again, Kyle.
The Republican who wants to run and doesn't, that's the only person stopping them. Now, I will agree with John that there is a very uphill battle, but I never want to discourage anyone that say it's not worth trying. At the very least, you could have conviction when you go before God and say, hey, I gave a damn and I tried my hardest. So that's at the very least. And, with you, you're flooded, you've had an uphill battle, but when you make it, to steal Trump's term, too big to rid, and you get an amount of signatures to get on the ballot that they can't throw away, that's the first step when you show that you care and have fire that will draw people in. That's a step, So we can do it, but you have to have people willing to take on that suck, for lack of a better term, because that's the only way.
Well, I mean,
I just want to do a quick. Okay, good. Chief is there. I thought we lost you.
I'm here.
Can you hear us?
Who, me? Chief? I'm here.
Yep, perfect. You just got quiet on us for a little while. I thought you had connection issues, so.
I was listening intently, and there's certainly a lot of, we were talking about unopposed running for office. That's absolutely correct. There's many state legislators who run unopposed, and somebody, I think Christine mentioned, they don't have to run a campaign, and she's absolutely correct. That's true.
Well, does anybody else have questions for the chief? We are about 10 minutes away from our closing time. I think we have some good things that were covered tonight. Contacting the U.S. Attorney General, contacting our state legislators if there's any wiggle room on their behalf to amend the Safety Act, and I posted the link to joining the chief and Bob Fioretti's counsel on how to apply to be a part of that committee. But does anybody have anything else they want to contribute before we close tonight?
Yeah, I suppose mine is just a follow-up in terms of being on that committee as someone who's unfortunately volunteering for everything.
We know there's a masochist.
Yeah, right. Well, no. Christian's a bigger one than me. In reference to signing up, do you have partnerships and townships that you work with that you're trying to build statewide, or how is that working? I know it's just getting started, but are you trying to establish a point of contact in each town, in each city, how's that, what's the development plan for that?
Yeah, so, and those that don't really want to just be involved, they can actually make suggestions on pieces of legislation they want to see changed or provisions that they want to see changed. You don't have to, give us solid information. We're actually going to put that in. But Bob is actually already talking to at least elected officials in Central Illinois and Southern Illinois that would want to be on the committee and are willing to be public about it, not hide and not come out forceful for what we want to push for. Myself, I'm reaching out to the police organizations, the unions, that being the FOP, Illinois Chiefs, Sheriff's Associations. There's different other regional police organizations throughout the entire state. And so that's going to be my focus. I'll be involved in their listening or the meetings that we have in both Central Illinois, Southern Illinois, and even here in the Metro Chicago area. So, and Bob will be there. And I told him that he should maybe think about a co-chair. And he kind of laughed. And I said, you know what? If we could get a Springfield legislator, it's not going to be a Democrat, but if we could get somebody, a legislator, to be co-chair with me, we would carry, I would think, even more weight. So he's looking into that. I told him that, they just have to be willing to be out there and push for what we're doing. So, because, some of the Republicans they're okay to say things behind closed doors, but they don't want to say it in public. So if we could find somebody that would want a co-chair that's an elected official, what would be, I think, really make our committee even stronger.
I believe Adam Niemerg has been public with wanting to amend the Safety Act. I'll send you a message with his information.
That'd be great.
You could also hit up Darren LaHood in 16. He's a strong, proud Republican. I'm sure he'll, help you as much as he can.
I just wrote that down. It's an excellent idea. Yes, absolutely. Sometimes people tell me things like, oh, this is a great suggestion, but I don't want you to use my name, and these are even some Republicans. I'm like, why not? They're like, I just don't want to, I don't want to do that fight. Like, you do it for us, but here's some good suggestions.
Well, those are the people that need to be primary, in my opinion. Honestly, I'm sick and tired of just voting for tribalists. They have an R next to their name. Yeah, but do they have a spine? Like that should be something that's on the ballot too. Are you willing to punch and be punched? If the answer is no, I don't want to vote for you regardless of if you're my party or not. Because in my opinion, I'd rather oppose more Democrats I'd rather fight a field of Democrats and just two Republicans. But these two Republicans next to me are fighters that aren't going to go down until they've given everything they have, far more than a bunch of turncoats who would just, I'm a Republican kind of, but, that sounds hard. Okay, well, there's no place for you here. So that's one of the reasons, I enjoy Bob when you talk, you hear the passion in him, you hear it in you. But when people come up and they just expect you to vote down ballot R, it's, who was the Republican in Illinois that was hard January 6th, or like Adam, what was it? You get Republicans like that. Why do you need Democrats? So if a Republican tells you, I support what you do, but I don't want my name attached to it, I'd put him out there. I'd say, hey, this guy doesn't back me. And wait, no one's here to make friends. Everyone's here to turn the ship. If we make friends in the process, cool. But if I offend you because I'm getting work done and you're not, well, then you weren't someone I wanted to be close with anyway. So, yeah, I'm not going to tell you how to do what you do. Obviously, you've done a lot and it's working well for you. But I would put them out there and make them defend their position if they're not willing to. If they're not willing to defend it for you, then I'd make them defend it against you as to why they're not willing to step up to the plate.
Agreed. I agreed. When I was chief in Riverside, I had such a good elected board, and those presidents that they said at our public meetings, they're like, the police department was always the center of everything. I mean, we were the biggest sucker of the budget, personnel-wise, everything. Then they would always say, Chief, you don't work for us. This is what they would say at the board meeting. You don't work for me as the village president. You don't work for us as trustees. You work for the residents. They used to tell me, not me, they would tell me, your boss are the residents of Riverside. Then we come second. And that's the type of, that's what we need. They would publicly say that, your first job is to the residents of this town. Then we come.
Thank you. So, thank you so much, Chief, for coming. So many things for us to think about. We're going to, Kyle and I will noodle on the side and put out a call to action with a couple of the things that we discussed tonight. Let's see if we can get some help and make Illinois great again. Just a reminder that I covered at the beginning of the space, the Illinois Republicans community is disappearing from X. Please follow the account ILGOP community. That's where we'll be pushing out all our updates. And again, we will have Darren Bailey on the space in 2 weeks. So with that, everyone, thank you so much for coming, and we will chat next week. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Take care. Thanks, everybody. Bye.
Wow, got some good clips on that one.
And he's an executive. He's greenlit a lot of reality shows. I won't say his name, but he says that reality TV is ultimately what has led to an I hate the word intellectual, right? But just a dumbing down of our society, right? At one point, if you looked at the metrics, the most watched videos on YouTube were of kids fighting in parking lots. It's just that we don't talk about. We don't talk about at the dinner table. We don't talk about, these things that are being influenced by basically television. Basically television. He also said, this is interesting, right? So he said that, Chris and Bruce Jenner, they had been shopping the Kardashian story. They had been shopping this around for years. Everyone just kept saying, no, not interested, not interested, not interested. And then she does a sex tape, and they become like the all-American family. And, not to be like some freaking elitist snob or whatever you might want to call it, but, I think idols used to just be different. Be that, for whatever it is.
Yeah, I mean, I look, I think the culture is in decline, and that's certainly the case, right? I mean, I think we're in an age of cultural decline. I don't know what to do with it. I mean, I don't. I don't know if there's hope for the future.
Scott, see, your problem is you're talking about a future, Scott. There's no cultural decline.
This is the main man.
What I'm trying to say is that the culture already is declined, and I mean, do you think the Trump presidency will be the epoch of America? Like it's all just downhill from here? Because
Look,
hello.
I think Trump is sort of a Reagan light. I think he's a neocon. He's become a neocon. He's a big spender. He's a tax cutter. He's blowing up deficits. So I think, I think on that score, he's just Reagan light. I mean, I don't know where we go from there. But I
See, he's not Reagan light. You know how I know he's not Reagan light? Because I read books. And one of the books I read was Thomas Paine. And guess what? Ronald Reagan read Thomas Paine, not John Locke. And all the ultra conservatives were upset. And they were like, this motherfucking Reagan is reading a liberal enlightenment guy. We want a conservative enlightenment guy. And so what I'm telling you is Trump is not Reagan light. He's Reagan on acid and dynamite. Hello?
Wow. Howard, what do you think of that? This is the great John Kitover, candidate for Congress or mayor or something. Howard, go to you.
Yeah, no, I think as you did yesterday, Scott, and the classic or neocon comparison. Yeah, there's something to it, but what John just summarized, I think, really further explains it. It's almost like on a different level. It's basically almost like on steroids at this point, right? It's just interesting how the messaging and the campaign that were used over and over again created support to create the momentum to create winning the election. And literally, he's been in office, over, I guess it's now coming, closer to a year and a half. But he's still kind of on the front nine of the 2.0 term. But how it's just like overnight, it appears, it's like he just kind of is reinventing himself. So that's kind of how I see it. It's almost like unexpected, and here we are. We find ourselves with the current state of affairs with Iran, the Strait, gas prices, the economy, what Daryl was talking about with risk to the U.S. dollar. I know Jamie Dimon was talking about today about expected, increased likelihood of recession, things like that. So that is our reality at the moment. Like it or leave it, this is what it is.
It's.
I mean, Daryl, do you think Trump had the IQ or the cognitive?
Before you even finish that sentence, no.
Yeah. No. So I mean, but he's constitutionally, he's the guy in office. So what are we going to do? I mean, I think these prospects aren't good, right?
I mean, the only thing we really can do is brace for impact, right? Most of this tends to be cyclical anyway, right? So, but brace for pain. There's some pain coming. And maybe, I hate to say it, but maybe that's what's needed in a way. There's this like phrase, strong parents make weak kids who make strong kids because they have to do more, who will then make weak kids. And I think we have, as a society, maybe even as a culture, we've gotten to the place where U.S. hegemony was so implicit that all we really had to do as Americans was get up in the morning. We get our passport, we go to London. Are you an American? Great. We go to Japan. Are you an American? Great. We love America. And if you see, I think it was France that just gave their fighter jet contracts to Saab. So they are actually, Europe is going to decouple itself from the American defense system. That's going to affect Lockheed Martin. That's potentially going to affect Boeing. That's going to affect all these guys who make these things. Europe is saying that the United States is no longer a trusted ally. And I'm telling you, man, if I were reading like a Tom Clancy novel, I would think this is all Putin. I would think this is all by design, in a sense. Because I don't think he has anything to lose. If you look at the reports about his hands and his ankles and all these other things, I just don't think he has anything left to lose.
Well, see, that's a very polarized way of looking at things because as a former U.S. Army intelligence officer, I spent many months studying Russian weapon systems. And it was then when I came to the conclusion that the US and Russia have to be the world's largest manufacturer of all these weapon systems. And so all I'm trying to say is when I went to the VA hospital today to try to meet with my psychiatrist, there were so many old, dead, dying people full of cancers on wheelies, go arounds for, these electronic. What I'm trying to say is the world is transforming and everyone is in a state of morbidity, whether you like it or not, including, all these clubhouse users. It will eventually all completely disappear. But what worries me most is that the whole baby boomer generation, there's like an insecurity or an inferiority complex or something psychologically in the herd construct of the baby boomers that makes me worried that like they will plunge us into a World War III, and that the name baby boomer is not because of the blackouts and all the fucking in the 60s and the 70s and the 80s. Or before that. It was a name designated to rein in the nuclear apocalypse, a boom world. And see, Daryl, that's why I say you bring up Putin. You're like, Putin is secretly the reverse engineered constructor of all of this. And my answer to that is, well, then the left side of your brain says, and Donald Trump. So it's like this polarization between Trump and Putin, which is actually just an illusion. Like that's what you think the paradigm is. But the truth is, Donald Trump is like a very emotional man, or he's not, or he just doesn't care anymore. And he's like, okay, I already have 3 kids, everything is secure. I'm just trying to say that there's not a speck of dust out of place in the whole universe, and it wouldn't surprise me if Donald Trump tries to become Julius Caesar or the other famous guy, not Augustus.
Can I ask you
Who conquered the world?
I forgot, what state are you in?
I'm in Illinois.
I think you're in the Midwest. Are you like in Illinois or something like this?
guy.
Okay. So, do you remember the Russian spy scandal in New York City where they busted those like 10 Russian? It was called Operation Illegals. Do you remember that? And Anna Chapman, the redhead, she was on the cover of all the papers because she was running a honeypot. Do you remember?
Yeah, I remember Anna
Russian
Chapman.
spy scandal 2010.
Party Box Cole. Welcome to the room, Party Box Cole. Daryl, yes, what about it?
So, Anna Chapman was dating my buddy Bill Staniford when the feds arrested her, right? Bill Staniford, you can actually look at my friends list. If you go all the way down to the beginning when I first joined this, you'll see Bill Staniford is in my friends list. He's a really good friend of mine. He's actually former military intelligence. He was a cryptologist. But it was discovered that going back to the 70s, the Russians had infiltrated the New York City real estate market, and what they were doing is they were laundering arms sales money by buying buildings in New York, right? They would come into the city and buy a building in cash. Sometimes they would come in like with gold bullion. And when Anna and the rest of the illegals got caught, and they did that really big spy exchange where they exchanged 10 Americans that the Russians had caught, and we gave them 10 Russians and blah, 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 and they did that big exchange. What came out of that was that they had been, I'm trying to, Scott, is this recorded? This room?
No,
Okay.
plays well.
What came out of that is that, the KGB or the SRV, whatever you want it, whichever one you want to call it, they had heavily infiltrated.
If you're concerned, there is two anons in the room and also John Kitover, so it's probably being recorded.
Oh, I'll shut up then. That's all I want to say. Just look at the elite. All you have to do is Google Anna Chapman, Russian spies, New York City real estate. It was it was the biggest spying scandal since the Cold War. And it was proven that going back to the 70s, the Russians had infiltrated the New York City real estate market, and they were using the money from illegal arms sales to buy real estate and work with developers in New York City. That's all I'm going to say on that.
Yeah, the Russians are into all kinds of shit. I imagine it's probably like a tributary system.
Say that again. I didn't hear you.
I was saying that they uncovered billions in Medicare fraud in these hospices in Los Angeles that were Russian mob attached, I suppose. So I would assume that in Russia, like the Russian mob pays like a tributary system, possibly to like corrupt politicians. But the Russian mafia is international in scope, and I'm sure that just in the same way like the CIA worked with the Italian mafia, the KGB and Russian authorities and government possibly utilize Russian mafia to conduct operations. It's I don't know.
And to don't forget to launder money.
Right. I mean, money laundering is tax evasion, or to take illegally gained proceeds and then wash them into taxable proceeds to put them in a bank. And so, I don't know. At 43, I'm just like shocked that reality is like this. That the war in Ukraine, 2,000 people die every week. In America, we abort 3,000 babies a day. Like, we just live in this like mass industrial complex slaughterhouse, which is global in scope, has never slowed down from the 60s. It's only accelerating. And we have like a baby boomer generation population, which is disappearing. The greatest Americans who stormed the beaches of Normandy are gone. So it's like, if we look at, that's why Scott, when he brings up culture, to me, the culture clash is actually probably always the most interesting content. Like if you go to Chillism right now and you listen to how absolutely crazy people are, meaning that like their daily emotional well-being rests on the composure of a clubhouse room. Like that's basically fallen society. Like no individual personal responsibility. Nobody reads books. Nobody's interested in therapy or meditation or the arts. They're interested in like force projecting their political paradigm and screaming at people and shaming people to make themselves feel better about themselves. It's like the most. It's like being in a. It's like see a psych ward is actually a very composed and calm and somewhat secure place to be. But the real world is the terror of reality. Like, I mean, I'm just saying that the murder rates in Chicago, all these numbers, like they cleaned up Washington D.C., but they didn't clean up Chicago. I mean, Chicago is just a disaster war zone. And every major city is like the Seattle with the homeless populations. I mean, like 2 out of 10 Amazon deliveries are snatched. 1 out of 10 FedEx deliveries are snatched. It's just like we just live in a broken, fallen society. And Scott earlier said that he thinks it's all going to go fascist, whether it's left or right. It doesn't matter. And I would just say that we are already fascist. We have to be at this point, and it's only going to increase as the national debt and deficits increase. Like there will have to be, if there are politically strong people, like I don't know, it's just anyways. I'm just disappointed. I just wish society wasn't so toxic, homicidal, and like pathetically unintellectual. Because all this DEI stuff and white people bad, racist, etc., is so ignorant and just shows that like the political leaders are just ignorant people. Because if they wanted to actually entertain the populace with more intelligent content, they could. But instead, they just publicly shame and humiliate all of us with their lack of intelligence and vision. It's truly pathetic. Like, they need to go read a book by Martin Luther King or something. Like, they're so ignorant. It's unbelievable.
And yet we still can't get the Epstein files. We're told nothing to see here. And it appears that, there might be someone who's actually in the files. There's people who are in the files that are serving in our government.
Yeah, like Peter Thiel. Peter Thiel is all over the Epstein files. Bill Clinton is all over. Bill Gates, all over. Bill Gates issued public apologies. Bill Clinton denied it all. And this whole all this was just. I mean, there's a lot that you have to like try to figure out on your own or read between the lines, the international espionage stuff. But it's pretty much clear and 100% that Epstein is a CIA employee, asset, etc., consultant. And if you watch the Epstein and Fatty Disgusting, what's his face, that interview with what's that piece of shit who did the border wall scam, Steve Bannon. If you watch that, did anybody here really watch the whole thing and listen to it? Because it's fucking amazing. Like he is basically a libertarian, and he's describing the banking system.
Steve Bannon, to me, is the most interesting person on the right. I mean, I think that guy, he reads French novels. He's actually an interesting guy who I have some. I mean, there's a loathing I have for him, but also a sneaking admiration, which.
Well, he's the devil himself. At the end,
Thank God the replays are off.
At the end of the interview, he calls Jeffrey Epstein. He says, "Are you the devil?" He goes, "Why would you say that to me? Why would you say that to me?" And that's Steve Bannon's projection onto Epstein. That's the interesting piece about the whole thing. Bannon is evil. He is a devilish person. And when you listen to the Epstein response, Epstein is like this little mousy kind of like, sweet nitwit. But Bannon is truly the demonic force. I mean, you could say Epstein is also demonic and evil, but anyways, that interview was so interesting because if you're just like an ignorant person and you can't understand reality and how things are the way they are, if you just watch that Epstein basically explain his version of reality, you're like, you know what? He convinced me.
So let's go over to David G. David G., new mod on stage. Where are you at with reality right now? Is Trump a lame duck? What do you think about Epstein? What do you think about the country? David G., you're coming to us from Los Angeles. Tell us where your barometer is for the state of reality.
I mean, it's tough. It's tough to watch, to sit back, wake up, and see all these moves this president's trying to make, and then all the articles that are surrounding him with regard to the grift and the money being made at the expense of us and his kids making millions, and
And you bring up the kids. We heard on this app. We heard on this app, right, for years about Hunter Biden, who I think made maybe $2 million, right? Doing nothing illegal, just using influence. Compare this to the Trump kids. I mean, where is the? I mean, is the hypocrisy, David? I mean, is there a metric for this level of hypocrisy or no?
I mean, it's broken the playbook. I think it'll be studied for years, for decades. I mean, those that thought that they were, I mean, all my friends that are on the right, some of them anyway, a few of them say, hey, this is no different than Democrats when they're in power. Sometimes Marshall makes these refrains in Gary's room, but this is a a whole nother level of money being made off of presidency. Starting from the first presidency, which was the first term, when Jared Kushner rainmaked $2 billion out of the Saudi wealth fund, and the Saudi wealth fund advisors advised MBS that run the damn thing didn't see any viable economic or reason to give them the money. It was what's the money going to be used for? So imagine you're running a bank, like you're a bank guy, right? And your underwriters, and they come to you and they say, hey, we need money from the vaults, and they'll go, what for? It's like, imagine getting $2 billion or $2 million, whatever the case may be, of your bank's money, and not having a real legitimate reason. Well, this is the level that we're at right now. Bitcoin's been leveraged in a way I've never seen before. So.
David,
Anyway,
the lawyers.
At the end of the day,
David, the lawyer from the Paramount Skydance deals, they got like $63 million in 3 days of work.
there you go. I mean, that's those are the bottom feeders, right? Those are the guys. Those are the line items on the billing. Yeah, I mean, look.
So David, let me ask you this: you're a dream candidate. Like, if we could reboot the system, let's say in 2028 we get someone in the White House that looks really different and tries to right the ship. Who's your dream candidate? Who would you support? Who would you go campaign for? Who would you write letters for?
Well, I mean, that's a good question. I think, man, are you talking about who might make a viable play in the next 2 years?
I mean, I think
Or you talking about anybody out there that
your wish list. If you could see somebody,
yeah, I mean, yeah, I would say, on principle, on the Republican side, the guy's dying of cancer, but Ben Sass, seemed very measured and principled.
Yeah. Sass, incredible.
Yeah, and he said
PhD in history too.
Yep. Yeah, Midwest guy. Seeing the government. He hearkened and he drew from him.
But that's not your guy. You're a Democrat, so.
No, I know, but I'm saying if a Republican might win at some point, that's who I would like to see in the chair as a Republican. As a Democrat, I could say, there's aspects of Gavin Newsom that I like, although I'm seeing a trend in these establishment candidates. We talked about Bernie Sanders. I think there's some policies there. I'm not a socialist, but I think that he could bring, a fair and balanced approach to the economy and help, right the ship a little bit. I think along the lines of a Roosevelt Democrat who saw the need to bring money back into the middle class. I think the middle class has just been hollowed out. So any candidate that can speak to and then of course, how do you tame this AI monster that is coming for everybody's jobs, which we've talked about that a little bit. You and I are not even near retirement age. I know about Howard, but we still got working years in front of us, and we have a couple generations behind us that are also fighting for the same type of work that's going to be left over after the AI revolution continues to disrupt. So I think a politician, the next president's got some serious technology and innovation issues to deal with. I think the tech companies are going to continue to try to.
David, let me ask you this, David. So a lot of my friends, I'm a Philadelphia guy. I'm just interested. You live in California, right? A lot of my conservative friends think California is a disaster. I've spent time there over the past few years. I thought it was lovely. I mean, I think Newsom. I mean, do you think Newsom will be the skullduggery will be like around his, it's California, or is California a model for the country? It's the 5th largest economy in the world. I mean, should we be looking aspirationally to be more like your state?
Well, I think aspirationally, there's no question our legacy is you know, the state was built around going west and finding your fortune, chasing your dreams. You know, when Hollywood was built, that great industry was a beacon to the whole world about what America was about, real or imagined or otherwise. And you know, it drove people here. And of course, our fantastic weather, topography, landscape, parks. I mean, we have everything here. When you have a lot to offer, at some point you're going to be overwhelmed by the people that want to live here. Prices have been driven up. There's no more real estate to really develop. Prices through the roof. Wages are stagnant. So you got this imbalance in economy with regard to income, to expenditure, to housing. Real issues that my politicians and my elected officials aren't able to really solve. And then, of course, we have a huge swath of the unhoused and homeless that are everywhere. And there's no solutions for that. Crime has gotten a lot more rampant. The wealthy in this state, if you've ever driven Los Angeles, you can actually go out, you know, drive into these neighborhoods where there's multi-million-dollar homes and walk on their grass, go knock on their door and try to talk to somebody. I mean, it's just, that's how wide open this place is. And then, so not going too far on, I think there's issues that we don't know how to handle because the bureaucracy of state, local, and federal just aren't equipped to be nimble enough to handle some of the big issues that we're facing here. And so we're a model, but we're not a model. I don't think we're a model anymore like we used to be. I think there's some big picture issues that we're not able to fix. Our taxation's high. You've got these billionaires that we've helped mint in Silicon Valley that are saying, hey man, don't come after my money, and now they want to leave the state. Guys like Larry
David, it's interesting because I think on this app, right, I think you tend to be a line of the left. But when I'm asking you about your own state, you sound a little bit like a conservative.
No. I think what I'm trying to say is that the Democrats haven't solved a lot of the problems here. Okay, they're the ones in power right now. The people that I voted for.
Seen that verified by NI. I said, I'm not commenting about 600 people.
Was a massive
You don't understand that places that are, you know, my husband was the board of elections. That is
we haven't rebounded from that.
Yeah, but I just check this. It's interesting, and I know definitely there's challenges that you're pointing out, David, but California's overtaken Japan. It's now the world's 4th largest economy. So with all those problems, it continues to grow, and it's now number 4.
Howard, they have $50 billion in Medicare fraud, and they only take in $50 billion a year in taxes. How the fuck is this system running? It's all running on fraud, Howard. We have, in my opinion, we have to shut the whole fucking system down with Medicare, Medicaid, and re-platform it on Palantir or something new and do pay as you go. You know, first in, first out type of economics. This type of annual budgeting shit is bankrupting the country, and $200 billion a year is going to fraud. It's insane. Criminal fraud.
America's been insolvent since, I think, 2007, 2008. And this is kind of like known, but no one outside of kind of like Wall Street and economists talk about this.
Hey, I want to go to my friend Philip Denver real quick. Philip Denver, an evangelical Christian, a great guy. Philip, is Trump a lame duck? How are you feeling about the country? And where does your own theology sort of lead you to think about the prospects of the country?
Oh, my own theology? Oh, yeah, we're broken individuals, and we make people like Biden and Trump into messiahs, and they're never going to help us at all. And I mean, as long as we keep pushing all this trust to politicians that are going to solve things that are somehow the other side's the most evil thing in the world, then we're going to keep going down this path. I don't know what the turnaround is. I didn't grow up in the 60s and 70s, but, if you grew up in the 60s, the country was pretty in turmoil as well, and I mean, it definitely feels like we're going the wrong direction, but we've self-corrected before, so who knows?
A lot of brevity from Philip Denver. Any other thoughts, Philip? I give you another 60 seconds.
Yeah, David, you're a little triggered.
Triggered by what?
That you think you think it's the end of the world.
I don't think it's the end of the world. It's not what I said. It's not how I'm saying. I'm seeing. Let me just give you an example, all right? I'm only talking just from my own anecdotal, my backyard. I live near Santa Monica, west Venice Beach, very iconic beachside Tony cities, and businesses are shuttering. Established restaurants that have been here for years can't make it now, shuttering. We had a famous walking street called 3rd Street Promenade. 30% of the businesses in there are vacant. It's actually a dead zone now. It's a dead zone. So, and we're talking about multi-million-dollar homes that surround these business districts. And, something's broken here, right? I just saw the cops in Santa Monica, and this is all anecdotal. 3 or 4 cop cars, lights on, roughing up some homeless guy, and these cops are nervous because the city of Santa Monica is running out of money. They've been sued. They've had lawsuits over sexual harassment, sexual abuse by one of their officers. And so they're hemorrhaging cash. And cops, they want to get their pensions. They want their pensions paid and everything. So when businesses shutter, there's tax revenue that's gone. And then, of course, the tourists don't want to come here. The tourists already don't want to go here because of Trump and our immigration policies and the climate that Trump's established for America today.
How did Trump establish the climate in Santa Monica?
I'm saying Europeans don't want to bring their dollars here. They don't want to bring their dollars here. 14 million people come to Venice Beach every year. It's one of the most trafficked, famous beaches in the world. And I'm seeing it empty. I'm seeing vendors not doing the business they used to do. I'm saying, and I've talked to others that they're not, that the European dollars are not coming over here. And you can look at you can just Google the tourism issues that the nation's facing, how down it is. And these are nationwide trends. So it's not just California, it's other parts of the country. Canadians aren't coming here anymore.
David, it was COVID-19 that destroyed Venice Beach. COVID-19 destroyed our fucking economy. That sacrifice that we did to shut down with that experimental COVID-19 vaccine and boosters. Venice Beach was thriving and is, one of the most amazing destinations on the planet. But COVID-19 is what 100% ghost town that fucking place.
It turned into a homeless encampment. It was a massive homeless encampment during COVID.
Was that Trump's fault?
No, unless this was after Trump, right? This was after Trump. So
whose fault is that?
It's a fault of responding to a pandemic, and it's the fault of not having resources and places to put people. The city of LA basically said, look, we'd rather have them out in the open, we'd rather have them in these tents on these famous beaches than worrying about COVID being spread and whatnot. And so there was decisions made to just let it go rampant. And then everybody was coming here from all over the place. So if you had to be quarantined, right, you had to stay in your house, or you're living in a cold part of America. Well, coming here wasn't a bad place to show up because it's sunny. You could be outside, and I just saw tons of people come to the area that weren't even from here, like, I think 5, 6, 7 years ago, just showing up in license plate states from other parts of the country, setting up shops, setting up tents and everything. So, yeah, it was just a crazy free-for-all. I don't think you could pin it on any one administration or any one policy. It's just how people reacted to the situation.
But Howard, David, that was the allure.
Now, if you could, let's say in 2028, Gavin Newsom is the Democratic nominee. He's your governor. Would you vote for him for president?
Yeah, absolutely. I'd vote for president. I mean, look, I like Biden. I thought Biden's an older, wiser, more experienced version of Newsom. If Biden had been Gavin Newsom in terms of age and vibrancy, he'd be running the show right now. He would be in the White House. Okay, but age caught up to him. So yeah, I think he's part of that tradition of, you know, the Roosevelt, take care of, have policies that are going to impact.
But David, what do we do? What do we do about deficits? I mean, which I don't know. Like, and I'm not a fiscal conservative.
Let's.
But I mean, it's a reality, right? I mean, these things about spending. How do we get? And I don't think we need to have balanced budgets all the time, but we need a sort of budget that's probably in some sort of correlative relationship in a healthy way to GDP. How do we do that? And how do we put the country into some level of fiscal responsibility? I'm not saying balanced budgets, but I'm saying how do we get spending under control?
It start by not having Republican presidents.
There you go.
Oh, the last line. This is always my favorite line. Is we can start by not having Republican presidents. Except
Well, you can look at the historical numbers. It's pretty clear.
Yeah, I think what's absolutely clear is that when we have Democratic presidents and Republican Congresses, the deficit goes down. I mean, that's
ding 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 plus 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 plus.
Yeah, I mean, I think that is. I think, and part of that is Republicans. When there's a Republican president, it's military spending and tax cuts, and they blow up the deficit. When we have a Democratic president and a Republican Congress, spending usually does go down. I mean, Clinton balanced two budgets. Obama took, I think when Obama came in 2008,
it was during, it was, so it's Scott, if I can just jump in, like, historically speaking, by every metric by which we measured the economy, this goes back to the Depression. The economy does better when there's a Democrat in the White House and the Democrats control at least one chamber of Congress, right? And it's overwhelmingly. Yes, it is. I'm sorry. Yes, it is.
You can say it's a fact, but if you actually do the work on this and you actually read economics, it's really not a fact.
Actually, my degree's in economics, so it actually is a fact.
Philip, if you have a degree in economics, then you got to know the art of just making opinions, Philip, and calling them facts. That's what economics is.
To look at how we measure the measurements of how we measure the economy. This has been argued ad nauseum. This has been argued ad nauseum, and the overwhelming belief is that because Democrats are willing to spend out. If you look at what Bill Clinton did, Bill Clinton raised taxes on the rich, and he also cut defense spending. So, you can make your arguments, but until you write a white paper, I'm just gonna go with what
or just
the general consensus is.
There's no general consensus unless you're a liberal. Like, nobody generally concises these things. Like, you guys say facts are not facts. This is why people distrust people so much.
Bill Clinton also benefited from the innovations of the internet and the tech run-up to 2002.
Yeah, pets.com and all that stuff. Yeah, I mean, definitely. No, do you remember that website? Like, that was huge.
I do. Yeah, I do. But I'm trying to.
Al Gore was inventing the internet.
When the feds arrested her, right? Bill Stanford, you can actually.
Yeah, there's something to it.
The internet was actually incubated at the University of California Systems, and it was a military project before that. So the military. Howard, do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I do.
I was just gonna throw a log in the fire here for the group, but go ahead. I interrupted you, Dave.
David, would you?
Yeah. To the military.
David.
Clinton didn't get us into any wars either. He didn't get us into any wars. He left with a budget surplus, and then George W. Somehow got us involved in the Iraq War and left those deficits.
David.
I mean, it's interesting how parties frame themselves as being fiscal,
but again, I don't. You on this question?
Somalia, Haiti, and Iraq.
Okay, hold on a second. I don't have enough of an IQ on this question, but let me ask it anyways. So if deficits are such a significant issue, why is the stock market continuing to grow in the S&P?
Because of the deficits, Howard.
Because
They're connected.
To there used to be, Howard, there used to be a metric where you could look at the market and basically jobs, and if you looked at the chart, they were almost always in unison with each other. Now it's like they're completely separate. So the
What? They're not separate. What are you talking about?
Really doesn't have anything to do with jobs anymore.
I don't believe it's
No, but it has to do with corporate earnings.
That's what
I was gonna say something similar to Scott. How do we get it? How do we not balance budgets? But to answer your question, don't we need to tell a better story? We need to tell a more accurate story. The economy is not the stock market. Dummy.
Yeah.
Right? The economy is something shining a light on what is the real economy.
Yeah, but Caleb, if you ask an economist to determine or define economics, it's like asking, what is God? It's this huge soup, and we all know it's just this admixture. The problem is we keep spending on ridiculous programs. I mean, I think austerity, honestly, and a strong hand is the way to resolve the situation and prepare for the financial, situation, or we just keep going. Maybe we're not even greedy enough, but maybe we're just spending it all on stupid stuff, because really it's the global economy which is supporting our fraudulent Ponzi scheme. And so, if we're really smart, we would actually push it harder and rip off the rest of the world as much as possible and prepare for, defeating them in a conflict, because, that would be one argument. You could say that's patriotically insane and immoral, but I would say what we're doing now is already immoral, and we're already getting ripped off by scammers and schemers to the tunes of probably $400 billion a year. So why let scammers defraud us of $400 billion a year? If we're the mafia, and the mafia is getting ripped off, and the mafia just keeps letting itself get ripped off, well, then maybe they're kicking back to the top of the mafia, or they're unaware of this.
But if my 401k continues to go up, then keep doing it. I don't care.
Exactly. That would be the reason to keep voting Democrat.
I would go to what Caleb said. I think because Caleb is on something here. I think we need a new national story. I don't know what it is, right? But Caleb, could you give us 2 minutes on if you could be the national rabbi and sort of give us a little political direction? How would you re-narrate the national story? What direction would you take us in?
Well, I'll just say I know nothing about economics, right? So I'm not equipped to tell that story. I'm coming right now from an event where the son of a rabbi named Israel Dresner, Cy Dresner, who they say was Martin Luther King's rabbi, right? He's in all the pictures. And this is I was at an event about restarting Black-Jewish relations in a tenser moment in America between blacks and Jews, and in a post-Dr. Seventh reality, under the larger heading of why can't we talk to each other anymore? And that's when I think about my big social issue of the day. It's why can't we have conversations? And that's the story I'd like us to be writing together, the story of our shared conversation together.
So, Caleb, do you think this is about social trust, right? And the Putnam stuff. If we could learn to converse. I mean, countries that have high social trust function incredibly well. Countries with low social trust function incredibly poorly. So is what you're saying that, like, if we could build some fabric of conversation, we put some dividends in the social trust bank, and then maybe we'd actually be able to do some functional things together as a people?
Yeah, very much so. I mean, families don't even talk to each other, right? Kitchen table, dinner time conversations are happening far less. So obviously we can't talk to each other out on the street. Really, one theme I took away from this, and this is a reverend and this rabbi's kid who's doing this documentary about his dad and Martin Luther King. Check it out, by the way. If you don't know who Cy Dresner is, look him up. He was the most arrested rabbi in the civil rights movement. He was the only rabbi who was a board member of the SCLC. Anyway, very interesting guy. In any case, the whole takeaway, both of these guys, what they kept saying is like, be kind, ask people how they are, simple stuff, but powerful stuff. We don't do that. We stay angry. We stay with cortisol levels spiked, right? Like, this is crazy. We can talk to each other. We can connect. What do we connect on? There's a lot of sameness there. What did the guy say? The Reverend said it. Let's not major in the minors. I thought that's great. What a great line. Let's not major in the minors.
You know, so I'm like a lapsed Christian guy, but when I was a minister, I was in a tradition where we had corporate prayers of confession every week. And that was really powerful. I mean, there was something powerful about the whole community sitting and humbly confessing our sin together. And then there was assurance of pardon, which is beautiful. You know, as a minister, I told people that I wasn't giving them absolution theologically. I was just assuring them that God's forgiveness was real. And I think if we had some of that, right? In all of our traditions, if we had some, I think, kind of corporate, just, hey, you can get some grace and then give some grace. Do you think that would move us forward or no?
I don't know if that's the story. I think it used to be something like, and this was never true for everybody, but I think one way we told the story was like, in the end, there's the system, and the system that will work in the end, right? But that's what's so scary now. That's what's being attacked, is the systems. Yeah, go ahead, David.
Well, no, I brought this up in the room today, and I might have been all over the map a little bit now. I was trying to articulate it, but people fought the good fight, like Rabbi you mentioned, you know, with the civil rights movement, because it was the right thing to do, and everybody knew they had the morality on their side, and people were willing to die for that morality, because to not do so was to keep the status quo entrenched. And it had gone on far too long in this country to allow the inequities that were just, you know, second nature to everybody that was living at that time. You know, until you had guys like in the sports world, Jackie Robinson, and guys like Sinatra, who forced hotels to let Sammy Davis Jr. sing in and stay in. I mean, you had real trailblazers that took on the establishment. And, you know, now we act like, oh, well, all those sins have been remedied. And everybody's saying it's reversed now. Every white guy out there that lives in the Deep South who's out of a job is blaming him a colored person, somebody from the other side of the tracks. And it's like, this is where we're at today. And the Supreme Court...
By the way, guys, first female on the stage. Let's give Meryl some reference.
Well, what's up,
Meryl, would you like a fresh five to tell us?
Hold on, I want to if I could just jump on something both Caleb and David were saying.
Take a minute and then we'll go to Meryl.
Yeah, because David, you actually had people who were willing, to get punched in the face, right? And Caleb, like people don't know, but I don't know if anyone remembers this movie about the killing of the civil rights kids. It was called Mississippi Burning, right? And they killed these.
Great movie.
Gene Hackman.
Yeah, and
Dafoe, yeah, it was
Willem
amazing.
Dafoe, right?
Yeah,
But
Willem
so,
Dafoe, yeah.
so I'm good friends with Dick Gregory's son, Dr. Christian Gregory, and what people don't know, it's called the Summer of Freedom. It was actually Hugh Hefner who paid to have that swamp dredged, right? Mississippi, they didn't want to pay for it. So Dick Gregory, who was actually the first African-American comedian to play at the Playboy Club, he went to Hugh Hefner and he said, hey, can you help me? And Hugh Hefner is the one who paid. People don't know this story. It's an amazing story, but I think it goes back to something what Caleb was saying. And David, people were willing to go out and get bitten by dogs. Those Jewish kids that got shot.
So you're saying, Daryl, there was investment in a collective story.
Yes.
So, all right, let's go to Meryl. Meryl, first female on the stage, my dear friend. How are you? And would you like to comment on Trump and the country and just the state of how you're feeling about our collective union?
Well, I missed most of this conversation. I'm just coming in late. But you're talking about communicating with each other, or personally, I think that we're not all sensitive to the same things. I know I come across like a shrew sometimes on Clubhouse, but I'm pretty sensitive about a lot of things. And I find that the people that I certainly get along best with, we have that in common. We are sensitive. Our emotions, there's things that trigger us, and they don't seem to trigger other people. So we're talking about the civil rights movement. Try to think about, I think about the women that got involved and were killed. I think about, yes, they're brave. They were brave, but they understood. They had more a different morality than we have today. I think that we are losing this. I think that Trump has done that to us, by the way. I think that we were a far more sensitive country when we understood that people hurt, or we understood what injustice is, or what we thought was injustice. And when we are strong about that, when we're not afraid to talk about it, I find that there are people that have an arrogance about them that I'm not real. I don't think I'm arrogant. I think I'm emotional, but I don't think I'm arrogant. And I do think that I listen, but I'm not. But as I said, I will read a story, or I'll see a picture, or I'll be listening to the news, and I might feel very strong about something, but I'm still willing to listen to other people. But I find that I just don't think we live in a sensitive world right now.
And Meryl,
our own country.
I don't want to put you on the spot, but you have a personal friendship with one of the most conservative people on Clubhouse, right? I mean, Steve Wine. I mean, you guys are friends.
We don't talk politics at all. Not at all. We talk about things that we're sensitive about each other, but not. We don't talk about. We talk about our families. We talk about things that we relate to. What hurts? This hurts, or this is happening with our family, or there are some things that you have in common that are not necessarily dictated to by how you vote. They are much more. You dig deeper into who a person is. You know, there are some things about Steve that he will say, oh, I couldn't stand that about her, or I don't like this about him. He's so different than I am here, or different than I am there. But then when you stop and talk with him, um, there's things that are in common. And I think that is important to be able to, but there are other people who I could never communicate with that way, our politics separate us, but we don't have that same respect for each other. I do respect.
Why do they separate you?
Pardon?
Why do the politics separate you?
Oh, for many reasons. Okay, I'm not a one issue voter. I am not. I don't want to be too controversial, but when I talk about Israel, I'm Jewish and I support Israel. Do I agree with every single thing that they do? Not for years. For years, I've been able to say, I support them. I raise money for them. I will give them money, but I will not. I'm also able to say this. I think this is wrong, or I can look at something. I think we're too. I don't want to get too controversial, but
Meryl, I think you should get a little more controversial. Like put the pedal to the metal. Come on.
Okay. When we talk about what's going on in the West Bank, or some people will say Bibi could do no wrong, absolutely no wrong. Well, I do disagree with him on some things, and when I see, if I see Jewish settlers that are violent with Palestinian Christians who have nothing to do with Hamas, they're not Hezbollah, they're not terrorists. They're just living there quietly, peacefully, and I disagree with, I don't defend every single thing that's done. When we had the vote on Israel, there were a number of Democrats who just voted, they will always give money for Israel to defend itself. But right now they're drawing the line and they're not going to give money to bulldoze everything. And they're more cautious about that. I agree with that. However, I get beat up by, you take somebody like, there's a couple people right in Critical Thinking Forum who would beat me up, they would chew me up and spit me out for saying that, because he can do no wrong. And that's not true.
Meryl, do you think there's something too about like something tragic about a bullied people that becomes bullies? Right? I mean, I think it's fair to say that in Israel right now can flex their muscles, right? And it's something so tragic to watch a people that have been bullied probably being less than sensitive with their power. Is that fair to say, or am I overspeaking?
Absolutely. You know, the one thing that Jewish people do, and we do this, I mean, it's very important. You know, we always say never forget what happened to the Jews with the Holocaust. And it's horrible. It is absolutely horrible. But we can watch people now who they're not Hitler. They're not as violent or not Hitler, but you can see that people can be sane, but start to eventually do things, just like you said, you start to become the bully. And you lose sight of the fact of where you came from. What were your roots? Well, how did you start this? And I understand we can't always be beat up by terrorists, absolutely not. But we also can't become terrorists. And when I once watched when the whole thing with Gaza was starting, and believe me, I have friends and family in Israel, and they're not all for Bibi, but they have to run to bomb shelters 16 times a day. But they sit and they can do the whole thing with Gaza. I see a picture of a man running, and he's got his 2-year-old child, and his child's feet aren't touching the ground. This man is running so fast to take his child somewhere. And I have an emotional reaction to that. Some people look and say, well, God damn it, they're terrorists. Look what they did to our kids. I'm not quite there yet. I sometimes see something right in front of my face. I'm looking at a picture and I start to feel bad about that 2-year-old child. He's not yet become a terrorist. He's not yet, not been influenced yet, but he will be. He will be. He's going to hate Jews just like he's going to because of what he's experiencing right now. And so I worry about things like that. I just don't want us to be, I don't have the right words. I get so nervous.
Meryl, these kids are programmed.
I think that people have blind spots that they can't see things in, right?
Well, that includes myself.
Okay. So,
That includes myself. I have blind spots, I suppose I do.
so what are your blind spots that you think that you could do a better job at actually? You don't actually have to say it out loud, but what are the blind spots you could do a better?
They're called blind spots for a reason, Philip. She can't even tell you about them because she doesn't even know about them.
No, I'll tell you. Okay, one of the things, I'm a smartass. I sometimes don't diffuse something when I should. Okay, I will see something, or I'll be in chat, or I'll be somewhere, and somebody will write something, and instead of trying to diffuse it or trying to think it through before I answer, I will be snarky. I want to dig a little at that person. You don't always wake up somebody by poking them, and sometimes I poke. I think
that's a blind spot. A blind spot would be like the abilities of something you know that you're biased actually holds you up from being objective on a discussion.
Holds me up from being objective.
So
I don't like not being able to take a Republican talking point and give it credit.
Yes, I'll tell you what.
First, let's get rid of the word objective and let's just say fair, because I don't think anybody can be objective, right? But I think because we're all subjects, right? We all have emotions and eyes and ears, so everything is subjective. But we can try to be fair, right? So Meryl, how could you be more fair? I mean, do you think there are times when you could be fairer to the other side?
That's hard for me to think about because I am so rooted in how I feel right now. No, I think that I have what appears to be a bias. It can be called a bias, but I don't think I'm unfair. I think that what's unfair is if I were to say to somebody, if I were to blame everything on the other party, if I were to blame everything on, as I just said, Bibi, if I want to blame everything on Bibi, that's not fair. That's not fair. But I do think that I feel that I have come in contact with many people who I don't think are fair. I don't call somebody Hitler or a Nazi. I might say that I think I see the beginnings of something that happened many decades ago that can grow into something, but I don't listen anymore. When someone starts attacking me, I tend not to listen. So if that's a flaw, then that's one I have to admit to.
Okay, let's go to Howard. Howard, my man, how are you feeling about this room? And I mean, you're a Jew. How do you feel about Israel, Netanyahu, just the general state of what's going on?
No, I think, and Scott, I appreciate you clarifying versus object, but yeah, I mean, I think Meryl did a good job just articulating kind of the paradox that's happening with what's going on right now and state of affairs.
See, Meryl.
All right, let's go.
Scott, can I say something real quick to Meryl? You know, Meryl, I gotta tell you, Donald Trump could be your source of enlightenment.
John Kitover, candidate for Congress there.
And also Chicago Public School Board.
Hold on one moment. I have to tell you something, Mr. Kitover. I'm not always fair when it comes to you. Go ahead.
Oh, I just like to make a joke, but it's actually not a joke. It could be a reality thing for some people that Donald Trump could be your source of enlightenment, meaning that, like, if you are polarized with Donald Trump or Vladimir Putin, if you haven't come to like a spiritual or a metaphysical conclusion, you have to basically try to enlighten yourself like our founding fathers did, or transcend above your opinion or the way you feel. That type of creative intelligence or psychological intelligence can be applied to all other dynamics of your life. And Donald Trump, because he is that polarizing figure, you could just visualize Donald Trump in your mind's eye and or as an orange, man, and just do a Trump mantra and just say Donald Trump, Donald Trump. It's a joke, Meryl, but it's not necessarily a joke, meaning that, your life is limited. Your time is basically broken down into 2.5 billion seconds throughout the course of your life. It's all content. So this app is, in a way, reverse engineering the universe to troll you, to gaslight you, and to make you basically to fuck up your life and make your life miserable, because this app is just toxic, communication for the most part. And like you said, if people attack me, I'm going to attack them back. Well, that's the problem, Meryl. The fact that your brain is just automated. It's fully automated. It's AI already in itself. Hello?
No, sir. No, sir. That's where I differ with you. No. See, you are describing me as somebody who's not smart. You are describing me as somebody who can't be objective, or somebody who can't. I have. You'd have to understand a little bit about. We all were raised in some way. We all had different influences growing up. I had the best. I had the best. And we were taught, my cousins, myself, we had a large family, large extended family. We were taught to listen. We were taught to be able to speak. We were taught to be able to defend what we think and how we feel. And I can't look at Donald Trump and have you tell me intellectually. Now you're trying to go psychologically. No, let's talk psychologically and intellectually. All right? You've picked the wrong person. Donald Trump, no. I'm sorry. Donald Trump, and we can do example after example after example. Whether we don't have, it's a morality issue. I find he doesn't respect our country. I respect our country. I respect our citizens.
So I understand what you're saying, but if you don't see a blind spot here, I would tell you, like, it's very obvious that you so despise the person that if he does anything good, it's gonna be very
No.
good to say he does.
Tell me what he does that's good. Tell me what he does that's good. Tell me what a patriot he is. Tell me.
Absolutely, he supported Israel at a key moment of time and basically helped them defeat Iran, Israel, Lebanon, and all of Israel's enemies at this point, which has put us on a safer track than the Middle East, probably for the first time.
Did I say I don't support Israel?
You asked me to tell you what he's done that's good.
I asked you, okay, and you think that that's one of the reasons I disapprove of him?
No,
Is that what you're saying?
You said tell me one thing that he's done that's good.
No, you think I have a bias against him for. You're saying, you are talking to me as if I can't pinpoint anything.
You didn't say that, though.
I am a supporter.
That's what she said. That's what she said.
No, she said to me, name one thing you think he's done that's good.
In the context of the conversation, the entire conversation.
Sure, I'll give you another thing that he's done that's good. I'll give you one thing that's nuanced. You'll hate this. He's basically shut the border down so we don't have illegal immigrants flooding into the country.
And what makes you think that I was against that? You've been in other conversations with me, haven't you?
That's a good move. That's a good move. Now, play keeping these out about that because the main
you're doing the Matrix.
Agree.
I think what he said is I agree with Phil. Right? That's what I heard.
Yeah, I would say this. I think Trump is evolving into kind of Reagan light. I think he's he's spending a lot of money and cutting taxes and doing some neocon foreign policy, which all is fine. I mean, that's, it's not my politics, but I don't think it's necessarily extreme. I think what's interesting is he's evolved into someone that is the opposite of how he won. I mean, in 2016, Donald Trump won the presidency because people were just tired of all of the spending and all of the neocon adventures, and they wanted an America First kind of agenda. I think what he's evolved into is the thing he ran against, which might, and again, you can take that or leave it. I mean, I'm not necessarily saying that's good or that's bad, but I mean, it is. I mean, he has lost any kind of center that he had.
Scott, you're discounting who he ran against.
Scott, I think it's. I mean, once I get over, I think it's more complicated than. I think 2016 is very complicated, and the reason I say this is because I won't say her last name, but my good friend Lisa here in the city, she worked for him for 17 years. She was there that night, and when they told him he won, she'll tell you, he said, "Oh shit," right? Yeah. What the Dems did, there's sometimes, you get beat and then sometimes you beat yourself, right? And I've gotten into, arguments with friends of mine about this. Running Hillary Clinton was a mistake. Running Hillary Clinton and I have nothing against Hillary Clinton personally, but I acknowledge that her unlikable numbers were very high. I think the Clintons as a couple don't understand how the average person feels about them. And to add another layer to that, the issue with the Democratic Party, which is not the party of my mom was a nurse for 22 years. My dad was 17 years in the Army. I come from a blue-collar New York City family. They wouldn't recognize this Democratic Party. And I'm sorry, Meryl, you going to say something?
I was going to say, all right, I'm a Democrat, but every election I have voted for Republicans before, by the way. I look at the possibility of a Democrat losing, right? Throughout the entire campaign, I will look at that, primaries and everything, and I look to and say, what Republican there can I accept? What Republican there, if he wins, I think will be okay? I don't just say, forget it, no Republicans. Donald Trump was somebody that my boss and I had discussions about before he ran first time. And I started to do research on him. He was not somebody that I would ever have chosen. But there were other Republicans I could have felt, okay, we're going to still be okay. I might not like all their policies, but there were about 2 or 3 that I thought we could be okay. I'll be okay with this. That's how when it comes to that, I don't say it's got to be a Democrat. God damn it, I hate all Republicans. It's not that at all.
I'm talking more about the DNC and the party structure, right? The DNC has this thing about electing kings, right? And they want to come together and they'll say, well, okay, Meryl, you have to wait because it's Scott's turn, right? It's this whole idea of a turn-based system, and they refused. And again, I voted for Bloomberg. I voted for Giuliani once, but I was here on 9/11. I was down here on 9/11.
Obama broke through. He was
but that's right, Howard. Look at what he did. He said to the system, who they were trying to make it Hillary. It was quote unquote her turn, and I think the party, and I think this is the problem with the Democratic Party, that the party is so caught up in this idea of, what do you call it, lineage, in a sense, right? That they refuse to accept that her unlikables, as smart as she is, no one really liked her, right? And and as they're out of touch with people.
Do you think you should vote? Do you vote for somebody because you like them, or do you vote for somebody who maybe you can see the negatives, but you know they're smart and they're going to do the best they can do for you, for the country? I look at the Clintons. Remember now something. They got a bad rap right from the very beginning. Bill Clinton, yeah, he was too loose with his you know what, and when he was a governor. And
Floyd Whiter, Vince Foster.
yes. Now, all the scandals, which, by the way, when the Republicans went and got special counsel Ken Starr, Ken Starr didn't find the stuff that he thought he was going to find. And he said he didn't really want to do the Lewinsky thing, but that was the only thing.
Ken Starr is in the Epstein files, communicating with Jeffrey Epstein via email, calling him, "Hey, babe, I can't wait to see you again." He's in the files. Ken Starr.
I don't even understand the Epstein.
Ken Starr was on the legal team that represented.
Are you excusing what Bill Clinton did? Like, are you excusing the sexual assault allegations and
Are you saying me? Are you asking me that?
Yeah.
No, I don't excuse it. However, he was impeached for it. He was impeached for it, and then the rest of that became for him and his wife.
Why? No, that's not true. That is not for him and his wife. The country still. This is the thing. It's not. You don't get to tell people that they're not allowed to feel a certain way. I'm not allowed to tell you that you can't feel a certain way about the shit that Donald Trump has done. Like, that is a terrible tactic if you use it both ways. At the end of the day, when Bill Clinton did not resign in that scandal and step away from president, he set a precedent for everybody else to never have to resign in a scandal of that magnitude.
Yeah, well, he was impeached. He set an example that nobody in the Republican Party is willing to do. He was impeached.
That's actually not true. There were 7 different senators that impeached that looked to vote for conviction of Donald Trump for 9/11. January 12th or 11th.
January 6th.
January 6th. Sorry. So this idea that that's not true, that is absolutely not true. There's been people that have been good politicians, like Ben Staff. But if you're going to sit there and make
I'm saying the sitting people in Congress did, and in the Senate, they did not impeach him. Who did? Who was willing to? Mitt Romney. You had Cheney.
Liz Cheney. You can go on and on and on.
Was he impeached? Was he impeached? Bill Clinton was impeached.
Donald Trump has been impeached twice.
And Republicans.
Yeah, so Donald Trump has been impeached twice, and Bill Clinton set the precedence that it's okay to lie and do horrible things in the office and be okay with it.
All right, I'm going to give you an example of Donald Trump, okay? Do you think Donald Trump really cares about police and police brutality? Do you think he cares about police?
No.
How do you feel about him with the pardons?
I think it's atrocious. I think it's setting precedents that Joe Biden said when he left office.
Okay, now wait a minute. We're going to do what about? Okay. Compare Joe Biden and compare. You just mentioned Joe Biden.
Oh, you are.
We pardoned Joe Biden's son of real crimes because he's the president's son, and in that permission structure,
He pardoned his son.
Correct.
All right. He pardoned his son. Now let's talk about that then. How much money did his son get? And how much money do Donald Trump
about $2 million, and Trump has made
right now?
The conservative estimates are that Trump has made increase his net worth this year by $2 billion.
2.2 billion. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean it's insane. I mean,
and this is Scott. Marilyn, I'll let you have it, but this is the part that kind of gets me, right? It's like. It's all of this stuff is literally being done right in front of your face, right? You have oil shorts, right, done right in front of your face. What are you going to do about it, right? It's like, release the Epstein files. No, we're not going to. What are you going to do about it, right? It's the what do you call it when presidents are not the emoluments, right? You can't do this. You can't do this. Well, okay, well, hold on, Philip. I'm talking. I'll let you finish. It's like,
I gotta run.
What are you gonna do about it? It's this constant thing of, I'm gonna do whatever I want to do. You know, opinions be damned, and there's just nothing you can do about it, and that's the part.
Daryl,
Yeah.
I feel that long term, it isn't Trump himself, because he's almost 80 years old, but it's ultimately going to be Eric, Donald Jr., Barron,
right.
Kushner. They're the ones that ultimately are going to possibly, potentially, somewhere down the road, because when all this gets and you start getting the IRS involved, it's going to be a shit show.
Yeah, well, think about it, right? They're talking about forced registration for selective service, right? There was even some talk, you know, it happens every now and then about the draft, right? But Barron Trump is of fighting age. Do you think Barron Trump's going to pick up a rifle at any point in his life?
Of course not.
Exactly. It's going to be some poor kid from some poor neighborhood. And
Daryl, it might be the best thing that ever happened to that poor kid. I served in the Army. Going to boot camp is great for you. You learn discipline. You learn how to keep your fucking mouth shut and do a push-up. We need a new culture. Rap drill country. This shit is over. This country is falling apart. We need to use our federal government to try to re-educate our population at the national scale. I'm sorry. But something has to be done. The culture, the homeless population, it's growing. This country is imploding. We're completely bankrupt. We need to basically re-kickstart it. And I don't know what your solution is, but I think a draft is a great idea.
I've said we need pain. And I think that pain is coming over the next 18 months. I don't think the average person understands how, when you're looking at, when interest rates, it may be 9%, like some economists are saying, right? And we need pain. Pain will sometimes bring about discipline.
Well, it's like popping a zit or pulling a scab off.
Do you know who I think we need right now? I think we need the Congress that stood up for King Charles yesterday when he was speaking, and they all were Republicans and Democrats applauding him, standing up for him, and yet not all of them do one thing that he was talking about our allies.